Good morning. For your information, to all the participants, please, you can visit to the virtual booth, landing page coming. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat because we're gonna start our event in 5 minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us.
Good morning, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of 12th MGEI Annual Convention, Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture. Welcome tomorrow. My name is Grace Catherine, and my partner,
Chania Princeska.
will be your mistresses of the ceremony in this year's convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank God who give us strength and mercy so we can attend in this very special occasion without any obstacle. But before we begin, let's start our event by praying. Pray according to your belief. Pray, begin. Finished.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to sing the national anthem of Indonesia. Therefore, please place your right palm into your left chest while singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. On behalf of the committee, we would like to greet the Honorable Bapak Dr. Insinyur Eko Budi Lelono as Head of Geological Agency of Republic of Indonesia,
The Honorable Bapak Ridwan Jamaluddin as Director of Mineral and Coal, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources.
the Honorable Professor Irwandi Arif as Special Staff of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources,
The Honorable Bapak Sukmandaru Prihatmoko as Chairman of Indonesian Association of Geologists.
the Honorable Bapak STJ Budi Santoso as Chairman of Indonesian Society of Economic Geologists,
The respectable Bapak Taski Reza Setiawan as Chairman of MGEI Annual Convention 2020.
and last but not least, the respectable Board of Advisory of MGEI, keynotes and invited speakers, sponsors, and its representative, as well as 12 MGEI Annual Conventions participants.
For our first welcoming greeting, we would like to request Bapak Sukmandaru Prihatmoko as Chairman of IAGI. Therefore, Bapak Sukmandaru, the time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Badan Geologi, Pak Dr. Eko Budi Lelono, Pak Direktur Jenderal Mineral dan Batubara ISDM, Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin, juga Profesor Irwandi Arif sebagai staf khusus Menteri. Juga teman-teman, ada Ketua MGEI, Mas STJ, Ketua Asosiasi Kebumian yang lain, mungkin ada dari Perhapi barangkali, atau dari IMA, para senior MGEI dan IAGI, para teman-teman, sahabat-sahabat saya di MGEI, dan seluruh partisipan. Ladies and gentlemen, this MGEI always remind me on how MGEI and developing from scratch through an online group discussion at the time. This was back in 2008. Now, MGEI has been 12 years growing up and pioneering the activity among other sub-organizations under IAGI, the Association of Geologists. And most importantly, all MGEI programs during the last 12 years are always needed and useful member and economic stakeholder. This annual convention of the MGEI, Indonesian Society of Economic Geologists, 2020, will bring up the main theme of strengthening discovery and mining culture, welcoming tomorrow. That I think should fit very well with the need of economic geologists in the current situation. We are expecting that this event becomes a forum where exploration geologists, mining professionals, government officers, researchers, lecturers, and even students discuss many things related to exploration and discovery of mineral and coal. Although at the moment the mining industry downturn has affected a lot, however, a forum where knowledge, strategy, and policy can be shared or discussed is important. This should be the reason that this event is important, particularly for the future of mining exploration industry. Here, I would like to congratulate both MGEI and the committee for organizing this remarkable event, especially because it's the first event organized in 100% virtual platform. So far, the MGEI annual convention has become a reputable event in the economic geologist community of Indonesia. And I think the changing to a virtual platform hopefully will not reduce the quality and content, and I think it should be even better. I do hope that everybody can enjoy the event, the presentation, and the virtual networking moment with friend, colleague, or business partner, and getting new update on the mining exploration industry in Indonesia. I think that's from me. Have a good meeting, virtual meeting. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Sukmandaru.
Next, we will have greeting from Bapak STJ Budi Santoso as chairman of MGEI. Bapak Budi, the time is yours.
Pak Budi masih di-unmute, Pak Budi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Geologist, I am Mr. Budi Santoso, the chairman of the organization. Would like to express our gratitude and warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Dr. Eko Budi Lelono as the head of the Geological Agency, Honorable Mr. Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, the Director General of Mineral and Coal, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Professor Irwandi Arif, Special Staff to the Minister of R, Mr. Bambang Gatot Aryono, the expert staff to the Minister of the AMR, Mr. Sukman Daru Prihatmoko, the Chairman of the Indonesian Association of Geologists, Mr. Adi Mariono, the Chairman of Joint Committee of the KCMI, IAGI Perhapi, Mr. Rizal Kasli, the Chairman of Perhapi, Advisory Board of the MGEI and the seniors in our society, keynote speakers, invited speakers, and workshop instructors, in which we have national and international that now are with us, with some big names in the industry amongst them. Dear sponsors and partners who have been very, in fact, showed even stronger support to the GI, thank you. Belgium chairperson for the collaborations, chairpersons of the organization under the IAGI, and chairpersons of professional organization in Indonesia, and also our media partners. My colleagues to whom I've been very proud of, the MGI Central Committee, the Annual Convention Committee under the leadership of Mas Tatki Reza Setiawan, and all the MGEIers, the GI members, and of course, our next generations of the student chambers, MGI and MG members. All of the distinguished guests and participants, I do really apologize for not being able to mention your name one by one. Today is the day that all of us make another memorable milestone for the MGI by having one of our tallest flagship program going virtual. Something that may have not been thought seriously before, whether such a format could work. But as everybody is now witnessing it today, it does work, and it works very well. Simply by looking at how many great speakers, participants, and sponsors that have been involved or participated, what an enthusiasm and spirit today. The COVID-19 pandemic has been pushing us to run to 4.0 era, in which before March 2020 it was like something sort of not yet for today, or maybe something for later. But as everybody was witnessing and experiencing that indeed the pandemic has been slowing us down in a bit, but it will never stop us from moving forward and to excel. And the organization responded and made decision very quickly, and yeah, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, this year theme is strengthening the discovery and mining culture welcoming tomorrow. It is chosen more than 10 years of our annual convention theme, work mostly about identifying, promoting, and inventorying the projects, prospects, mine potential, and resources throughout the country and the region. And we have done it very successfully. It is now the time to strengthen what we have built while embracing what will happen tomorrow or in the future, in which for some good or bad reason it has, and it is happening already. As part of the event, we also will launch two new programs of the MGI, so IDG 2021, Indonesian Explorer and Developer Collegium. The concept is quite similar to what the industry has known well, the PDAC, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada. As we think that the Indonesian mining industry needs to have such platforms or meeting hub for the explorers, such as IUP, contract offer owners, junior mining companies, funders, investors, regulators to meet and do what they need and have to do together. It is basically designed to inline with what the government of Republic of Indonesia is now promoting to boost exploration business in the country. And then the second one is the IAGI, the Indonesian Journal of Economic Geology. We have so many great technical papers produced by our members and our colleagues, and we want to make sure that they are well and properly documented and shared. We will also have a special session with sub-theme of revitalizing mineral discovery and exploration business in Indonesia. It will be packed with 5 great multi-background of national and international speakers to be held on the 27th of October 2020, which is next week. So please don't miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, MGEI as the organization still will and always commit to nourish any effort to push our member into a higher, better, and bolder position and level of expertise. Relentlessly, we are supporting the government and the industry in order to make Indonesia great again for mineral and discovery and coal discovery, while we are also preparing and mentoring our future talents through our 14 chapters in the university across the country. This country and this society needs more and more patriots, and it has been and will always be my pleasure, my pride, to be striving among and with them great group of very professional colleagues like all of you. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy and get inspired by the event while you always can inspiring others. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Bapak STJ Budi Santoso.
Next, welcoming greeting for today is from Bapak Taski Reza Setiawan as Chairman of MGEI Annual Convention 2020. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting to Bapak Eko Budi Lelono as Head of Geological Agency. Greeting to Bapak Ridwan Jamaluddin as Director General of ISDM. Greeting to Professor Irwandi Arif as Special Staff of ISDM. Greeting to Bapak Sukmandaro as IAGI Chairman. Greeting to Bapak STJ Budi Santoso as MGEI Chairman. Welcome to all participants of 12th MGEI Annual Convention 2020. Our main theme for this year is Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture. Welcome tomorrow. The 12th MGEI Annual Convention is the first convention in MGEI history, equipped with 17 extraordinary sub-teams. Our virtual event series comprise from pre-annual virtual workshop events, main virtual convention events, post-virtual convention events, and virtual student research poster contest. Pre-annual convention covers core workshop titled Coal Data Acquisition and Validation by Rafael Descartes on 24 until 26 August of 2020. Advanced Resource Estimation Workshop titled Nonlinear Statistics by Flavi on 28 until 30 September of 2020. And thank you for all trainers. Main convention is held in 2 weeks with total 6 days from 20 October to 28 October 2020. Post-convention is held on 11 to 12 November 2020 with title Geometallurgy in Nickel Hydrometallurgy Industry by Buridul Lestari and Pak Ade Kadarusman. To all, book your seat fast. And thank you for all sponsors from Geofix Indonesia, Resources Nusantara, Agent Core Resources, Petrosi, Sikewen Australia, Ceria Nugraha Indotama, Nusa Harmahera Minerals, Sumakon, Pegadaian Persero, Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral, Antam, Merdeka Copper Gold, Tima, Inalum, Freeport Indonesia, Drilling Solution Indonesia, Eksplorasi Nusa Jaya, Indodrill Indonesia, Sumbawa Timur Mining, DNP Consultant Indonesia, and for our partner Micromine Indonesia, Geofresh Consulting. Personally, and behalf of committee, I would like to express my gratitude for your support. We feel very honored. Also, welcome to our participants with total more than 500 accounts Many thanks also to all our 55 magnificent speakers. Lastly, please enjoy our event. Best regard. Thank you.
Thank you for Bapak Tazki Reza Setiawan.
Our last welcoming speech is from Bapak Eko Budi Lelono as Head of Geological Agency of Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Dr. Eko Budi Lelono, education background Geological Engineering, University of Gadjah Mada, Philosophy of Geology, University of London. Work experience 2020 until now, Head of Geological Agency. Bapak Eko Budi Lelono will be our first keynote speaker. Therefore, Bapak Eko, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Chairman of IAGI and MGEI, my colleague Pak Ridwan and Prof. Irwandi, other guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. First of all, let me thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Almighty God, which has given guidance and blessing to us, so that we can get together this day in the event 12 MGEI Annual Convention with the topic of strengthening discovery and mining culture. Welcome tomorrow. I would like to give my appreciation to Masyarakat Geologi Ekonomi Indonesia or MGEI and the Ikatan Ahli Geologi Indonesia or IAGI as the holding organization for this annual event. This event is very good and very important forum attended by all stakeholders that have role as the main players in exploration and mining industry in Indonesia. And through the forum, it is hoped that later discussion that will take place will strengthen cooperation between all lines to further encourage the advancement of the mineral and coal mining industry in Indonesia. From this discussion, Badan Geology or Geological Agency expect to get the information and suggestion to my presentation today with the title of Indonesian Metallurgy Updates and Upgrades. Ladies and gentlemen, with the rise of the Minerba Law number 3, 2020, it provides new challenge that must be answered by all of us, promote exploration, again in finding new deposits in Indonesia, hopefully in the future, deposit like Grasberg and the most recent UU in the West Nusa Tenggara will be discovered, which of course will provide more knowledge about mineral resources in Indonesia. So we can define the evasion strategy to drive the exploration in advance in order to improve the discovery of the mineral and coal deposit in Indonesia. In this occasion, I would like to congratulate MGEI in establishing this annual conference. We hope this event will run successfully and of course bring benefits towards appreciation and all community. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we get to the my presentation. The operator siap Pak? Sudah siap operator?
Thank you, Bapak Eko Budi Lelono, for the insight. But before we part it, will you please do the honor to officially open the 12th MGEI Annual Convention?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually, sorry. Actually, I haven't give the talk yet. We can. I can run my presentation first. Can I have presentation here? Okay, this is my first slide. The title of the presentation is Indonesian Metallurgy Update and Upgrades. Next slide, please. So this is the content of my presentation. We'll begin with introduction. This will be followed by Indonesian metallurgy, and then we'll be ended by closing remarks. Next slide, please. Okay, we go to introduction. Next slide, please. So the Geological Agency, you may know as Geology, is one of main units in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Badan Geology consists of 4 centers related to various geological aspects. In this case, survey of potential of mineral is being performed by the Center of Mineral, Coal, and Geothermal Resources. Let me take a closer to the Geological Agency. Our role in mineral activity is to perform research, investigation, and services in the field of mineral, coal, and geothermal resources, which are intended to obtain new discovery or upgrade resources status of prospective area, preparation and recommendation of mining concession or provide resources and reserve balance, data service, information, and technical support. These 3 points will be submitted to Directorate General of Mineral and Coals, or Dirjen Minerba, in order to offer the investor increasing the investment in the country. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the main task, sorry, sorry. Regarding the main task of Geological Agency in relation with ministerial duties in management and utilization of mineral resources, we can see this following illustration. What we are doing at the Geological Agency is to conduct investigations and research activities of mineral deposits, whether those commodities needed by the industry at current time or those that are not needed yet. That's all what we call inventory. Inventory will grow in terms of area coverage and commodity types, as well as the mineral demands of industry. When those demands meet the result of inventory, there will be investment activities to develop the exploration, mining, refining, and manufacturing industry. Therefore, we are at the Geological Agency must always look for the availability of various commodities and types of mineral deposit to maintain availability when the market requires. Next slide, please. So this is our current condition by the end of 2019. Let's look at how many resources and reserve of mining production commodities. We have total resources of coal about 150 billion tons, with 37 billion tons of total reserve. Gold has total resources about 13,000 tons, with 40,500 tons of total reserve. Bauxite deposit containing alumina with total resources of about 1.3 billion tons, and the 740 billion tons of total reserve. The tin deposit, which mostly came from Bangka Belitung, Riau Island, and surrounding area, have total resources 2.9 million tons and 2.2 million tons of total reserve. Copper from Tembagapura has total resources of 63 million tons with 24 million tons of total reserve. And laterally, nickel has total resources of about 170 million tons with 72 million of reserve. Nowadays, we are just focusing on the extraction activities and refinement processes of those commodities as the main product. But the treatment by product mineral, which also has economic value, is not optimized, maybe due to technical problems. In this clean energy era, the most wanted metals are very rare in the nature and known as critical raw materials. These metallic elements mostly appear as associated mineral or byproducts. These materials are commonly summarized as technology critical resources. For example, rare earth elements or REE, platinum, group elements, cobalt, gallium, vanadium, scandium, and so on. The minerals are commonly used on battery, wind or solar power plants, electromobility, and communication technologies. For example, smartphone, tablets, and computers. Indonesian laterite nickel deposit also contain cobalt, with total reserve are about 1 million tons and 4 million tons of total resources. The element contain laterite deposits such as rare earth elements, scandium, vanadium, and platinum group minerals needed to be researched to find the existence and its economic value. On the copper production, there are tellurium and selenium. This deposit also contain monazite and phenotite, which are the host mineral of REE. For now, on this element, concentrate resources are about 7 billion cubic meter cubic monazite and 6.5 billion meter cubic phenotite that contain rare earth element. Rare earth element, vanadium and gallium can also be extracted from bauxite processing residues or red mud. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that new and future discovery are getting deeper and deeper. Therefore, it is required updated technology in increased success ratio. Moreover, it is needed to build multidiscipline cooperation to all researchers while uphold competency, transparency, and materiality. All scientists and engineers are competing to discover new substitute efficient usage, such as small devices, better performance, less material usage, and so on. Okay. The growth of mineral demand is the function of human industrialization and sustainability. Nowadays, the utilization of mineral even resources reaches various needs for energy, digital high-tech, and green revolution. If we discuss about CRM, or this critical material, we can refer to classification from Europe 2017, which focus on supply risk and economic importance to create indicator of product supply below demand and ratio production from big deposit are falling to secure supply. Increase in cost of extraction and product price, but not proportionally followed by increase in production. Next slide, please. Okay, this is slide that I've been through. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we all know that we need to understand tectonics in exploring mineral, especially those of magmatic pathway, in which mineral were generated. The Indonesian metallurgy was firstly established in 1994 by Charles Carlyle, which was then revised by Harahap et al. In 2013. Latest version was proposed by Van Leeuwen in 2018. Basically, there are 15 metallogeny pathways which resulted in metal mineralization from magmatic process with a total length of 15,000 kilometers. In fact, only 7,000 kilometers has been intensively explored and exploited, whereas 8,000 kilometers more remain unexplored. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. With the development of investigation and understanding of the concept of mineral deposit, we recognize that there were several types of mineral deposits, which also been published in previous metallogenic map. Hydrothermal deposit associated with the magmatism process are the dominant deposit, such as porphyry, epithermal, skarn, and the dominant secondary deposit are nickel, laterite, and alumina bauxite. Based on new discovery, we need to update the metallogeny belt with another deposit type such as orogenic gold, nickel sulfide, regolith, REE, or even the process of iron oxide for gold. Next slide. Okay, this slide only show the distribution of small-scale mining in Indonesia along the location of mineral deposit based on Suprapto 2020. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Regarding the metallogenic belt, we must also upgrade it to provide the latest data and information along with interpretation. Analysis, evaluation, and interpretation of available data supported by the latest understanding of mineralization concepts aided by technology, for example, GIS and others, which will provide a better prediction of where this mineral will be found by defining exploration target in various targets. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the rapid development of technology, which imply to the consumption of critical raw materials, it is necessary to update and upgrade the metallogenic map, which provide information on the critical raw materials occurrence as both associated minerals and primary deposits. For example, if we look for scandium and cobalt, of course, we delineate the ultramafic rocks from which the laterite nickel deposit are sourced. Or if we are looking for vanadium and gallium, we can localize in the bauxite alumina deposits or iron sand deposit, which may contain vanadium. Next slide, please. Okay, I will conclude this presentation by highlighting some points as a closing remarks. Badan Geology or Geological Agency is preparing metallogenic album to provide the geological and resources of Indonesian mineral deposits. We are also arranging metallurgic map of Indonesia in larger scales as predictive map of mineral occurrence. We are preparing user-friendly format of database so that can be accessible for wide community and can be integrated with other geoscience datasets for GIS-based spatial modeling. We need to have long-term sustainable program with periodical updates and larger scale map production. Next slide. Apparently, demand on high technology mineral is increasing, but their availability is limited. The cooperation between government, academic, and industry in terms of research collaboration is crucial to improve understanding of all deposit models, to develop exploration target and methods. I think this is my last presentation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Bapak Eko Budi Lelono, for the insight. But before we part it, will you please do the...
Yes, it
Thank
will
you,
be my
Bapak
honor.
Eko Budi Lelono, for the insight. But before we part it, will you please do the honor to officially open 12th MGEI Annual Convention?
Yes, it will be my honor.
Ladies
Yes,
and
it will be my
gentlemen,
honor.
please turn on. Please turn on your video as our event will be officially opened.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with the mercy, peace, and grace upon us, the 12th MGI Annual Convention is officially open.
Thank you, Bapak Budi, and 12th MGEI Annual Convention is officially opened. Thank you, Bapak Eko Budi Lelono.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will look at the video of traditional dance. Here we go.
It is Tari Merak Drio that we just saw, a classic Javanese traditional dance from Surakarta, Central Java, and performed beautifully by Sanggar Joglo Pete.
12th MGEI Annual Convention will be consist in 4 discussion, where focus of discussions are strengthening exploration culture,
Advanced supply science, technologies, concepts, and technique in exploration.
best practice and ore conservation in mine geology, mining, and processing,
Deep ore body, opportunity, initiative, and challenges.
So, without further ado, we shall move on to the first discussion of 12th MGEI Annual Convention, which will be moderated by Bapak Johan Arif. Bapak Johan Arif, educational background Bachelor of Geology, Institut Teknologi Bandung, MSc Economic Geology on James Cook University, and work experience 2014 until now, GM on Brownfield Exploration PT J Resources Nusantara. Bapak Johan Arif, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mbak. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second and third keynote session this morning. I will be your moderator for the third and second session this morning. The theme of the session is strengthening exploration culture, and we are very pleased to welcome two great keynote speakers this morning. Firstly, I would like to introduce the first speaker, Pak Adi Mariono. I think most of us know him. He has 27 years of experience as exploration geos, working in various states of project and multiple countries. His education background is a bachelor from geology of Gajah Mada University and MSc in mineral exploration from Queens, Canada. His expertise in porphyry deposit with his recent publication in Society of Economic Geology in tectonic and geology of copper along Sunda magmatic arc. And for the last 7 years, he has been with J Resources Nusantara as 5P Exploration and last position as director. However, in this session, Pak Adi, as a chairman of Commerce or Joint Committee of KCMI, will talk about the update of KCMI 2007, why it's becoming more relevant and important to us. And the second keynote speaker is also very special, Pak Oryas Petrus Mudak, Dirut of PT Inalum. Pak Oryas' education background is a Bachelor of Accounting from UNPAD with further education in Port and Terminal Management and Coltrane School of St. Anne College, Oxford. Pak Oryas was the CFO of Inalum when successfully issued the 4 billion global bond for the acquisition of a majority stake of Freeport Indonesia. And he will sharing with us on building Mine Adi to become exploration locomotive. Just for information for the participants that the recorded version of this webinar will be available later. And the question and answer will be after all presentations. And participant is asked to raise hands for question later. And for presenters, we will notify the time remaining by 10, 5, and 1 minute. All right, without further ado, Pak Adi Mariono, 20-minute time is.
Terima kasih Pak Johan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Apakah bisa diterima dengan baik Pak Johan?
Baik Pak.
Oke. Yang terhormat para senior saya, Pak Eko Budi Lelono, Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin, Profesor Irwandi, guru saya, dan teman-teman semua yang terhormat. Aligned with the theme of the convention, strengthening discovery and mining culture, and we would like, as a joint committee for reserve, we would like to welcome the new tomorrow, new era of explorations with the momentum of the new law, mining law number 3, 2020. If you look at the background of the on the title, you will see the Indonesia with a lot of ground packed by the companies, and you can see Kalimantan almost full, along with the Sumatra and the rest of the areas, including Papua, also a lot of contract karya, contract work, and KP at that time. We looking at 1996, 1997. That's the golden age of explorations. And we would like to welcome the future, which we hope that we can achieve the kind of era. For that reason, I would like to welcome the new momentum and use the new momentum to strengthen and to welcome the tomorrow explorations, and how the KCMI code can play the role and to play it to welcome the tomorrow. But before that, I think we need to look at what the exploration nature of the role of the game in the mining and exploration industry and global. For the start, I think The new law, number 3, 2020, I think it's quite respectful. I think quite positive to support the exploration in Indonesia. We looking at the policy and also the geological potential, the certainty of the law and regulation, and some of the incentive. That's all to support the incoming boom of exploration in the country. As we know that the last 10, 15 years, it's almost no explorations. The budget, it's very minimum compared to the rest of the world. And this is the time where this is the right momentum that along with the government and all key stakeholders, we need to bring back the explorations. As we know that no exploration, no discovery, no discovery, no resource, no resource, no reserve, no reserve, no mining. So it's all way long that exploration plays a very key role how to sustain the mining in the country, to be able to transform the country from the income from the minings, transformation from the primary based industry economy to the manufacture and service based economy in the future. Series of the policy, the new policy in the law, and now talking about the concept wilayah hukum pertambangan Indonesia, the first legal stand for the minings introduced in the new law. Not only that, that's for the first time that the law also ensure that we have the dana ketahanan cadangan, so reserve for sustainability funding. And the divestment that's most of people afraid now, it's more relaxed that we need to look at the profile of the project to be able to proceed with the divestment, which is very good incentive for the foreign investment. As we know that the divestment is not new. When Newmont came in Indonesia in 1984, it's already divestment already there, and now the government even put more relaxed and a lot of the things that actually as incentive and new policy to support the exploration. For this initiative, I think we need to support the government, and it's working along together with the government and other stakeholders to welcome the exploration. But I see how actual explorations worldwide working. You're looking at now that in the early days that we're looking at these 80s, that majority of the discoveries made by major and by intermediate, and some by state-owned company. So only 20% it's made by juniors. So looking at here, it's in general, we're looking at the 3 players. One, it's major companies, some companies that have 20 billion market cap or above. And intermediate, we're looking at 1 to 20 billion, and those who below 1 billion market cap, we call juniors. And as we're moving along to over the time, now we're looking at that majors play a very significant role in the latest discoveries. So you're looking at that most of the discoveries, recent discovery, 50 to 60% of discovery made by juniors. It's compared to the old type, only 20. And now the fundings, meaning that the funding is also a lot of from juniors. And we're looking at 15 to 30 billion US dollar exploration and mining investment that now we facing in the world. It was a peak 2012 that reached 30 billion, but now going back to 15 and average more than 10 billion for mining and investment, exploration and mining investment each year. So you're looking at, and Indonesia is only approximately 100 million. So it's not even 1% of the total of funding. And this is the nature of the game now that we're looking at in global. So juniors are risk takers. They are very tough. They are like cockroach. Some people say that, I quote here, that they're like cockroach. They survive in any weather. They are very efficient. They are very risk takers. So they are the one who actually make discovery now. When I was in BSP in 2000 and Newmont, they recognize the role of the juniors, and some people, some major, they set up like a strategic alliance with the junior, because the junior, they realize that the juniors are more aggressive than them. And you know, when you looking at the major companies now, there is a long list of procedure of the safety before they get into the ground. But junior, they are very fast mover, they are risk taker, and they are the one that now. When you look at a junior, 47% of the world public companies are listed in Toronto and Vancouver. So let us what happened in Toronto and Vancouver. They explore the global. The African boom, they are there. The South America, they have been there for a long time. And they also in Mongolia, which is because of the discovery of the Oyu-Tolgoi, as well as the other countries in Southwest Pacific. And they used to be in our country. When you're looking at 97, 96, hundreds of juniors exploring in Indonesia. Say that you're looking at 200 companies in 96 in Indonesia. And each company brings like 5 million US dollar per year for exploration. So we're looking at 1 billion capital that can be spent in Indonesia. We're able to attract them back here to Indonesia. And this is kind of the world that we envision how to bring them back to the country. The last 5 years, the Canadian juniors able to raise 44 billion Canadian dollar, a huge amount of money that they can do that in the TSX in Toronto and Vancouver. And when you're looking at the junior and total mining companies in TSX, we're looking at more than 1,143 companies, including 6 of the major companies. So they have more than 20 billion market cap. So we're looking at Newmont, Barrick, and then in Franco, they are there. Then we're looking at a mid-tier between 1 to 20 billion market cap. We're looking at another champion like the new one, it's New Gold, Kinross, and Ivanhoe. They're there for a long time. And the rest, junior, either they exploring and only few they have mining. So this is the advent of the exploration and mining and the global that championed by Canadian mining companies. And when we're looking at Canada, it used to be London is the magnet of funding, but now it's Toronto and Vancouver, the magnet of funding. When you attend the PDAC in Toronto, you're looking at 25,000 people attending the conference. Can you imagine that all the explorers, investors, regulators, they all coming along and they talk about how to form the joint cooperation, joint venture, and that cover the globe. This is in Canada. I want to bring you one of the example of the successful company recently, Solomon Gold, listed in Canada as well as in London. They made a huge discovery in Cascabel gold copper project in Ecuador. Their market cap now you're looking at almost 700 million US dollar, and it's from only few million dollar. So they become a hero from zero because of discovery of Cascabel in Ecuador. They are part of the first mover to Ecuador, where the major still thinking about and still looking at it's very risky place. And some junior is moved right away and they get the reward for this. And you can see the movement of the share from 2016, 2017 discovery, and it jumped in 2018, 19 until now. You're looking at only from 2 penny, and now it's 25 penny or half a dollar price. And now, as I mentioned, their market cap now it's almost 700 million US dollar. And this is a company maker deposit Alpala discovery that they made Solomon Gold in 2016. Another example that happened in our backyard a few years ago, Interpret and East Java Tujuh Bukit, they jumped their market cap from 150 million to 1.5 billion because of the discovery of Tujuh Bukit. So it's the share price jumped from 20 cents to $2.4, and then I was the one that witnessing this is the movement, and it's the maiden resource immediately jumped just like rocket the share price to $2.4 per share. But remember, we also have unpleasant example. It happened in our backyard too, which is so Pusang case in 1996, 97. It's like one of the biggest fraud in mining histories, and it's you can see the movement when they announced the discovery from 1996. That's the share price jumped from 21 cents to $28 before they split into 10. And it's then when they find out in 1997, when somebody did the due diligence and the gold is not there, and it's what they claim 70 million ounces, 200 million ounces is not there, and then the share price dropped to the point C that's only its end. So it's a kind of the world that we're looking at now, where actually two opposite examples that's played by a junior. So how do we make sure that this is not happen? How do we make sure that this all going into within the corridor? This is what I think that can ensure the conduct of the game, and this is a rule of the game. In Canada, we look at National Instrument 4311. In Australia, look at GEOS code. In Indonesia, we're looking at KCMI code 2017. All the mining professionals, whether they want to make a report they want to make a press release, they want to make a presentations, or they want to make memo, all have to be in line with the codes. The codes as a reference for the reporting of the exploration result, as well as reporting for the estimation of resources, as well as reporting of the research, and all about reporting for the public. So as a CPIs under KC, under IAGI and under PERHAPI, all it is binding that everyone has to follow the code. This is to ensure that doing as professional as possible. They're doing something prudent. They're doing something that can be accountable. If they cannot be challenged by the peer, they won't do that. So this is CPIs have to do. In Australia, the same. They call competent persons. In Canada, the same. They call it qualified persons. Anyone fall in within this category, they need to follow the codes. Whether they want to make a press release in the stock exchange and TSX or ASX, they need to follow the codes. This is why they are managed very prudent and careful way. The mining companies cannot do any reporting without any I or CP with regard to the reporting exploration result, resources, and reserve. This all to ensure that the interest of the investment communities, pension funds, individual, they play around in TSX and ASX, they are safe. They are safe because they can see that the code play a role in ensuring their investment. The similar thing, the regulators, we're looking at here, stock markets, as well as the Department of Finance. They will be safe because CPIs, the one who will make a report, and CPIs always supervised by professional organizations. In Indonesia, we're looking at IAGI and PERHAPI. And why the code can ensure that reporting is prudent and careful way, because we have three principal points here: transparency, materiality, and competence. Transparency, that there's no report with ambiguous, has to be clear. Materiality, if it is reported, why reported? If it is not reported, why not reported? And all with the material document backup. And has to be carried out by competent persons or qualified persons. These three principles ensure that reporting for is carried out in a prudent and careful way, because the code will ensure that reporting has to reflect the reality. If somebody follows this role, this meaning that when they do exploration, they also consider this principle, which determines how to do the explorations. So it is impossible to do the exploration asal-asal, so just like doing exploration not in a systematic and a proper way, if they want to comply the code. So it's like a back and forward. I want to bring you looking back a little bit about KCMI. The joint committee born in 2009, and it's after a long time that actually our mining company vacuum with the code. So when you're looking at modern mining time in Indonesia started in 1967, and we were born in 2009, and that during that period, as I mentioned, that the Busang scandal occurred in 1997, and this is like the constant and an initiative by IAGI and PERHAPI how to ensure that the future is better life for in the mining industry. And that's why the Congress was formed in 2009, and then 2011, the first code was released, and then the code was revised in 2017, as before we member of CRISCO. CRISCO is the Committee for Mineral Reserve International Reporting Standards. That's glad that we are member of the CRISCO, the 11th member of the 14 members. And this is, what does it mean? Member of CRISCO, the codes and the CPI are equivalent of the codes and competent person, the member of CRISCO. If bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu adalah CPIs, bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu mempunyai kedudukan yang sederajat dengan qualified person di Canada dan competent person di Australia. Dan report that you produce are as high magnitude as all members in CRISCO. To ensure how to attract back the exploration, we working along with the Indonesian stock market. In 2020, we just signed an agreement with the Indonesian market and how to help assess the Indonesian stock market to manage the mining companies listed in the IAGI. This is what all 14 members of CRISCO, and we are one member. The last member was India, and I think Philippines, our brother in Philippines, is trying to get as member as well, and they just been able to set up the code and competent person system, and as soon as they will be join us. And Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, how you can compare that the Philippines started mining much earlier than us, but we are ahead in this code and this is all about how the Congress is established. I report to the chairman of IAGI, Pak Sukmandaru, and Bang Rizal, and chairman of Perhapi, and we manage the code of KCMI in 2017. That's why we focus on the codes, developing codes, updating codes, socialization, and other things. And other the IAGI and Perhapi, they have a committee, implementation committee that will manage the competent person. In the same way that we also supervise the competent persons. If any breach, any irregularity, we will report back to IAGI and Perhapi for the disciplinary actions. And this is the model that we copy in the global, where we're looking at the same thing in Australia, where AIG, the IAGI of Australia, and AUSIM, the Perhapi of Australia, along with MCR, they manage the GORC, who working along with the ASX to manage the GORC codes. So this is like a similar arrangement everywhere under the CRISCO members. And as I mentioned that of the new law, we are working along with the distant stock markets, and it's for the next 5 years. And then Pak Mandaru and Bang Rizal signed the agreement with the president director of the Indonesian stock market to assess all the mining companies listing in the stock markets. And we working along with Indonesian stock market, trying to revise the listing rule 1A1. In this case, actually, Budi Santoso is our representative working along with Indonesian stock markets, trying to follow the new listing rules. Under this rule, we expect that exploration company with the resource can be listed in the stock market. the current regulation in the Indonesian stock markets, only company with reserve can be listed in stock markets. And the last listed was, we can see that Merdeka Copper Gold, and it's now very successful. And I think we want to expand the ground, the player for exploration companies. And as I saw you in the Canadian stock market and also the Australian stock market, a lot of exploration companies, even without resources, they can be listed in the stock markets. And we're trying to move a step ahead with a prudent, with careful approach that we will be exploration companies with can be listed. Hopefully it can happen very soon. And when we're looking at only 35 companies listed in Indonesian stock markets, their market cap is 306 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So looking at in US dollar, it's 20 billions. And they release a stock or they release bond as instrument to get the funding. But if you compare with the Canadian stock market, the total market cap of the mining companies in TSX, it's 400 billion. So not even 10% of the Canadian stock market. So 20 billion market cap of 35 companies in IDX, it's equal only one company in TSX. We're looking at either Franco Nevada or Kinross is 19, so it's almost equal one company. And Pak Eko Budi Lelono just show us how great the prospectivity of Indonesia, and we're looking at top 5 potentials for copper, gold, nickel, coal, tin in the world, and we only 20 billion US dollar market cap in Indonesian stock markets. And you're looking at the company who listed in IDX, and this is another measure how actually the size of the fund that raised by mining companies in IDX. We're looking at 39 trillion, so it's small. It's 222 billions. If you compare with Canada, I mentioned 44 billion there is in the last 5 years. It's the magnitude of the funding. It's huge, and this is all about that potential of Indonesia. We're looking at the top class, world-class deposit, world-class potential in tin, copper, nickel, coal, gold. So it's if you're looking at endowment in Southwest Pacific, it's always number 1. Even the Fraser Institute rank us number 1 too in global potential. So this is the hot ground. So I would like to close that with the 7 key points. I think we can bring the explorations golden age in Indonesia. All the key stakeholders, not only the government, but organizational, professional organizations, the geological agency, and the mining companies, all be working together. Number 1, we need to manage the code and CPI in prudent way and careful way. And then we expect that after the load, number 3, we'll expecting the workable implementation regulation to support the spirit of the law. And not only that, we need to promote the new era of exploration and mining. Pak Ridwan and Pak Andri, Pak Yunus need to attend the PDAC to promote us, need to attend the Wine and Mine or in Kalgoorlie, in Australia, to promote us that we are now different. And it's with the leadership of MGEI, I think we can have like a PDAC equivalent in Indonesia, where the explorer, investor, regulator, geoscientists, miners come together, and it's communicating and working together, and it's and raising funding for the country. We expect that after that, the domestic exploration champion can play also a significant role doing the real exploration like that in Koreas and other companies. And at number 6, that I think a lot of things that as Eko has shown us that exploration initiative can be generated by Badan Geologi, targeting a framework study, fertility study that can attract the mining companies to come. And the last reason of listing rule 1A1 in the stock market to allow the exploration company to enter. I want to close that all of this, the competent person in Indonesia play a very, very significant role in forefront of investments, of mineral investments. CODE and CPR will ensure that the rule of the game, the corridor of the game. And with all of us work together, I think we can bring back the golden age of exploration. Terima kasih Pak Johan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Many thanks, Pak Adi, for a great overview on codes, milestones, and why exploration and mining industry need to harness the code. Welcome for the participant who just joining. Just for your information, question and answer will be after the presentation completed. All right, let's move on to our second keynote speakers, Pak Orias Petrus Mudak of Inalum. Time is yours, Pak Orias, 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Johan. I have a presentation. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is always an honor for me to be among the optimist crowd. I mentioned last week in the seminar hosted by I think the Minister of Energy. With hosted by Director General of Minerba, Pak Ridwan, Pak Yunus, and Pak Andre, that geologist is the optimist person in the company. And I was the finance background guy. I always question true or not, but they always optimist. So yeah, I like to be amongst the optimist crowd. And today I will share the explorations activities based on our visions, my ID visions. First is I will introduce our novel purpose. IAGI was established back in 2017 as a holding company, but as a company now itself was established back in 1976 as the aluminium producer company. This is the company started from the downstream, and when it becomes the holding company of the mining industry, we have to move also to the upstream. So now, as you see in the slide, we have at least 5 big companies in the group. We have Aneka Tambang, Bukit Asam, Freeport Indonesia, Inalum, Timah, and we just acquired 20% of Vale Indonesia. So our novel purpose is we explore the natural resources for civilizations, prosperity, and a brighter future. So the seminar today is quite interesting because it matches with our novel purpose that we do the exploration also. And we do this for the civilizations, prosperity, and brighter future of the community of the country. And we all believe that the mining company, when it enters the community or an area, it will bring new prosperity, new civilizations to the area. We can trace back to all the area where the mining company is located. That the area before the mining company started, it is still empty or still is nobody there. But after sometimes it will become a city. This happened, I think, it's clear in like area like Mimika or Timika. Nobody there, but now it's a big city. Next. Our mandates given by the government, we have three mandates given by the governments. The first one is to manage Indonesia's strategic research and resources. The second one is to develop minerals downstream industry. And the third one is to become a world-class company. To manage strategic research and resources, we have successfully completed acquisitions of majority stakeholders at PT Freeport Indonesia and has recently completed the acquisitions of a 20% stake at PT Vale Indonesia. And as for our exploration strategy, we have targeted an exploration budgeted allocations of around 1 to 2% of our total revenue. So our budget of exploration to revenue ratio, we want to have it around 1 to 2%. It's a big amount. Given that before this, our budget is less than 1%. Yeah. Budget for exploration is less than 1%. And of course, as mentioned by Adi, that there are several factors that have impact on the activities in the explorations because of maybe the regulations, the incentives to do that. A lot of things make the explorations is not so attractive in recent years. Yeah. So when we see the changes in the when we see the changes in the sorry, I have to lower down the volume here. Okay. When we see the changes in the regulations and the new law, we just had the new law, we have hope that the exploration activities can be started again, and we can do some big move in this field. Yeah. So that's our plan, that we will have more budget for explorations. And for the downstream activities, before that, when I mentioned about battery and the market reacted very positively, I hope that our policy towards the exploration also, we will have a positive impact in the market, that we as a mining company, we are serious from upstream to downstream. For downstream industry, we have several projects. As mentioned here, we have smelter grade alumina. This is the project to process the bauxite in West Kalimantan. And we have nickel HSAL project, nickel NPI project, and also the rare earth element. This rare earth element is a rare earth, but people talk a lot of people talk about this, and we have to be serious about rare earth, about the how big actually we have in the country and where we can locate it. And as of now, what we know is the rare earth that we know is the associated mineral of T. Yeah? It could be in nickel also, but we have to study more before we can assess how big the rare earth element that we have. And for energy strategy, we plan to secure a cost-effective power generation, especially the hydropower plant, whether it's in Asahan or in North Kalimantan. And related to coal, we want to go beyond coal. We have the coal to DNA and coal to activated carbon that's being done by our subsidiary, PT Bukit Asam. And to become a world-class company, we have an exploration division that oversees exploration projects at our subsidiaries. And we also have our own R&D institute. And we develop our talents with various leadership development programs by partnering with top universities around the world. And related to the talents, we have the talent mobility program where we can move employees from one subsidiary to other subsidiaries. So when people join the group, they actually don't join the MGEI, not just join the single company like they become only employee of Antar or Bukit Asam, but they are employee of the group. We make them feel that we are a big family. They can move from one subsidiary to other subsidiary, and they can increase, of course, the capabilities of the company. We will match the capabilities of the people with the posts that are available for the growth of the group. Yeah. Next. Explanations of the one that I explained in the page before, that we will do this is our strategy. We will do the aggressive explorations and productions, and we will make sure that our research will make us have like more than 25 years of mine life of each of our commodities that we have. So in this case, we have to be serious in gold and tin, because gold and tin at this moment, if we exclude the Freeport, we have to be more serious in this area, because our research in gold and tin is quite low at the moment. The mine life is much less than 20 years, so we have to make sure that we can have more gold and tin. We also improve our cost competitiveness with digitals, and we drive down the 15 to 20% cash cost reductions. Especially in the COVID situation like this, this is something that we cannot avoid. We do the efficiency, and this has impact in the financial support of our subsidiaries. I will not touch the numbers of the subsidiaries today, because they are public company. Most of them, three of them are public companies, and they will, of course, publish their financials soon. And it will be positive in terms of the cash flow. That's the KPI that we put on the management of the subsidiaries. That even in the difficult situations, I want to see positive cash flows coming out of the company. Profit and loss, they may have impact because of the impairment possibilities. Impairment is the exercise of the accounting treatment. But for the cash flows, I want the operational cash flows to be positive. So the top management have to manage the company and drive down the cash cost. Yeah. And we build the downstream assets, and of course we also do this with of course everyone is concerned with the environmentals and also the local to develop local civilizations in the area. And while doing this, we also open for strategic alliances for new downstream expansions. As mentioned, that to develop the battery, we are open for cooperations with foreign partners, and of course, we are open for cooperation with the private companies as well. to develop even the downstream or upstream, we are open for cooperation. So it is not something that we will do by ourselves, but we will do in cooperation with partners. So we are open for internal expansions or external expansion. We call it like that. So internal is we do it ourselves, and external we are open for partnerships. In terms of efficiencies in the group, we consolidate our marketing and supply. So right now we have MGEI trading company in Singapore. Before they call it Indometal, but we changed the name to become MGEI Trade. And all the export activities we will do this company. Of course, still open for others partners or sell directly, but for most of the activities we will focus the new company in Singapore. And we also develop technology strategy, and of course we want to become capable of the future. We develop everything in the subsidiaries and as a group, so we can become a world-class company. Of course, world-class company, we have certain target in numbers. I can share it in different occasions, but at the moment I want to I don't want to touch the numbers yet, because it's quite sensitive. Our subsidiaries is about to disclose their third quarter numbers. Next. Our it's in line with the ministers of Central Enterprise Strategy, and this is also in line with the president's visions and missions. So we have 5 items in the shield that you can see here. First, the economic and social value for Indonesia. This is we have a plan to grow our EBITDA by 6 times by 2030. We will double the contribution to GDP by 2030, and we will, of course, we want to doubling the local GDP where we are located. And we have 7 sustainable regional communities around the core processing facilities. You can name it like Halmahera, West Kalimantan. We have it in West Sumatra, North Sumatra. This is the areas where we want to, of course, to develop the area where our facilities locate. And of course, we do this with environmentally sustainable development model. The second one is the business model innovations. These several items, we have 6 items to explain this. We do aggressive exploration to ensure life of mine of more than 25 years, digital transformation to reduce cash costs, integrating marketing, trading and supply, and logistics, build a greater scale in existing downstream businesses that covers aluminum, nickel, coal, copper, and gold, and selective downstream expansions like nickel sulfate, gasifications, EV battery, competitive power supply. We want to have scale hydro solutions. And the third one is technology leadership, digital analytics and industry 4.0 in operations to reduce cash costs, EV ecosystem development and downstream innovations, coal to gas, coal to methanol, coal to DME. And the fourth one is energized investments. We do partnership and strategic alliances for key downstream technologies and plants, consolidate power requirements and enable strategic collaborations. And of course, professionalize processes across the group to facilitate investment and collaboration with other clusters. So we also open the opportunities to join with like a fertilizer company, PT Pupuk Indonesia, to see whether there is an opportunity outside Indonesia, because we understand that Pupuk Indonesia import certain ingredients or minerals from outside to produce fertilizer. So we are looking at opportunities where we can also own the stocks for the meat that's been imported by population. The fifth one is management. We want to become world-class top management and world-class companies. So we prepare our world-class talent. We have talent pool at least 50 leaders, and of course we have it from all of the members of the group. And we develop new capabilities. We have training compulsory. They have to have training 24 hours for each of the employees of the group. So if somebody doesn't get training for 24 hours, next year they are free. They don't have to come to the office. And after that, I will fire them. So training is compulsory in the group. Next. This is our commodities ownership. It's spread from North Sumatra, South Sumatra to West to Papua, yeah, from Tembagapura to Pranap. And of course, in North Sumatra, we have our facilities to process aluminium, to produce aluminium. We have in Mempawah, West Kalimantan, we have in Halmahera, and also we have small portions in Sumbawa. It's not in the map, it's not dotted in the map, but it's there. In Sumbawa, we also have our commodities there. Next. This is more detail our commodities and the research that we have, research of mine that we have. If you look at the page, PTBA, we have life of mine of around 85 years. Antam for gold is only around 4 to 6. So they have to do something, and we are serious in this. We are open for collaboration also. If we have partners here, potential partners, yes, we are open to do exploration together because we need to have more than 25 years of life of mine for gold. In nickel and bauxite, we have more than 25 years, but for timah, tin is around 5 years. But of course, we have resources that we can convert into reserve, but they have to do explorations. Next. This is the budget of explorations to revenue ratio. We want to have it at least 1%. Yeah. So this is the target. So we are moving towards at least 1% of the revenue. We will allocate to explorations. Next. So this is more detail about our exploration strategy, what we want to do. As mentioned in the page before, that we have to focus in gold and tin at this moment. But of course, for others also, we are open. So if there are potential partners that want to do the explorations, we want to cooperate with including the junior miners, of course, because as SOE, we want to see that the explorations activities that happen in the country, we also monitor, and we want to be involved in the activities. Next. Yeah, this is, I think maybe Pak Adi or the speaker before mentioned about our spending in the explorations. Compared to the rest of the world, we are nowhere. Yeah. we are too small. Yeah, the world spending compared to what we spend in the country in the explorations is very small. And of course, we understand that now the exploration cost is higher, but the recovery is low, so the cost to get the minerals is getting, unit cost is getting higher. So this is what we want to do. That as mentioned before, that we want to spend more in the explorations by at least 1%. But when I joined the company, I want to have it like 1 to 2%. This is back 2 years ago, 2018. But of course, there is challenging in regulations, in licensing. Yeah, we have the challenging in the license of land license. Yeah, we have duplications. We have, yeah, I think a lot of challenges. But now we are optimistic that with the new law, and we hope that it will improve the activities in explorations. Yeah. Next. So to summarize my presentation today, I want to say again that in line with our noble purpose, we explore natural resources for civilizations, prosperity, and a brighter futures. And in line with one of our mandates to manage Indonesia's strategic reserves and resources, we will continue to support and promote exploration activities in the country to become Indonesia's national exploration locomotive. I think that's all my presentation today. Thank you. Back to you, Pak Johan. I think still mute, yeah, Pak Johan.
Okay, thanks Pak Orias on sharing the MindID portfolio, mission, vision, and detailed strategy in growing to become world-class company. Personally, I'm really also glad to see the future commitment on exploration budget, and I think it set up good examples. By the way, the question and answer question, we have 10 minutes allocated time. So we will do it one by one. So for the participant, please raise your hand and the committee will give you the access to the speakers, and please straight question to the speakers. I cannot see the, hold on. Anyone raise hand for questions? There's one. Puspita Dinda. Panitia, could you please give access to the speakers and video to Puspita Dinda? Puspita Dinda. Or anyone? Any questions? We will have another probably 7 minutes at the moment. Oh, Pak Zardi. Go ahead, Pak.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Johan. Thank you Pak Johan. Pertanyaan saya singkat saja, saya ajukan ke Pak Orias ya. Interesting sekali Pak Orias, tadi visi misi dari MindID. Tadi Pak Orias menyampaikan bahwa BER atau budget exploration untuk MindID itu dipatok di angka 1% 1% of the revenue. Yang ingin saya tanyakan Pak Orias, apakah angka 1% itu sudah mandatori dari dana ketahanan cadangan negara atau memang dari asumsi yang ada di MGEI sendiri? Demikian Pak Orias.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. So the numbers is our internal policy. So there is no reference to any regulations, yeah, or link to the reserves by the country, reserve for the country. Yeah. It's not related to that. But of course, for this, yeah, it may be too low or to be, I don't know. It depends on the opportunity available. Yeah. So if we, I think it's already in the market, so I can mention like Wabu, yeah. Wabu is the area that before is under Freeport, it's part of us now. But right now we want to explore, and everybody knows that, yeah, the governor sent a letter to me, and then we have to respond to that, and we are preparing Aneka Tambang to enter the Wabu area for the exploration and to do to exploit the area there. And of course, we know that there is a big gold there. The reserve and as a group, the holding company, MGEI, will cooperate with local governments, and we will assign Aneka Tambang to do the job for the group, yeah, as our exploration arm and the company that's involved in the gold mining. So those kind of approach. So it depends. If we explore Wabu and we need more money for that because of the area, the situation in the area, I think it could be more than 1%. Yeah, but that's the kind of rule of thumb that we internally we have a target of 1 to 2% of our revenue. The revenue is quite, I think it's quite big. 1% is already big, but maybe it's we still need more. It depends on the location. Yeah. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak. One more question. We still have another 4 minutes or 5 minutes of time. Anyone? Please raise your hand. Pak Budi Santoso.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Johan. Thank you very much Pak Adi and Pak Arias. That were a very interesting and great presentation. But for the time being, I would like to address my question to Pak Orias Petros Mudak regarding the opportunity for the third party, like a junior company, to become the partner, a business partner of MGEI, of it or its subsidiary. Whether if it is, what is the ideal format in the MGEI ideal idea about having junior company as the partners? Whether they have to come up with their own properties, or like you just explained that Wabu probably the next ground that other company could also join and work together with Antam in this case. Thank you, Orias.
Yeah, at MGEI, as the holding company, we have explorations departments. They will because we only have I think about 5 people there, yeah, or less, yeah. Headed by Pak Wahyu. I think everybody knows Pak Wahyu. He used to work with Freeport. He will manage how we cooperate with miners, junior miners, yeah. So we will have arrangement, and of course the area that we want to tap, we have the map of the Indonesian map, and where is the potential commodity that we can have there, the minerals that we can have there, and of course our exploration department will decide where the area that we want and where the area that is suitable for the junior miners. Of course, they can send the proposals or Wahyu and team can meet with them for that, yeah. But for the already here like WABU, of course we will do the development together with our potential partners. First, we will do it together with the local government as requested by the local government, and after that we are open for foreign partners and local partners to develop the area. So it's not we will do it by ourselves, but we together with the local governments open for that. But of course, it's cooperation. So it's a win-win, yeah, for everyone that in the corporations, in the joint ventures. So to develop Wabu, I think we need like $1 to $2 billion for that, yeah. And of course, the upside is huge also. We want partners that will be together with us to develop the area. It's still early, but yes, we have to prepare.
Thank you very much, Pak Orias. Okay, we have one more question. I would like to give the question to Pak Adi if there is. Anyone? I saw Pak Khairul Nas was raising hand, but from video. Pak Komite, can you please? Oh, Pak Khairul Nas not there. Pak Zardi, one more question. Go ahead, Pak.
Oke, thank you Mas Johan. Buat Pak Adi Mariono ya, tadi penyampaian sangat sekali mengenai junior mining company. Tadi Pak Adi menyatakan bahwa junior mining company very efektif mau risk-taker untuk exploration. Pertanyaan Pak Adi, dalam beberapa tahun terakhir kita melihat junior mining company jarang atau bahkan sedikit hadir di Indonesia. Apakah atas setelah disahkannya undang-undang yang baru Undang-Undang Nomor 3 Tahun 2020, apakah sangat efektif untuk bisa menghadirkan kembali para pelaku junior mining company ke Indonesia? Demikian Pak Adi.
Terima kasih Pak Sardi. Itu memang harapan kita semua ya. Artinya seperti yang saya sampaikan, zaman keemasan eksplorasi itu di tahun 90-an tadi itu, dulu ada ratusan junior company dari Kanada, dari US, dari Australia gitu yang melakukan eksplorasi di sini. Gitu. Sehingga momentum yang Undang-Undang Nomor 3 itu memang banyak hal yang kami lihat itu bisa mensupport ke arah sana. Salah satunya adalah adanya penugasan untuk melakukan penelitian atau eksplorasi di suatu daerah gitu. Kalau selama ini itu tidak banyak atau tidak ada, itu memang beberapa concern yang mereka punya itu salah satunya adalah ketidakpastian bagaimana dari eksplorasi ke produksi dan seterusnya. Dan ini di undang-undang yang baru itu kata-katanya adalah selalu dijamin. Sehingga itu merupakan suatu certainty yang kalau orang berusaha itu itulah yang pertama kali. Ada certainty enggak? Pertama, kalau saya bawa uang, saya bisa melakukan eksplorasi enggak? Kedua, saya bisa melakukan discovery enggak? Ketiga, saya bisa nambang enggak? Keempat, saya bisa bawa pulang uangnya enggak? Itu adalah nature yang mungkin Pak Orias lebih paham tentang ini yang berbisnis ya. Itulah yang orang-orang junior itu selalu akan seperti itu. Di undang-undang yang baru itu ada hal-hal seperti itu dijamin. Kemudian yang saya bilang tadi adalah ada satu penugasan, ada satu instrumen yang junior itu bisa masuk untuk pack the ground, tidak harus lewat lelang. Namun pertanyaannya adalah ketika dia sudah pack the ground atas inisiatif dia, kemudian di bawah skema penyelidikan, sampai dengan drilling, sampai kemudian ada discovery, yang menjadi pertanyaan kunci adalah dia mendapat kepastian mendapatkan IUP-nya enggak? Nah, itulah yang saya pikir kita perlu sama-sama memberikan masukan kepada pemerintah di dalam menyusun implementation regulation gitu. Sehingga kalau kepastian itu adalah ada, saya pikir akan banyak sekali Pak Sardi. Karena kepastian tentang bagaimana dari eksplorasi kepada produksi, kemudian perpanjangan, itu aja dijamin di dalam undang-undang. Sehingga ada kepastian. Nah sekarang kalau misalkan tidak lewat lelang, kalau lewat lelang oke lah, artinya mudah-mudahan KDI-nya itu adalah reasonable. Karena harapan kami, income buat pemerintah itu bukan di KDI-nya, tetapi ada di komitmen budget, kemudian debt rent, kemudian exploration expenditure gitu. Nah, itulah yang kita harapkan income dari di dunia pertambangan ini lelang di mineral itu tidak lazim, terus terang aja tidak lazim. Sehingga kita terus terang struggling selama 10 tahun ini bagaimana sistem lelang itu bisa berjalan. Itulah realita yang kita sekarang hadapi. Pertama adalah lelang perlu kita bikin semacam supaya workable. Tadi di dalam presentasi saya yang terakhir adalah workable implementation regulation, supaya tetap bisa di-accept oleh industri. Kedua, hal-hal yang terkait dengan tadi, kayak penugasan itu, ada jaminan untuk mendapatkan IUP-nya. Gitu. Nah, itulah yang sama-sama kita harapkan kita bisa attract kembali Pak Sardi, dan harapan kami Pak Dirjen, Pak Andri, Pak Yunus, Bulana, sama-sama melakukan presentasi atau roadshow di PDSI, di TSX, di ESX, supaya mereka tahu bahwa kita sekarang udah beda. Kita sekarang udah berubah dan kita welcome foreign investment. Divestasi bukan suatu isu baru, sudah ada lama dan sekarang malah lebih bagus, lebih longgar melihat project profile-nya. Mungkin itulah Pak Sardi harapan kami dan kita sebagai organisasi profesi IAGI, Perhapi, Commerce sama-sama juga memastikan bahwa kode dipakai dengan CPI berjalan dengan prudent dan hati-hati. Itu Pak Sardi.
Thank you Pak Adi for very comprehensive answer. I think it has been insightful talks by Pak Adi and Pak Oryas. We would like to thanks very much for the speakers to joining this event. Please give applause. And before we close, we have photo sessions. Panitia, could you please open the video perhaps? And you take the pictures. Aba-aba.
Pak Oryas, terima kasih bisa hadir Pak.
Oke.
Pak Johan, makasih.
Makasih Pak Oryas, terima kasih banyak. Oke, kita hitung 1, 2, 3. Baik, saya pikir sudah diambil fotonya. Terima kasih banyak. Baik, terima kasih Pak Adi. Panitia, time is back to yours. Thank you.
adalah konsultan eksplorasi dan pertambangan yang mencakup multidisiplin keilmuan dan multikomoditi yang didirikan oleh sekelompok pemikir dan pekerja yang selalu berpikiran out of the box dengan rekam jejak teknis dan manajerial yang secara empiris telah terbukti atas keahliannya untuk explore, discover, develop, dan repeat. Yang membedakan Geofix dengan konsultan yang lain tentunya dari core value-nya Geofix itu sendiri, yaitu ada respect, reputasi, teknologi dan inovasi, breakthrough, tentunya kualitas dan juga integritas. Geofix mengucapkan selamat dan sukses serta mendukung sepenuhnya atas terselenggaranya MGEI Annual Convention yang ke-12 dengan tema Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture, Welcome Tomorrow. Geofix yakin MGEI selalu memberikan program dan kegiatan terbaiknya yang ditujukan untuk kebaikan bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Harapannya MGEI bisa terus memaintain program-program unggulannya yang secara nyata telah memberikan banyak manfaat bagi anggotanya, industri terkait, masyarakat, bangsa, dan negara. Inspiring MGEI adalah slogan yang sering kita dengar dan menggemuruh hingga kini, dan itu sangat luar biasa. Begitu menginspirasi para anggotanya, baik itu mahasiswa, para praktisi, maupun kalangan industri. Semoga MGEI semakin jaya. Geofix sekali lagi mendukung program-program terbaik yang sedang dan akan dilakukan oleh MGEI untuk nusa dan bangsa. Terus semangat MGEI!
Thank you PT Geofix Indonesia S12 MGEI Annual Convention, supported by one sponsor. So, the second discussion will be led by still Bapak Johan Arif. We want to talk with you. Hello, Bapak Johan.
Halo Mbak. Sounds good.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
How are you? It's an honor to meet you today.
Very good, Mbak. Very good. I hope you are good as well.
Okay, so Bapak Johan will be lead the sub-team Advanced Applied Science, Technology, Concept, and Techniques in Exploration, right?
Correct, Mbak.
Okay, so Bapak Johan, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's second discussion again. The keynotes fourth and fifth session with topic of advanced applied science, technology, concept, and techniques in exploration. We have two presenters in this session. I would like to introduce the first speakers or presenter, Dr. Chun Kit Lai of Brunei Darussalam. Maybe we can show the CV. Dr. Kit got his PhD from Coates University, Tasmania. Currently, he is a senior assistant professor in economic geology of University of Brunei Darussalam. And he will share his latest research on mineralization of Kalimantan Gold Belt, chronological perspective, which is, I think, will providing new insight on delineating the time-space distribution of gold mineralization in Borneo. I think this will be very, very interesting. And the second presenters, I think it's also well-known experts in geos for Indonesian geologists, is Pak Steve Garwin. We can share the CV. Pak Steve Garwin got PhD from UWA. He is excellent research on batu hijau porphyry copper. Since 2007, he has been consulting to mineral industry. Today, he will share his talk on geological characteristics, geochemical signatures, geophysical expression of porphyry copper gold in Circum-Pacific region. And again, for the participant information, this is a recorded version, will be available later. And question and answer will be after presentation. Participant asked to raise his hand for question on the participant column. Presenter will be also notified when presentation remaining 10, 5, and 1 minute. All right, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Kate. 20-minute time is yours.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. You can see my screen here.
Yep.
You can hear me? Yep, good. Thank you, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Park Johan for convening this session and thank MGEI for organizing this spectacular meeting. I always found teaching online a bit challenging, so I guess it's a spectacular achievement to organize a meeting so smoothly for hundreds of people. It is a pleasure for me to be here and talk about some of our findings on the Kalimantan Gold Belt. So the Kalimantan Gold Belt, yep. So I guess many of you already know that Kalimantan Gold Belt is a U-shaped belt that extends across the Kalimantan Island. So from Sabah in the east and then goes south to Indonesian Kalimantan and then go back up again to the western part of Sarawak. There are a number of large size deposits Seriong copper type, so like Mammoth in Sabah. There are a couple not only a pure scientific from a pure scientific perspective, but also it is important for the national economic growth for Indonesia, especially because the new capital of Indonesia will be located on this island. So this is a huge island to cover. So this project received lots of help from our partners, especially Professors Arif, Mega Busana, and Utrecht. And special thanks to Robert Ho and Siri for sharing their immense knowledge on Southeast Asia geology and geochronology. And of course, our project also received lots of help from our friends at COAS and Akita University the Guangzhou Institute of Geochemistry, and from the University of the Philippines. I would also like to thank here our research group members, especially our beautiful and hardworking students. And of course, I would like to thank also our industry partner and sponsors, in particular, J Resources, Ceramic Mineral Resources, KBC, and Basra. So we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just quickly go through some of the major deposits on the island, especially those we have age data. So we'll start from east to west. So we'll first start with Mammoth here, and then Seruyong just briefly, because you will hear a lot more interesting story from Ikra later this morning. And then to Kalian, BKM, and Bruai, and eventually go back up here to the Bao district. So Mammoth is the largest PCD discovered so far in Kalimantan. It was discovered back in 1965, and it is already mined out. So you can see this photo here. It was the open pits, but now it is just like a crater lake and famous hiking sites for locals. From during this almost 20 years of mining, the deposit had been extracted around 600 kilotons of copper, 45 tons of gold, and around 300 tons of silver. The deposit is the mineralization is hosted in quartz monzonite porphyry. You can see a sample here. There's no uranium lead age yet, so the only age available is potassium argon age, around 7 Ma, and it is the age is similar to the Mount Kinabalu granite, which is around 7 to 8 Ma. So hopefully our age data will be coming soon. And it is interesting that this quartz monzonite porphyry is intrude into ophilitic serpentinized peridotite, and which was long thought to be Cretaceous because of the radiolarian in the chert that is in fault contact with the ophiolite. But recently we have done some dating on the gabbro and shiitadites here. So these are the shiitadites in Sabah. And then we found that they are predominantly late Miocene, so they are much younger than previously thought. Seruyong is the largest gold deposit, as far as I know. To be appreciated for their help during the field trip. The ore reserve is around 19 million ton of ore at around 1.05 gram per ton of gold. It is mainly hosted in silicic or advanced agitic altered basaltic andesite breccias. So like there's a few photo of here. In this project, we found that the gold is mainly hosted in disseminated pyrites and other minerals in the ores, include some energite, some chalcocite, and covellite. So we've done some dating on the ore hosting basaltic breccia, basaltic andesite, and we found that they are all around 10 to 8 Ma. So it is a bit older than the nearby Mammoth PCD. And it may be a bit younger than the also andesite volcanic host J-Line deposits to the southwest of it. And in that deposit, the only age available is potassium argon age. It is around 16 to 14 Ma. Kalian was probably still is the largest gold-only deposit in Indonesia, and it is the best studied deposit on the island. So there are many holes in the breccia and vein thermal system. It is a huge system. So in some breccia body, the vertical extent can reach over 700 meters. So I'm not going to go into too deep about it because there are a couple of very good papers written by Theo van Leuven, Dave Cole, and Davis. But from a geochronological perspective, this deposit is pretty well dated. So the oldest rocks are the basement, the Cadian volcanic basement. They're Cretaceous, late Cretaceous, mainly made up of volcanic sandstone, siltstone, and some conglomerate breccias. And after that, there are a couple of intrusive bodies. Some are andesitic, some are more felsic, but they are mostly around 19.5 to 19.8 dma. So it's all around early Miocene. And then there are part of the deposit is covered by Pliocene, Pleistocene mafic lava. So these are the purple things here. And this Pliocene, Pleistocene mechanism is pretty interesting in Kalimantan because they are pretty widespread. So you can see that in Tawau near in the southeastern Sabah, and also there are also some in central Sarawak in the Usun Apau Plateau, somewhere around here. So they're very young. So if you look at some DEM images here, you can see that well, they're very well preserved, the volcanoes. So if you look at it, you may think they are just erupted yesterday or this morning. There are very few work on these volcanoes, let alone what kind of metallogenic implication they have. So there are some of them are dated to be around 0.5 MA. For some of those around Tawau, and some are a little bit older, 2.2 to 4 MA in central Sarawak. But in central Kalimantan, most of these young volcanics has never been dated. So coming back to Cadian, it is a bit younger than the Masupa Ria deposit west of it. So in that deposit, it is dated to be around 25 to 24 MA. In the Buron Canal, so it is around here. So Cadian is here, it is to the west of it. It comprises, it is still under exploration by Islamic resources. It comprises a few different parts. So the best explored one is the BK set, the Buron Canal zone and the Buron Canal middle, so BKM. But mineralization extend beyond that. So there are also some work done on BKW, BK West, and BK South. The resources is around 174.9 kiloton of contained copper at around 0.6% at BK set. So up above here, it is suggested to have an upper lasting silver gold zone, semi-massive or massive, and then underlaid by a stockwork copper silver zone. So because of that, some geologists there suggest that to be VMS type deposits. And then many holes in volcanics, volcanic clastics are mainly andesitic, and and these volcanic clastics are associated with some submarine sediments like turbidites and black shell. So there are also some intrusions into this volcanic sedimentary package. So the two generations, according to the local geologists. The first one is the older one is feldspar porphyry, and then there are some younger microdiorites and diorite porphyry intrusions. So locally they attribute the older porphyry to be an early Sintan intrusive. Of course, Sintan intrusive may mean different things to different people. And the late intrusive phase, they attribute that to the late Sintan intrusives. We've done some uranium lexicon dating and found that the rocks, some of them are pretty old. So the oldest one can be as old as early late Ordovician, which is probably the oldest rocks reported in the region, because previously the oldest rocks on the island was suggested to be Devonian carbonate blocks in southwestern Kalimantan. And then there are also some early Devonian rocks. There are some early Cretaceous dated volcanic breccias. Of course, they're breccias, so we can't say much about that. And for the intrusions, some are middle Miocene, so around 13 MA. The age is similar to the bow suite in the northwestern Kalimantan, which we'll discuss in a minute. And some are very young, so they are late Miocene, around 9.2 to 9.3 MA. So if you remember what we just talked about, it is pretty similar to the age that we obtained from Cerro. And some of these mineralized diorite porphyry also have late Cretaceous inherited zircons. So Rurai in Lamandau. Rurai is not one deposit, it is a cluster of deposits distributed along northeast trending lineament. The lineament is mainly a lithological context between this sedimentary package here, the yellow color here, which consists mainly of limestone, marble, and some siliciclastic rocks, and the greenish stuff here, which are mainly volcaniclastics. So Ruai is here. If you can see that these small bots here, and there are a number of other skarn deposits occurring along this this trend. And the skarn, the brownish color patch here is this here, the skarn, and then this is the ore, the mainly lead, zinc, silver, copper ore. So this deposit is mainly mined by the KPC, which is a photo here. So these are the very helpful staff from KPC, and this is Park Arif, smart and handsome as usual, and that's me. So from our dating work, we found that there are multi-phase magnetism in the region, in the area. Some are early Cretaceous, andesites with Silurian, Devonian, inherited zircon. So the inherited zircon, the age are pretty similar to those volcanic rocks in BKM. And there are some early Cretaceous quartz diorite, some basaltic andesite, and some basaltic dike, also early Cretaceous. And then there are some late Cretaceous, all bearing granodiorite, some andesites, and volcaniclastics. And the youngest one is also late Miocene, so similar to what we found in Cerro or in BKM. They're all around 9 to 10 MA. So this is the youngest diorite. You can see that they are not mineralized or altered, so they're most probably post-ore dike. Some photos of the ore. So this is from a drill hole, drill core. You can see that there are some chalcopyrite veins intruding, retrograde assemblage of epidote and chlorides, and some residual pole-gray skarn, garnet skarn. And this is a mineral map by AMAX imaging. So you can see that the main mineral assemblage, metallic mineral assemblage, pyrrhotite, mainly sphalerite. These are the brownish color here, and some little bit of galena, and some chalcopyrite, which are the bright orange spots here. And the alteration minerals are mainly chlorides with a little bit of epidote here. Bao district is not one deposit, it's also a cluster of deposits all located along this Bao mineralization trend. It's not showing up yet. Yeah. So in this Bao mineralization trend, which is an anticline, so there are a number of different deposits, and then they have around 4 mineralization styles, and each deposit usually have over one of these 4 styles. So there are a number of deposits. Some for the deposit style, some are disseminated sediment host. For example, in Jugan, up the north eastern corner here, you see our mouse there, and we have a student project here, so you can see that these are the photos from Jugan. Jugan is mainly host in this Cretaceous Padawan Formation black shell. So these are the pyrite, the gold hosting pyrites, mainly fibroidal pyrites in the black shell. But there's also some porphyry intrusions into the black shell, which gives it a little bit of porphyry flavor, if you like. And there are some authentic porphyry holes, gold and skarn deposit, for example, in Sirangok. So it is around here. You see my mouse here. It's not showing up here. Yeah, in the middle part of the trend. And Bukit Yan, which is here. It's a bit lagging. Bukit Yan. Anyway, there also are some silica replacement and breccia type deposit. For example, again at Bukit Yan. And then there are some magnocalcite quartz vein deposit, for example, in Tai Tong. So this is a Tai Tong deposit occur along this Tai Tong faults down to the south western part of the trend. So very recently, Robert Hall's group, Team Brightfell has done some dating work and geochemical work on the intrusions in the Bao district. So they've summarized 2 suites there. One older one is early Miocene around 21 to 19 MA, and then the later Bao suite is around 14 to 12 MA. So the earliest suite, they call it the Xintan suite. It is mainly I-type granitoids, non-acidic, dacitic. And the younger Bao suite is dacitic, and it is interpreted as formed by intraplate extension and related to mental acinospheric upwelling. So we've also got some porphyry intrusions from Jugan, and then we will be dating them soon, and hopefully we can have more age data to know what happened in the Bao district. And in this Bao district, we are still not sure which suite is all forming, whether it is the Xintan suite or the later Bao suite. So after getting the age data, we've done a very brief age summary. Of course, you can see that the majority of the figure is empty because we still don't have lots of data. But from what we have collected, we can see that there are mainly 2 Mesozoic and Cenozoic magmatic suites on the island. The Mesozoic suite mainly occur in the Cretaceous, mainly in central Kalimantan actually. Of course, we don't have much data in other places, but they are mostly in Kalimantan, central Kalimantan, for example in Ruai or in BKM. The Miocene suite is much more widespread spatially, so you can see that in eastern Kalimantan, in central Kalimantan, and also in western Kalimantan. And the Miocene suite may be further divided into different phases. There are some older ones, starting from the late Oligocene to early Miocene, for example, those in Kalian, in the Marsupial area. and some are around early Miocene to middle Miocene, around 15 MA. Those, for example, in the Xintan Street in the Baos district, and in the BKM, some of these are likely to be ore forming. And there are always the 9 to 10 MA magnetic suites. So, for example, in Seryong, in BKM, in Wuai, etc. So, for this very young, the youngest Miocene suite, some are likely to be all related. For example, in Seryong and in BKM, but some are clearly post-ore, for example, at around Wuai. We've recently done age compilation of the ages around the Sulu Sea region to have a better understanding on the tectonic evolutions in this particular region. We'll come back to this photo later. So, and then we have conduct some like more tectonic modeling. So what we suggest after this age compilation and geochemical compilation is that in northeastern part of the Kalimantan, during the latest Oligocene, the early Miocene, the tectonic is mainly influenced by the subduction of the Proto-South China Sea. So if you look at the mouse here, you can see that the Proto-South China Sea is being subducted, and which moves the Palawan continental terrain from Southeast China margin and then down to its present location. And we suggested around 21 MA, 20 MA, this collision between the Palawan and southwestern Philippines and northeastern Kalimantan occurred. And after that, it is followed by the subduction of the Celebes Sea. And this subduction of Celebes Sea has created an arc mechanism along northeastern part of Kalimantan. And that's the time when some deposits, for example, in Kalian or in Masupi area was formed.
Sorry, Dr. Kit, you have 2 minutes times remaining. Thank you.
2 minutes time, okay. So I'll just skip through that. So it is, I'll just go back to here quickly. And then we suggested there's a sufficient rollback here, which form the deposit in Jelai, Seryong, and Tawau. And then after that, the subduction stopped, and then the whole region is probably under an interface extension, and that formed the Mammoth PCD. So there's still a lot of unknown about this region. For example, in northwestern Kalimantan, we don't know what is lie beneath the island. Some people suggest it is a part of the mainland Southeast Asia, and some others suggest it is only part of it is under mainland Southeast Asia. And we don't know a lot about what happened in central Kalimantan during the Cretaceous period. So last but not least, terima kasih untuk waktunya. Saya berharap tetap sehat dan bahagia. Dan saya berharap kita bisa bertemu secara langsung pada konferensi tahun depan. Oke.
Amin.
Terima
Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih, Dr. Kit. Waalaikumsalam. Many thanks for the insight on the new dating result compilation on gold and copper deposit in Kalimantan. I know this work is in progress to get more dating on deposit or prospect, but I think it still certainly help and improve the understanding of space and time of the mineralization in the region. For of you who just joining us, welcome. Okay, let's move on then to the next second keynote speaker in this session, Dr. Steve Garwin. Dr. Steve Garwin, 20 minutes time is yours, Pak.
Selamat pagi. Pak Johan and the organizers for the MGEI, thank you very much for inviting me to participate. I've known many of you for many years, and I remember being at the first MGEI conference in 2009 and enjoying that very much. This isn't a 20-minute talk, it's actually a 40-minute talk. So, and that's in the schedule, so I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to be patient and listen to me. Let me see if I can share my screen. And there we go. It's taking a little while, so hopefully by now you should see my title slide. And can I have a confirmation that we can see the title slide and we can see a laser pointer? Can everyone see that? Or Pat Johan, can you confirm that you can see my title slide in the red laser pointer? I can't hear anyone. Johan, can you
Yes,
hear
yes,
me?
Pak. We can see the laser pointer. Perfect, Pak.
Okay.
But the pointer is still
The pointer's gone.
like arrow. It's not the red one.
Sorry, that doesn't seem to want to do both for me. Can
But I
you?
can still see it.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, we can still see. Yep.
All right. Okay, so my talk today is going to be mostly about geology and geochemical signatures of the circum-Pacific systems. I don't have time to talk about the geophysics, but you can read about that in my extended abstract. And the catchy title of this talk is going to hopefully give you an idea of why it is not all about the potassic zone. You don't have many deposits. The potassic zone forms early and hot and with a lot of iron and quartz and perhaps potassium and sodium, but no copper. In several deposits, which we'll discuss today, the copper tap turns on later during a chlorite-sericite transitional stage event that typically occurs at 400 degrees Celsius or less. Now, if I'm going to talk about porphyry copper deposits, I think I have to show a picture of Grasberg, which still remains one of the world's largest operating gold mines as a byproduct to the copper. This picture is taken in 1995. I didn't take this picture, but I think it's beautiful. And of course, now that big mountain of gold-colored alteration and copper and gold is a big pit. Okay, so the outline of the presentation today will be basically we'll have a general introduction of what is a porphyry system. Now, this probably sounds quite rudimentary, but it's important. When I say, I'll give you my definition of a porphyry system, so please be patient with me if you're already an expert on these things. And then I'll go and talk about the general geology, alteration, geochemical zoning in porphyry systems, and focus quite a bit on the role of oxidation, sulfidation, and water in porphyry mineralization, because these three parameters, oxygen, sulfur, and water, are the key to the different styles of mineralization, the different timing of mineralization in these porphyry systems. And I'll give two end-member examples. One, Batu Hijau, which I know a fair amount about from my years of study there and my PhD, and more recently, Alpala, through the discovery that I've worked on and continue to work on with Sol Gold in Ecuador. And they really are two different types of porphyry. And then we'll just summarize the talk with geometry, geology, and geochemical expression of porphyry systems. So, as we know, porphyry copper deposits are very large. They can affect cubic kilometers of rock in terms of their alteration. However, they're often related to small diameter intrusions, 500 meter to maximum 2 kilometer size, and they tend to be somewhat felsic. They typically occur near the paleosurface from 1 to 4 kilometers depth, and they're often tagged to these high-level cupolas, have a link down to a mid-crustal level batholith such that they might actually bottom out at 9 to 15 kilometers depth. And we have a structural method or a way of tapping these magmas so they rise upwards, like the hand going up to the finger to make the cupola, with a rapid magma ascent and release of volatiles as part of that process. Of course, they're called porphyries because they're related to rocks that have porphyritic texture. So that's very empirical. But that porphyritic texture is important because it's telling you about this pressure quench that somewhere during the time of the crystallization of the magma, typically anywhere from 30 to 60% crystallization, and that relates to the amount of phenocrysts that are in the porphyry intrusion, the melt ascends very quickly. And due to that rapid change in confining pressure and going from greater to less depth, you get a quench of the surrounding ground mass to form that sort of 0.05 to 0.2 millimeter ground mass. So you have multiple phases of intrusion. In systems I've worked on, a minimum of 3 to as many as a dozen different intrusions are forming during the porphyry ore event, which in well-dated systems commonly can be less than 100,000 years. So we have pre-mineralization, early, contemporaneous, late, and post-ore intrusions. And often, like the fingers on my hand, the deposits occur in clusters. Not to say that you'll have 5 economic deposits, but you might have 1 economic deposit and several sub-economic deposits all in a district or in a cluster. Not necessarily the same age, but perhaps an age range of a few million years. And here's an example of a porphyry cluster in Endeavour complex in New South Wales, North Parks area, I should say. And we've got evidences of block caves and open pits here, all fairly close together. So we have several stages of hydrothermal alteration. As I said, it's very, very extensive. And some people believe that each mineralizing intrusion brings its own sort of potassic zone and chlorite, sericite, and phyllic zone. And then they just continually overprint the other. And that can be hard to document because often what we're left with is the final picture. And we do have good zoning. And we do see in some cases, people talk about telescoping of intrusions or telescoping of alteration systems. This is where you might have a lower temperature, higher level alteration, such as a phyllic or advanced argillic, overprinting a potassic zone. And this can be related to not only uplift during the time of mineralization, but younger phases of intrusion that come in and imprint older phases of intrusion and their related alteration packages. So of course, in most porphyries, it's all about fracture permeability. Intrusions themselves, particularly when they're hot, are not porous or permeable unless you fracture them. We typically have metal zoning, this high temperature iron, typically in the form of magnetite, copper, and gold, proximal molybdenum, distal gold, silver, lead, and zinc. We talk about fluid evolution in time and space. The early high temperature, high salinity inclusions in quartz veins tell us that these systems were being depositing copper, sometimes gold, in temperatures as high as 500 and 600 degrees Celsius, with later a continuum down to later lower temperature, less saline conditions, 200 to 400 degrees Celsius. I did not take this picture, but I'm imagining that the person that took this picture was doing it as they were jumping off the edge of the Chuquicamata pit, falling into this gigantic precipice. Of course, northern Chile produces 25 to 30% of the world's copper. All right, so where are porphyries formed? Well, we know the answer to that. They're generally related to arcs. So we have continental arcs that are in cratons, and we have oceanic island arcs. And often, this picture is a very large porphyries. We have porphyry, copper, and moly, typically related to the continental arcs. Whereas the porphyry, copper, and golds can be in the continental arcs, continental margin arcs, and of course in the volcanic island arcs. Now, let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. There are some of these deposits here which are actually related to potassic magmas, and they're in slightly bolder text. They're a little hard to see, but they would be things like Pebble, Grasberg, Octeti, Uyutogoi, Bingham, Bajo de Alumbrera, and Amalek Dalne. And these are very large potassic magma systems, including Cadia and Ridgeway. Whereas these other ones that don't have the bold print are more typical calc-alkaline magmas. And we'll talk more later about the importance or not importance of the alkalinity of the magmas with respect to the metals deposited in the porphyries. So this is a familiar picture that Dick Silito has been developing for over 30 years. And it's nice. It fits very nicely in a paper, and it's an easy thing to think about and pull out and talk to people about. But there's very rare districts in the world that would have all these systems. Bao, what we heard about just previously, is one of these districts that does have quite a range of systems, from porphyry to skarn to proximal veins to distal sediment-hosted Carlin-style systems. But it's a nice cartoon to work with, and it also links the epithermal regime, where we have diatreme-related intermediate sulfidation veins. We might have carbonate base metal gold veins, the Chileans of the world. We could have intermediate sulfidation epithermal veins, such as that in the Baguio district or in Lepanto region. We can have the high sulfidation enargite gold systems. But again, it's rare to have all these deposits in one area, but it's a very nice model to get people to think about things. But I should stress that there's many ways to form a Carlin-style system. You do not have to have a magmatic intrusion or an intrusion right there causing the heat source. There's alternative sources of heat to cause hydrothermal systems. Now, the companion figure for this diagram is also in Silico 2010, and it shows the general zoning with the sort of potassic zone overlain by chlorite sericite, which is quite an important alteration assemblage for the deposition of metals in many porphyry systems, going into sericitic alteration or phyllic up into quartz paraphyllite, quartz alunite, advanced argillic. Some of this could be steam heated, or this could be a magma condensate, kind of an acid drain back related to the magmatic boiling at depth. And what's important is this fringe area, which many people call the green rock zone, and we'll talk about this, where you're going from cooler temperatures of chlorite calcite into epidote, into actinolite, into biotite actinolite, and into biotite in the potassic zone. And something that's been more popular, particularly in the last 20 years from publications out of Yarrington, is the deep sodic calcic zone. And this is essentially just an ore assemblage, or I should say an alteration assemblage of epidote, albite, actinolite. I'm probably missing something else. But it's also, we have to be careful, because having epidote and actinolite and albite is also very common if you're in the interpropylitic zone on top of the potassic zone. It doesn't have to mean that you're very deep in the porphyry system where the ore body may have been eroded. All right, this is a classic paper, or this is out of Julia Cohen's master's thesis with John Dillis, published in 2011. It was part of a large study that MDRU in Canada did, about a dozen different porphyry systems in the North and in South American Cordillera, which Haley et al. In 2015, Haley, Tosdale, and Dillis published in the SEG newsletter. And it's basically, you can look at this in your leisure. I've put in Julia Cohen's thesis, the kilometer scale bar, which is very important, and it shows general zoning from the ore zone at Yarrington, because this is a Yarrington specific example, to 1,000 ppm copper, to about 20 ppm moly, 7 ppm tungsten, 14 ppm arsenic, and lithium greater than 15 ppm, with a plume of bismuth, tellurium, and selenium. So this is very useful in exploration, particularly now that we're doing multiple element ICMS, AES analyses that really allow us to guess where we might be in the system. And what we see typically from the periphery to the core of these systems, increasing copper over zinc, increasing lead over zinc, silver over lead, silver, and even increasing moly over manganese. So you can ratio these elements in your rocks or your soils or drill core and get an idea of where you might be towards the hot part of the system. And of course, there's a standard sulfide zonation. The porphyries have chalcopyrite plus or minus bornite. Some have bornite, hypogeum, chalcocite, digenite in the core, going outwards into chalcopyrite, pyrite, and the ratio of chalcopyrite to pyrite decreases as you go further upwards into the cooler portion of the system. You get the peripheral sort of gold, silver, base metals, galena sphalerite, chalcopyrite. A good paper on this is Morris, 1986, and this is quite good because it's quite old, and he didn't have a lot of geochemistry, but he did have geology, and he has a plan view of a Oligocene to Eocene age intrusion, monzonite. This is not that far from Big Canyon in Utah, and he shows you the peripheral, or nearby, I should say, proximal minerals of basically copper rich, going outwards into lead and silver, and going further outwards into zinc and manganese. So this is basically a cooling profile from the zinc and manganese being at around 200 degrees Celsius to the copper being over 350 degrees Celsius. So this is where ratios come quite nicely. And you plot up these ratios, copper over zinc, lead over zinc, silver over lead, gold over silver, moly over manganese, and generally work your way back towards the hot intrusive source. Now this is interesting as well. This is out of the 2010 Silito paper, and he noticed, of which many people have noticed over the years, is that there's a variable relationships between copper mineralization and gold mineralization and hydrothermal alteration. So in some systems, such as El Teniente, you can see that the greater than 0.5% copper is centered on the potassic zone. Yes, which is in red. Yes, there is green propylitic and blue phyllic or sericitic, but really it's centered on the potassic zone. So El Teniente, you want to drill to the potassic zone. Whereas you go to Oyotogo or Hugo Dummett, Oyotogo, you see it's not all about the potassic zone. In fact, there's a lot of sericitic alteration. There is some chlorite sericite over potassic, and there is advanced argillic, but it's not even clear that this is a complete overprint of potassic. But there, your high-grade copper is in sericitic alteration. Chuquicamata is even a more extreme example where there is quite a bit of potassic zone still left, but the highest grade copper is in the sericitic zone. And then at Ridgeway, we have very little in the way of late alteration, and we have this basically sodic calcic going right outwards into a propylitic, and that's where the ore is. And at Ridgeway, it's great. It's not a typo. It's greater than 0.2% copper, but that would be greater than a gram or 2 grams per ton gold. Now, Cascabel, which was discovered by SolGold in 2000. Well, that's actually the real, late 2012 for drill hole 5. This is quite interesting because there we can see evidence of an early potassic zone, but really the only very little sulfide mineralizations related to that. Very minor bornite, quite a bit of magnetite, and oligoclase, and some secondary biotite. So the copper tap there didn't turn on early and hot, but where we see it's been overprinted by, so the potassic zone is in this orange here. You can see my pointer now, Paula, on the left-hand side, and it's overprinted by this chlorite clay sericite, sort of intermediate argillic chlorite sericite alteration. We grade outwards through actinolite into epidote and into chlorite propylitic. And higher up in the system, we get the phyllic or sericitic, and very high in the system, we get advanced argillic. Here at Apala, the greater than 0.5% copper equivalent really likes that chlorite sericite zone, whether it's overprinted the potassic zone or not. Copper tap turned on at around 350 degrees, 400 degrees Celsius at Apala, not in the high temperature potassic zone. Copper zone at Apala is dominantly chalcopyrite. There is bornite, but the bornite found is generally in equilibrium with pyrite and digenite up in the phyllic and advanced argillic zone. Now, in contrast, Bada Hijau, it is all about the potassic zone in that it has the greater than 0.5% copper. It's in the basically the old and intermediate tonalites. They're strongly potassic altered here in green. The younger tonalite in this sort of gray is weakly potassic altered. And then we go outwards into this dark green, pale green mica, which is this chlorite sericite intergrowth. So it really is about the potassic zone. There in orange, out to the upper right there, is feldspar destructive, phyllic, and advanced argillic alteration. So there's really quite a range. At Apala, it's all about the chlorite sericite zone, whether it overprints potassic or not. At Bada Hijau, it's all about drilling the hot portion of the system where you have early high temperature minerals such as bornite in equilibrium with hypogene chalcocite, indigenite, and magnetite. Whereas at Apala, the copper and gold is in the chalcopyrite pyrite village, but locally is in equilibrium with magmatic hematite, hypogene hematite, locally specular hematite, and magnetite, hydrothermal magnetite. So let's talk about these end members and discuss this a bit. And to do this, I need to talk a little bit about sulfidation states, which is really just the relationship of the gas sulfur to temperature, all right? And so what we say is that, and here for reference, we've got the quartz, magnetite, phalite buffer. And we'll say, basically people say above that, you're somewhat oxidized, around that and below, you're somewhat reduced. And many of the minerals we early in porphyry systems that are in the potassic zone, the sort of bornite, hypogene chalcocite, digenite, magnetite, is sitting at around 500 to 600 degrees Celsius, and technically is low sulfidation. And as the porphyries cool, they go into lower temperatures and higher sulfidation states, where you might find chalcopyrite pyrite and hematite, diagnostic of intermediate sulfidation, whereas pyrite, bornite, and enargite might be diagnostic of high sulfidation, enargite and covellite, diagnostic of very high sulfidation. So it's not uncommon to have a cooling path going from the high temperature magnetite, bornite, through to the sort of chalcopyrite, magnetite, hematite, pyrite, down into the lower temperature but higher sulfidation enargite gold. Or some systems, they don't get that high sulfidation and they just drop down in this sort of base metal zone of tennantite, galena, sphalerite, gold, silver, and that's your standard intermediate sulfidation to low sulfidation peripheral veins. So we'll kind of go through a diagram that Inaudi et al. In 2003 put together, although Marco was talking about this at Stanford for up to 20 years before they published this paper. And you see that most porphyries start off life kind of making magnetite. And that's, as I said, 600 degrees Celsius. If it's a tonalite, your solidus is at 900 degrees. If it's a granite, your solidus is 563 degrees Celsius, where your solidus being where the intrusion actually crystallizes, and then we go into the sort of magmatic to hydrothermal transition. And so you often get, like at Bado Ijao, bornite magnetite, or hypogene chalcocite, hypogene digenite, high temperature, low sulfidation assemblage. But in some systems, the copper tap doesn't turn on. You don't find much early bornite. You find a lot of chalcopyrite hematite. And this is not weathering hematite. And you can find that with pyrite, you can find it with magnetite. This, by definition, is a intermediate sulfidation assemblage. And so what's interesting is that some work that's been done, and you can read about this Daniel Muller and Grove's book on alkalic rocks and gold deposits, which is in its 5th printing now, and other people believe that increased oxidation, increased fugacity of oxygen might delay sulfur saturation and copper sulfide deposition. So in a rock that's not oxidized, you might get copper sulfides actually crystallizing out in the melt. Or, for example, in nickel deposits, the sulfides are in the melt. That's not a high oxidation state. It's a fairly reduced assemblage. You find minerals like pyrrhotite, pentlandite, arsenopyrite's also a low sulfidation state, low oxidation state mineral assemblage. Now, and so Bado Ijao is fairly oxidized. It's sitting up above the nickel, above the quartz phalite magnetite buffer, maybe 1 log unit. But Alpala is about 2 log units above that buffer. It's so oxidized that instead of forming early high temperature copper, it's forming transitional copper and chalcopyrite, and such that it's so oxidized that magnetite's not only stable, but we're starting to get into the hematite stability field. Now, as these systems cool, we get chalcopyrite. If they go into a high sulfidation assemblage, higher fugacity sulfur, bornite pyrite, digenite, super high sulfidation, covellite and enargite, very high sulfidation. And they often cool down into intermediate sulfidation, Cordilleran style, base metal veins with gold. Or we can have intrusions that don't have that much copper. They tend to have more moly in them. And this can be chalcopyrite moly systems, climax systems. And they often then have these pyrrhotite, chalcopyrite, arsenopyrite transitional assemblages getting down towards that low sulfidation state assemblage. And then they can still end up with these peripheral gold veins. And then we can have these systems that are very relatively reduced, that are sort of tungsten systems, tin systems. Okay, these are not highly oxidized magmas at all. They're sitting right around the quartz phalite magnetite buffer. So this is one way to look at a lot of different types of intrusion-related deposits, including the reduced intrusion-related gold systems of the Alaska Yukon, and plot them on a phase diagram of temperature versus sulfur. And of course, oxygen is the 3rd dimension here. And you can see what metals you might see. And you can help determine, by looking at the metal zoning in the system, where you might plot in this diagram. So you're more likely to find the more oxidized gold, copper-rich porphyries, or you're going to see the more reduced sort of tin tungsten or moly systems. So here we're seeing this other dimension. Temperature is a constant slice at 250 degrees Celsius, which isn't ideal for porphyries, but it's the data that Meyer and Hemley talked to. And you can see porphyries starting off usually in the sort of bornite magnetite zone, going into the chalcopyrite zone. However, it's more oxidized. We'll make chalcopyrite hematite. Okay, you can see on the far left of the diagram, pyrrhotite is less oxidized than magnetite, which is less oxidized than hematite. As we go from left to right, the system's cool. We go through chalcopyrite, pyrite. Up some systems, we'll go into the high sulfidation field of bornite, digenite, pyrite. So it's important to note here, if someone says they have bornite in their system, you should ask them, is it bornite in equilibrium with magnetite? Or is it bornite in equilibrium with pyrite? There's a big difference. Low sulfidation, high temperature versus for bornite magnetite versus high sulfidation, lower temperature for bornite, digenite, pyrite. So this helps tell you about where you might be in the system. All right, and some of these systems, as I say, they can go to high sulfidation or very high sulfidation and go into the cobalt and enargite pyrite field. So let's break this down a bit like what Sillitoe did, although Anaudi did it earlier, okay? Sillitoe mentioned this in 2010, and now Anaudi, Hedenquist, and Enon published this in 2003. So they talked about different styles of porphyry assemblages. And they said, well, look, there's porphyries that have most of the good stuff, these ore assemblages here, which are on these red blocks, and good stuff's in the potassic zone with very little pyrite. So they said, all right, and these systems would be Batu Hijau, Panguna, Endeavor, Yarrington, Bajo de Alumbrera, etc. All right, and you see those red boxes are related to the assemblages of magnetite, digenite, bornite. Magnetite, bornite, all right? These are high temperature. Now, you can see a number of these porphyries have the lower temperature assemblages in the phyllic zone or in the sericite chlorite zone or the advanced argillic zones with pyrite, but that doesn't make the ore zone. So I went ahead and highlighted this. I was asked to give a short course with David Groves and Daniel Muller last year, and it was all about potassic rocks. And I give a variant on the theme, and I said, maybe it's about potassic rocks, but maybe it's more about oxidation state, and we'll talk about that soon. But these yellow Endeavor and Bajo Alumbrera are potassic magmas. Dinky Dye in the Philippines and Kedia Ridgeway in Eastern Australia are related to potassic magmas. And so in all of these systems, whether they're potassic or calc-alkaline, it's kind of about the potassic zone. It's a lot of the metal is early and hot. All right. Now let's contrast that to where it's not all about the potassic zone. It's where most of the ore is in rocks that have pyrite. All right. So this is going to have metallurgical implications as well. So we can see Bingham Canyon and Chuquicamata are gigantic deposits. They basically have ore from start to finish. All right. Whereas these other systems here, more of the red boxes are kind of towards where you're having pyrite. So Bingham and Sungun in Iran are potassic magmas, as are Grasberg and Uyutogoi. Hugo Dunn here, I pulled the mineral assemblages out of. And they kind of fit, I mean, Grasberg and Bingham and Chuki are amazing because you can see the ore boxes go from early and hot all the way down to cool and late. But the point is that all these porphyries on this assemblage type 2 have substantial amount of copper and some gold being deposited with pyrite later in the system. So that's what Anaudi et al. Recognized. And this is kind of neat because this might be related to this higher oxidation state, but we'll look into that a little further. So I took a diagram that basically Dave Cook started in 2005, and I've modified it. So I can't speak to all the exact amounts of copper here, but this is trying to take past production plus existing resource and totaling it up to millions of metric tons of copper or billions of pounds of copper. And so what we've got here, the colors are saying, is it a copper moly system? Is it a copper gold system? In yellow, it's got all three. In green, the yellow text are potassic magmas, all right? And the 1 and 2 are type 1 versus type 2. And I'm sorry, I just don't have enough data to tell, or I haven't written 1 or 2, I just don't know. And people have to, you got to read a lot of papers, but also in a lot of papers, people don't really document the ore assemblages that well. And they don't talk about equilibrium assemblages. So obviously I need to do some more work here. But my point is this, is that we can see how much metal's involved in deposits. I mean, there's 100 billion tons of metal, 400 billion tons of metal using $3 a pound copper. But we can see the copper in terms of, if you add up all the copper in the deposits on this diagram, which is about 25 deposits, about 1/4 of the copper are in those potassium-rich magmas, which is about right, because you've got, what do we have? 6 deposits of the 24 on here are potassium, so they should have about 1/4% of the copper. So the potassic magmas aren't that special. They're not making the biggest copper deposits, are they? But they're well represented. But the key is, most of the big copper deposits, porphyry deposits in the world, actually are type 2s. El Teniente is the exception, and of course, I need more data. I really only have half the data points one should have. Now this is what gets me. This is interesting. This is gold now, the same diagram for gold. And you see the type 2s and the type 1s, but look at all those yellow names. The top 7 deposits, this is for gold and porphyry copper gold deposits, are all from potassic magmas. So, and you can see the amount of dollars here, 10 billion ton, this is at $1,300 gold. So you can see the 10 billion and 50 billion US dollar markers. So of course, copper is where you really make your money, and gold's always a byproduct in these systems. But what's interesting is, on this diagram, 60% of the gold is in the potassium-rich deposits. So the gold-rich deposits do tend to be potassium-rich, but also they tend to be type 2. And I think you'll see that they're also very oxidized. So potassic magmas are often oxidized, but not always. But many calc-alkaline magmas can be oxidized as well. And we'll talk more about, again, that oxidation state perhaps favoring the gold-rich copper porphyries related to chalcopyrite-pyrite assemblages. Of course, early bornite magnetite also contributes gold and copper, as at Batu Hijau. So let's summarize this. Type 1, it's early high-temperature potassic with magnetite and low sulfidation to intermediate sulfidation state assemblages. Significant copper and gold comes early with magnetite in those high-temperature bornite, hypogene digenite, hypogene chalcocite assemblages. The late-stage high sulfidation with advanced argillic is generally not volumetrically near as significant. And these systems typically have lesser amounts of feldspar destructive alteration and lesser amounts of pyrite. In contrast, type 2, there's quite a bit of copper and gold introduced in this transitional stage. Chlorite, sericite, can be magnetite stable, specular hematite. And you can have that gold right in with the chalcopyrite, in the pyrite as well. And you also get a substantial amount of sericitic late-stage phyllic alteration without magnetite, such that the magnetite has been destroyed. And you can get late bornite pyrite, high sulfidation assemblages with phyllic zones, with advanced argillic zones. These zones typically have anhydrite. Type 1 systems also have anhydrite, but you can have quite a bit of anhydrite because you've got high oxidation state with that sulfur going into sulfates. Advanced argillic alteration is more common. You have a greater abundance of copper and gold than for type 1. If you do that, look at that chart I put up, type 2 has certainly a lot more gold and more copper than the type 1s. But type 1 is what I grew up reading about. It was all about the potassic zone. You had to drill every porphyry to the potassic zone. That's when the gold and copper was deposited, particularly the copper. I learned it was all like Batu Hijau. And that was the North American bias, the American bias, which I think as I learned and went further and worked in places in South America and realized a lot of deposits, it's actually the copper taps turning on later with significant gold in the sort of chalcopyrite-pyrite realm as opposed to the early bornite magnetite realm. So these type 2 systems are potentially more oxidized with abundant SO2 than the type 1 systems. People talk about hydrosity, and I'm not going to get into adachite, the definition of adachites here, but I am going to take Bob Lauk's work, which is quite good, and he's compiled a lot of data. And he's used strontium over yttrium as a proxy for hornblende crystallization, which basically tells us about water. You can do a lot of this with your hand lens, by the way. If there's hornblende in the phenocryst and hornblendes in the ground mass to your porphyry, that was a hydrous magma of probably more than 3.8% water. So Bob's got a break off here at about 35 strontium over yttrium, above which he says they're hydrous and fertile, and below he says they're barren. And in yellow are the potassic magma systems, which really don't seem to cluster anywhere. They just take the whole realm. And I would like to note that some of the largest gold copper porphyries in the world, which aren't plotted here, but I know from papers, plot down in here. Amalek, which you may not heard about, but it's the second largest gold copper porphyry system in the world after Grasberg, is in Uzbekistan, and it plots low. So we have to be careful about these silver bullets. Some of the best porphyry systems in the world do not plot in the hydrous and fertile field on this diagram. Vanadium over scandium is another good one to use, which is telling you again about hornblende and is a bit more robust with respect to alteration. But it's got a sliding curve. In other words, sliding slope. In other words, the more mafic magmas, you need to have a higher vanadium over scandium to put you into the hydrous field, whereas the more felsic, you can have a lower vanadium over scandium. And again, you can see here, the potassic magmas span all the way from supposedly barren at Cadia, all the way up to very, very high vanadium over scandium, very hydrous at Bingham. But again, the potassic magmas are not pulling out a special hydrosity to them, all right? They're not clustering as low vanadium or scandium, low strontium or yttrium, or high. So let's just talk about this. People often say, well, what about the magma chemistry, Steve? Is it really all about the potassic melts? And I'd say, no, it's not, and be careful. However, if you do the numbers and you add up all the gold, silver, and copper in epithermal and porphyry systems, the potassic magmas do have a lot of gold. Not necessarily copper, but do have a lot of gold. And so that's important to know, but there's a lot of barren alkaline shosonitic systems as well. And there's a lot of mineralized calc-alkaline systems. So 5 to 10% of the world's igneous rocks are high potassium. This is according to Daniel Muller and David Groves in their book. Yet, these 5 to 10% of these igneous rocks contain about 25% of the combined copper, gold, and silver dollar value in porphyry and epithermal deposits. So yes, potassic magmas are important. But more importantly, it's not just that they're potassic. What's the overriding control is the oxidation and sulfidation states, particularly the oxidation state. Calc-alkaline and even low-K calc-alkaline systems like Bata Hijau, like Apala, are oxidized, and they make big deposits. Many potassic systems are oxidized, but not all, and they make big deposits. So I would argue it's more about the oxidation state than it is about, is it potassic or is it calc-alkaline? Sulfidation state and oxygen fugacity of the ore systems exert an important control in the ore assemblages. That's really important. It also helps you explore and decide where the center of your system is and where you want to be in that system, what metals you want to look for. So oxidized and hydrous magmas contribute more greatly to form large and rich ore systems than do variations in potassium content. However, as I said, potassic magmas tend to be oxidized and form gold-rich porphyry deposits. We can't deny the data. So models provide useful guidelines, but let's be careful, because if you've got a model and you follow that absolutely, you will never find anything outside your model. You'll miss out on weird and wonderful stuff. So let's be open-minded. So for example, in my bias, 20 years ago, I was doing my PhD at Bata Hijau, and I thought, geez, it's all about the potassic zone. But now I'm more experienced and I realize, no, that's one end member. I was working on an end member system, and Alpala and Oyu-Tolgoi perhaps are another end member. And all these porphyries are on a sliding spectrum or a continuum. So we have to be careful what we believe is true. We need to be open-minded, particularly in exploration. So the power of a 20x hand lens will assist in the identification of early and prolific crystallization of hornblende, which is important because that hydrosity contributes to the high oxidation state. And you can see magnetite, which is an oxidized, tells you about an oxidation, a highly oxidized magma, compared to ilmenite, which tells you about a less oxidized magma. And of course, using a hand lens, you can tell if that bornite is in equilibrium with magnetite or if it's in equilibrium with pyrite. So it can tell you where you are in the system. Okay, so we'll quickly go through this. Johan, how many more minutes do I have?
5 minutes, Pak Luis.
5. I gotta be quick. Okay, here's Batu Hijau. This is a type 1 system. It's got, Johan knows a lot about Batu Hijau. So does Pak Adi. And it's got a number of 3 phases of tonal light intrusion, all right? It's got classic zoning. It's got the central magenta potassic zone, which is biotite after hornblende, surrounded by higher temperature interpropylitic of actinolite without epidote, going into actinolite epidote, into epidote absent chloride calcite. This is really classic. Porphyry systems have occurred in this district over about 2 million years. It's got, of course, we showed you the early alteration, and the late alteration here is generally structurally controlled and wraps around the margins of the causal intrusions. Intermediate argillic is chlorite, cerussite, and some clay. Advanced argillic, in this case, is not alunite bearing. It's mostly paraphyllite diaspore dicite. Classic metal zoning, copper core, proximal moly, distal, lead, and zinc. More structurally controlled gold and silver and arsenic, with the gold over silver ratio increasing the center of these systems where they are hotter. And out in the sort of lead zinc halo, you're getting higher silver over gold ratios. If you look at Batu Hijau, you see a lot of dark rock, because it's a lot of secondary biotite with secondary ligoclase. There's not enough potassium to make K feldspar, and early high temperature assemblages of magnetite, bornite, very high temperature, overprinted by bornite chalcopyrite. And again, you look at the gold can be visible gold associated with chalcopyrite and bornite. Gold can be in the lattice and bornite. And here we have an exsolution lamellae of digenite, which is a subsolidus exsolution, excess copper that was in the bornite and formed at high temperatures and is dissolved out as digenite and chalcocite. So that's one style with early high temperature copper and gold. In contrast, Alpala in northern Ecuador is a very big deposit. In fact, it's bigger than Batu Hijau. And it's basically forming on the edge of composite pluton there in pink along the structural corridors, which we have color-coded as red, blue, and green. And there's a number of copper-gold targets. Again, there's a cluster of porphyry systems here. The best one is Alpala, the southern portion of the district. And again, for scale, that's 50 square kilometers, 8 kilometers north-south by 6 kilometers east-west. In terms of alteration, we've got a very large sort of lithocap in that it's a lot of phyllic and some advanced argillic alteration. There's overprinted chlorite epidote alteration that as you drill downwards, and we've drilled downwards to 200 kilometers depth, you go from chlorite to chlorite epidote to epidote actinolite to actinolite biotite into biotite alteration. But again, most of the gold at Alpala is related to chalcopyrite and pyrite. There's in late stage bornite. Very little early bornite magnetite present. There is early magnetite, which seems to be a good location for the subsequently developed chalcopyrite and pyrite. Alpala's got geochemistry indicated not so much by copper in soil, but molybdenum and manganese depletion. So the moly over manganese ratio is very useful. High moly over manganese will find you the 3 major porphyry centers in this district. And the copper over zinc ratio actually does work much better than the actual copper. So you have enhanced, more importantly, a zinc depletion, like the manganese being depleted. So this is an early map showing you yellow clay alteration, and in black is some early soils showing you terrace spec analyses, actually done by Rachel Harrison. She did the interpretation of the data early on to pull out paragonite, fengite, and sort of phyllic alteration with iron-rich soils, interpreted phyllic, sort of pyritic shell, say, and that's about a 3-kilometer diameter to that system there. It's a large system with molybdenum being very useful at greater than 5 ppm. We're forming a larger halo at greater than 1.5 ppm and a zinc halo. And that's the early focus of drilling. That was where the discovery outcrop occurred. Now the entire deposit has now basically formed almost the size, is about 2 kilometers long, almost the size of that black outline of the paragonite fengite at surface. We did some anaconda-style mapping here. This is to show the relationship of various phases of dikes at surface around the discovery outcrop, 100 meters for scale, and some faults. But most importantly, the abundance of planar through-going B-type porphyry veins using the nomenclature Gustafson-Hunt 1975 from El Salvador with center lines, typically chalcopyrite pyrited surface. And basically this predicted our best drill hole to date, where we followed the B vein interpretation that we saw on the streams into the hill. There you can see where that question mark is in that B prime, and that became 1,300 meters at 0.7 copper and 0.63 gold, including 600 meters at 1.1% copper and 1.2 grams per ton gold. Chalcopyrite pyrite ratio worked very well, basically determined the same zoning and helped guide early drilling. And this is a bit different than the drill core body heat jet, where it's not about the black core, it's more about the green core. You can see all that pyrite is associated with what we call B2 and C veins that overprint the early magnetite-bearing B1 quartz veins. So really the copper tap turned on in chlorite sericite time, which overprinted the preparation of the potassic zone, which had abundant magnetite. So again, here we can see the green rock associated with chlorite sericite and the abundant pyrite veins, and even into fillet time with the gray feldspar destructive alteration. And you can see the gold here is associated in chalcopyrite. This is from backscattered electron imagery using an electron beam. You can see it's also on the edge of pyrite. It's in fractures of pyrite. It's on the edge of bornite going to chalcopyrite. So yeah, you know, there you go. It's really not. We don't find this gold relationship in the lattice of early bornite because we find very little early bornite. It's basically with chalcopyrite, pyrite, and in some cases a bit of bornite to chalcopyrite transition. So to summarize, the geology and geometry of these porphyry systems, hornblende as phenocryst is really important, and also quartz size, which we didn't talk about earlier, but this is this rapid magma ascent. That's what the quartz is actually being pressure equilibrating and being corroded as it goes from the deeper depths in the magma, 7 to 15 kilometers, up to the high levels of 1 to 4 kilometers. So hydrous and rapid magma ascent, which you can see with your hand lens, looking at the hornblende phenocryst and the resorbed quartz size. You often find a structural focus. Margins of these pre-mineral plutons are great places to open up and have younger mineralizing intrusions filter their way up through them, or reopen the actual plutonic complex in sort of central dikes. B-type quartz veins and the abundance of fracturing, you can actually conjure up the abundance of these in streams and outcrops and work your way back towards the porphyry center. Early stage central biotite secondary feldspar, it can be potassic feldspar, it can be sodium feldspar, depending on how alkaline they are, or how potassic the melts are, I should say, overprinted by sericite chlorite, typically magnetite stable. This is our early transitional stage. Late stage is the feldspar destructive, phyllic, pyrite stable, and often these are telling you as the heat source drops, the late stage fluids are being convected towards the center, so you often have the phyllic zone widen and coalesce and drape over the potassic zones. It's kind of like a series of fingers going into the hand, or a chumi going towards the center of the system. So these late feldspar destructive phyllic and advanced argillic zones are good vectors towards the porphyry centers. Actinolite and epidote are also temperature indicators. Epidote greater than 230 degrees Celsius, actinolite greater than 280, bitrite greater than 300, the direction towards the heat source. Well, in sulfide zoning, chalcopyrite pyrite ratio is very useful in working on porphyry centers. I often like to see late stage bornite and late stage covellite as good indications of a robust system. Still depositing copper late in the system. People in some areas, if there's not too much rain, can do goethite jarosite ratios to work back as a proxy for chalcopyrite pyrite ratios. Geochemistry, common zoning that you see in any of these systems. And I showed you that cross section from Halley et al. The exact value of the cutoffs of copper, moly, tin, tungsten, that may range from system to system, but the general zoning often you see in continental margin porphyries, also even interior continental porphyries such as Bingham, all the way into the arc, volcanic island arc. So it's something that works. And it really is telling us about this deep copper, gold, moly, going outwards into moly, tin, tungsten, further outwards into arsenic, antimony, lithium, that should not be thorium, that should be thallium, TL, not TH, with gold. You often get a depletion of lead and zinc and manganese in the center, and those are pushed outwards as a halo. The plume elements are very important. You see this in many systems, including Carlin systems, bismuth, tellurium, selenium, sometimes moly. You might be even up to a couple kilometers above a porphyry center. And the peripheral, you're leaching out the lead, zinc, manganese in the center of the system and pushing them outwards and often into the epithermal regime in gold and silver, plus or minus base metals and epithermal veins. So the varying oxidation states in H2 continental causal intrusions can affect patterns as well. So typically increasing copper over zinc and increasing gold over silver or increasing moly over manganese towards the porphyry centers in these oxidized systems. In the most reduced systems, I noticed, such as some of these Nevada near Fortitude Scarn, you might actually have the silver over gold increase towards the porphyry rather than having the gold over silver increase. So these oxy-anion complexes, so in other words, things like gold, lead, zinc, copper, at temperatures above 300 degrees Celsius typically are chloride complex. We all know below 300 in the epithermal regime, gold is typically bisulfide complex. But these sorts of elements tend to migrate in weathering, right? You can often have a copper depletion, an enrichment. So they're a bit tricky. That's why copper at Alpala in the jungles of Ecuador didn't work too well on its own. But these oxy complexes, in other words, these elements such as moly, tungsten, bismuth, tellurium, arsenic, antimony, which hook up with oxygen, they tend to be more stable in the weathering environment. So these elements move around, but not as much as copper would, let's say. So they're often very useful. So you might have a complete copper depletion, but still have a moly halo. Drill it every time, even if there's not much copper at surface. If I've got a big system, it's got the right style of fracturing, some veins, big thing of moly, that sort of thing, go ahead and drill that porphyry top every time. So chemical and geophysical results, which we haven't discussed here, are best interpreted using geology. So be wary of just pressing a button on your computer and having beautiful contours up of your soil chemistry. You can do that, but it's best to use geology to go ahead and help you draw your contouring on all aspects of your B vein abundance, your fracture abundance, your geochemical, your geophysics. Just always use geology when you're is a part of your database when using exploration. So I'd like to thank you for your patience. I did talk a little bit longer, which is something I tend to do, but I very much appreciate the invitation to talk with you and to be a part of the MGEI for the last decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Steve. Good timing on the variation in the style of geology and mineralization that contribute differing geochemical expression. And understanding or recognizing those variation during exploration program will facilitate the path of discovery. The good things that I like is be open-minded, and handlens can be very powerful. Okay, we will open the Q&A session. We will have 10 minutes. We will do one by one at a time. Any question from participants, please go into the participant room and then raise your hand. And then the committee will give you the access to talk straight to Pak Steve or Pak Dr. Kit. Go ahead. Cannot see the participant. Any questions?
Johan?
Yes. Oh, Pak Dedi. Go ahead, Pak Dedi.
Okay. My name is Dedi Hendrawan. I'd like to raise my question to Dr. Chun Kit Lai.
Yes.
I'm curious about the VMS at Beruang Kanan. Very interesting zinc and lead grade over there. So 20% of zinc and 9.5% lead can be classified as very high grade lead and zinc deposit. It is similar to dairy lead zinc deposit in North Sumatra. My question is, any resource or reserve was reported from the prospect area? Because I haven't heard about this. So is it related to the deep sea deposit that are related to the Cretaceous, lower Cretaceous age? Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. So for the resource data, I think there is a recently released resource report. You can see that in their websites. The data should be available there. And for the deposit type, so some geologists there suggest it is related to the VMS related. Of course, there's also some intrusions in that area. So there may be a VMS mineralization with intrusion related overprint. And we are now conducting some parageochemical analysis, and hopefully we can answer what deposit type the BKM is very soon. Does that answer your question?
Pak Dedi? I think it's yes, Pak.
Hang on
Okay,
just a second.
thank you very much.
I have just an access to unmute. Okay, so this VMS, not only pure VMS, but also overprint by the intrusion. Is that what you said?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Dedi and Dr. Kit. I think there's a question from Pak Adi Mariono. Panitia, please unmute Pak Adi Mariono. Go ahead, Pak Adi.
Hello, Steve. Hello, Dr. Kit.
Hello.
Question for Dr. Kit. We know that some porphyry prospects actually already identified in Kalimantan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there is potential to be world classes as for Kalimantan porphyry, like at Batu Ijo or anything big like that? And then for Steve, in the district, sometimes we have a cluster of well mineralized one and barren ones, and the same district looking at say that 20 by 20 kilometers. Why do you think that there is a phenomenon like this, that actually within the cluster one well mineralized and couple more, and even if in Escondida, like Escondida Norte, Escondida Saldivar, it's all well mineralized in the cluster. So what kind of factor that determine this thing like this? Thank you, Dr. Kit and Steve.
Go ahead, please, Dr. Kit.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mark. So it is pretty hard to say what's the potential beneath the present epithermal systems in Kalimantan. I guess, like for Seruyung, I guess you know better than me. There are some copper minerals found in different part of the geo cores. So there's always the copper potential there. But for how large would that be world class? I guess we don't have enough information to tell.
Okay, I'll speak to Pa Adi's second question. That's a good question. Some districts you have, like at Batu Hijau, there's about 6 porphyries there. one of which is really good, and all the rest are, quite not very good at all. In some districts, you have a number of mineralized porphyries. Some districts, you have type 1 and type 2 porphyries right beside each other. Yarrington and Ann Mason would be an example of that. So, you say, well, geez, that's quite interesting. So, first of all, we often deal with, I think these porphyry systems, when they happen, for each event's quite short, 100,000 years, 200,000 years. But in some of these districts, you have multiple events, and some of these districts span 3, 4, 5 million years. So given that, if you look at how quickly intrusions can cool, they do cool in 10 to 20,000 years. You can do convective or better conductive cooling. Conductive's, a little slower cooling. These intrusions that are 500 meters wide should cool in about 23,000 years if you use a conductive cooling model. So in other words, you have to keep tapping a magma chamber. And that magma chamber is changing with time. You might be tapping different magma chambers. So you can have this same district and even have intrusions about the same age, but not be tapping the exact same magma chamber. A good example is an example for an epithermal equivalent would be in New Zealand, where you can have an acid sulfide pool a couple hundred meters away from a pool. Okay, they're obviously not right to the same place. So this is a complex plumbing system. And this is something that Cashman et al. In 2017 showing completely different cross sections. They show you these ideas of a feeder dike, a sill or lapilith, another one coming up to a different level. They're not all coming back to one classic big batholith. So I think this is a lot of complexity. And you can have not only different chemistry, different oxidation states, different hydrosity. And then, of course, it's not all exactly the same time period. It's not the same 100,000 period for each of those that are in that district. So it's changed a lot, and I haven't been down to the upper and middle crust exactly how it's all happening, but it is complex. And so that's why I like to go back to this fairly simple, let's look at what affects minerals. And I'm talking about sulfide minerals and the oxide minerals because that's where the metals are. And that's sulfur, oxygen, and temperature. The sort of silicate minerals that people get hung up on, which is our alteration zones, is different. It's about temperature, but that's about pH. It doesn't care as much about the oxidation states. So we use all these things, but the key is they're not all coming back to the exact same starting point. And even if they are, you can go with fractionation and say your chemistry of your magma is going to change with time because initially you crystallized out those minerals that are high up in the Bowen's reaction series, the anhydrous, the olivine, the pyroxene, the calcium plagioclase. So the melts, the residual melts, are getting more and more hydrous. So they can make more of the hornblends and whatnot. And so as the melt gets more hydrous and you have this sort of magmatic boiling due to rapid magma ascent, you're going to increase the oxidation state of your melt, which is going to completely change the type of metals that will be distributed. So there's a lot of things that can go on, and if we then relax and don't say it's all related to one master magma chamber that's fractionated for several million years, then it gets even more complex. And so this is where Cashman et al. 2017 and their cross sections that they show are quite interesting. It's no longer the simple batholith feeding the stratovolcano model. It's these dikes, mega dikes, that can access different levels of the crust and make lapiliths at various levels. Then these lapiliths then inflate and then send the cupolas going upwards. So it's a very complex question. And of course, I don't have all the answers. I just have some ideas.
Thank you, Steve and Dr. Kit. I think we have last question from, who's the right hand? Pak Sahariza Angkasa, please unmute.
I would like to ask a question to Pak Steve Darwin. You said before about the potassic magma, and you said before about intermediate magma. I'm really curious because I'm really likes to study about mafic intrusion. How about mafic intrusion? What you call that one? The influence of mafic intrusion into a porphyry copper deposit. That's the thing. Because as we know, a sulfur, we cannot find a sulfur
a huge amount of sulfur in potassic intrusions, of course, or in intermediate intrusion, of course, mostly sulfur. You can get huge amount of sulfur in mafic intrusion or mafic magmatic reservoir. That's the thing. I just want to know about your point of view about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, the sulfur versus when's it deposited? The sulfide saturation, very good question. So in melts that are not highly oxidized, you know, it's sort of the pyrrhotite, pentlandite sort of systems, and these, of course, are the world famous mafic nickel sulfide systems. These are fairly reduced. So your sulfide saturation happens early. It happens in the melt. So I think that's part of it. It's not just mafic. But yeah, I think you're right. Where does the sulfur come originally from? And that's a very good question. And then how does it, if you have a more oxidized melt, which they tend to be more fractionated because the oxidation states related to the abundance of water, and you don't get hornblends crystallizing out at the beginning of Bowen's reaction series, you have to fractionate your melt system. So you're already naturally getting it to become more felsic and more hydrous. That you have more sulfide coming in the bornite magnetite, in the oxidized porphyries, or the very oxidized porphyries with the chalcopyrite pyrite, is because that oxidation may have delayed the saturation of sulfur in sulfide minerals. So there's a few things going on here. It's not, in my opinion, you know, I just have ideas like anyone else. It's not just the composition, but it's also the oxidation state. So we have to get that sulfur to come out as sulfur or sulfate if it's so oxidized in an anhydrite. So I think that could be part of it. But yes, I think you probably, I mean, where does the sulfur come from at the very beginning? Is it always from mafic melts? Probably. I mean, it's also could be coming from the mantle along with the metals. So I'm very open to your opinions on this. I haven't considered all these things. So I think that's a very instructive question.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you very much, Pak Steve. I think that answer will conclude our session today. Apology for the one who wants to question because we already passed 10 minutes for the question and answer. It's been great talks, and we really appreciate our speakers and also our participants. There is like 230 participants in these sessions. Before we close, we would like to have a photo session. Please open your video. I will count to 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much. I think, again, thank you very much to Pak Steve and Dr. Kit and everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I close the session and give back to the committee. Thank you.
We are PT Agincourt Resources, a world-class gold mining company based in Indonesia. We manage the Martabak Gold Mine, located in the South Tapanuli District, North Sumatra. Our vision is to develop a sustainable world-class operation, delivering first quartile performance in the gold industry. We will achieve this by growing our business and optimizing our assets, all of which is built on our strong foundation of sustainable development. We are pursuing exciting growth opportunities through exploration, the Sulfide Development Project, and plant debottlenecking to 6 million tons per annum. We have invested in a successful exploration program to deliver significant growth and value to the business. We have 6 deposits in reserves category and a vast mineral resource which we continue to develop. Our project pipeline includes an impressive portfolio of projects across a range of near-mine and contract of work targets. The focus is on near-mine exploration targets to utilize the existing infrastructure of the Martabak process plant. The Sulfide Development Project presents an opportunity to change the game at Martabak. enabling the processing of refractory ore and upgrading the recovery of precious metals from transitional ore. The project upside could potentially double the life of the mine. Our short-term opportunity is to further enhance asset performance by debottlenecking the process plant from its original design to 6 million tons per annum. We can do this with incremental capital investment and drive efficiency and costs even further. Production at Marta Bay is operating above design and ahead of plan as we are driven by opportunities for efficiency and asset performance. We are delivering in excess of 350,000 ounces of gold and 2.5 to 3 million ounces of silver per annum, all within first quartile cost comparisons worldwide. The foundation of our business is our belief in sustainable development. We believe that mines should be developed, operated, and closed in a socially and environmentally responsible way. In terms of our local community, we deliver practical outcomes, such as employment and capacity building, where more than 70% of our workforce are local people. And our CSR programs, which focus on health, education, infrastructure, agriculture, and economic development.
Thank you to PT Agincourt Resources and PT Petrosi Tbk as 12 MGEI Annual Convention Terabyte sponsor.
In the third discussion for today, we'll discuss about the best practice and ore conservation in mine geology, mining, and processing part 1. Therefore, we would like to introduce Bapak Arif Zadi Dahlius as the session moderator. Bapak Arif Zadi Dahlius, the education background, Bachelor of Geology UPN, Master of Mining ITB. Work experience, now the President Director of PT Rekabuana Penjuru Mineral. Hello Bapak Zardi.
Hello.
Okay, you can hear me? Clear?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And in this third session, you will lead a session with sub-theme Best Practice and Ore Conservation in Mine Geology, Mining, and Processing. And Bapak Zadi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak MC. Yes, in this session, we talk about best practice and ore conservation in mine geology, mining, and processing part 1. In this session, we have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Pak Agus Purwanto. Pak Agus Purwanto, Bachelor of Geology from UPN Veteran Yogyakarta. and he got an executive MBA from Hull University, United Kingdom, London. Pak Agus work experience now as a chief geologist at PT Bumi Suksesindo, and before deputy manager mineral resource at PT Nusa Halmahera Mining, Newcrest Group, senior mine geology for PT Kelian Equatorial Mining, Rio Tinto, and exploration geologist at PT MSM and IMK, Aurora Gold. And the second speaker, Pak Adistia Putra Marzuki. Pak Adistia education background from Bachelor of Metallurgical Engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung, and Pak Adistia have experience for senior metallurgist at PT Bumi Suksesindo, and before metallurgist at PT Bumi Suksesindo. Pak Agus Purwanto and Pak Adistia Putra Marzuki from Merdeka Copper Gold will present. The title is Continuous Geological Improvement and Agglomeration to Maximize Ore Extraction in High Sulfidation Deposit Mine at Tujuh Bukit. And the second speaker, Pak Ikrar Teguh Mandiri. Pak Ikrar got Bachelor of Geology from University of Pajajaran, and now Pak Ikrar as a production geologist to Superintendent Brownfield Exploration and Production Geologist for PT Sago Prima Pratama G Resources, and before he has a mine geologist at PT Indomur Kencana, Regional Hydrology for PT Freeport Indonesia, and as an exploration geologist for several companies like PT KPK, Natarang, PT BCI, and Auger. And the last presenter, Pak Obes B. Hamonangan Silalahi. Pak Obes, Bachelor of Mine Engineering from ITB Bandung, and now he is engineer in training at PT Vale Indonesia. Okay, we will go to first speaker, Pak Agus Purwanto, or Pak Adistia, or Pak Agus Purwanto. Okay, Pak Agus Purwanto, the time is yours, and I will remind 5 minutes before 20 minutes ended. Please, Pak Agus Purwanto, time is yours.
Halo Pak Jadi.
Oh, Pak Agus.
Still and unmute. Sorry.
Pak Agus, mungkin bisa pencet F5 untuk full screen-nya, Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you Pak Zardi. Can you hear us, Pak Zardi?
Yes, bisa Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for a little bit struggling. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our presentation is about the continuous of geological improvement and agglomerations. This one is to maximizing our ore extraction in high sulfidation in Tujuh Bukit. And outline of our presentation is about the overview of PT PSI, safety, mine geology, and then agglomerations inhibits process presented by Marzuki. Okay, PT Bumi Sukses Indo is currently we are mining in the oxide epithermal, and this is the location of Tujuh Bukit, which is in the eastern of Java Islands in Banyuwangi, Banyuwangi regions in the south area of Java. And our mining is as izin usaha pertambangan, which is the major regulation of permits as a EUP or mining operation permit, and EPPKH forestry area baru, and FS AMDAL also environmental permit issues by DRH. We are always using the good mining practice as our commitment to be green mining in Tujuh Bukit, which is the East Java is very green zone area. Starting with the safety and environments, that we have about 3.4 million lost time injury, but previously we have almost 20 million lost time injury in starting from the mining operations. And then the environments, we have environmental management and monitoring activity, both in the surface and also in the oceans. And we have a couple of nursery to make it our mining area to be green after mining activity finish. And this one's a couple of environmental rehabilitations. And this one couple bit of the our rehabilitations in West Dam. And also we have some sediment management. Okay, this is an overview of our mining. We start with the mine geology. That's our area is but the eastern of Java, which is part of the Sunda Back Arch, which is at the western part of Batu Hijau, and then we this one is of the volcanic ash of Banda Aceh, which is the major prospect with the eroded volcanic remnant. The other Oligocene and Miocene Sunda Arch in Tujuh Bukit. And that's the detail of the more detail of the eroded volcanic Miocene around the Tujuh Bukit area. And Tujuh Bukit is around this place. And we are still have some regional mapping around the western part of Tujuh Bukit, and also having the underground exploration currently still active. This is just illustration of the Tujuh Bukit oxide project, and couple state of the mineralizations, which is showing the weak zone of oxide. This one is mostly enough, and then this one's in this area is mostly of the oxide material, and this zone is alunite kaolinite and foggy silica alunite, and also foggy massive fluorite. And deeper zone will be foggy massive silica with the heteromalbrexia oxide and foggy massive silica pyrite. In this area of zone is mostly interfingering with the porphyry. Okay, going forward, this is the our mine unit of the ore and waste material, which is the weathered silica is mostly of the alunite and clay altered, and then foggy silica alunite, a lot of porous in the foggy silica, and in the zone is mostly foggy massive flooded silica. Even this one is silica, but a lot of foggy, so it's easy to and then in the next is a Brexia flooded massive, which is the mostly of the Brexia itself is a lot of kaolinite and silica, and enriched by multi-hematite structures, and some of the hematite mineralizations and the waste materials mostly of volcanic plastic with undifferentiated NAV material. This is another ore unit in Tujuh Bukit, and at the top there is mostly the oxide ore, and the hanging wall and footwall waste material is in the footwall side is mostly propylitic and argillic stuff, which is puff material. In Tujuh Bukit we have 5 pits. Pit P is just finished couple months ago, and then P West is finished 3 months ago. Pit E is the first time finish, and currently we are mining in the Pit E and Pit C. Pulau Merah is just about the west south of this area of mining. Going to P West alteration and grid control. This one is controlled by structures for the P West. Mostly of the structures trending southwest and northeast. And this one is the ultrasound model of US, and even the block model from the grid control. The US mineralization is the high grade zone is dominant by hydrothermal breccia. It's a jigsaw structures. In these structures, 2 structures intersections in this zone, which is this structure and that structures. And then the other mineralization is the high grade massive silica is cross-cut by hydrothermal and with a strong geotite in the high grade zone. And also this showing the from the hand specimen showing the hydrothermal breccia. This one is across the silica. From the previous samples from previous explorations, we got the metallurgical test, which is the overall good recovery is 85%. And the Leaching time is about 150 days for the POSPs and also PP. And you can see that's a couple of the US mineralizations with the Cherokees Limited and Jutit in the alteration of the crystal tooth. And this one is silica alunite. And also this one is sulfuric oxide. And the other geometallurgical range of these three kind of the ore. The average of the recovery is about 80 to 85%. The model of the clay from PP West. This one is alunite, this one a dikite, and then a little bit islite and montmorillonite. The metal or recovery from the West within about 50 days, we can cut 85% of the good. And the silver is a bit low, only 2.7%. And if we have a higher silver, the good recovery will be coming lower. And these structures of EEs is mostly controlled by structures which is trending northwest southeast, and there is intersection with the high copper structures and cross structures in these in this zone. So in these structures, intersections between northwest and southwest northeast is very high copper, and in the zone itself is very high grade. Is much common in the epithermal with in the intersection structure is coming higher grade and enrichment.
Pak Agus, excuse me, Pak Agus.
Yes, Pak. Okay, thank you. NP is the mineralization from the trending of northwest is high copper. This is sample of high copper. So in this intersection area of zone is of the ore body of PEs from the grid control, which is 7.5 meters sampling. NP itself is about 88% good recovered, and PT is mostly more clay than the other pit. This one is a PT and block model of PT. PT is very oxide material, but very hard, which is content of flaky texture and intensive Jutit, hematite, and limonite. and this area of zone is a couple of plated orthorhombic crystal barite, and in pit C, and the pit C is almost similar with pit E, but the pit C is a higher silver content than crude. Okay, based on the sampling of high copper, high crude and low copper and low crude, high silver, sorry, and high crude, high copper, high silver, and also low crude and low samples that showing that the higher crude and low copper is more recovery than the high silver and low crude. And the various of leaching time that the faster leaching than the sulfide or when the silver extracted, and showing the pit E and pit C, the oxide ore is more cyanide consumption in the ore recovery. This was within couple of kind at the pit C and pit E oxide and sulfide ore, which is the reagent consumable for the sulfide ore is higher than the oxide ore. And the grid control we took from the pit is 7.5 meters sample composite, which is we are using the pi samples, and we are compressing with the OPP samples, which is cut from the bed sample every 30 minutes from the blending crushing ore. And this one's the couple of example for the high throughput from the OPP. This one is resulting very close of our grid control and blending or in the OPP. So our method of the grid control and the bed sampling is very close, 0.8 minus, and only but less than 1% difference.
Agus, one minute left, Agus, ya.
Thank you, Pak. And next one is the good recovery from the pit ANC. This one is the example for the how to get and split of the ore and waste, and how to manage in the ore blending and communication with the metallurgy to getting a better recovery, which is we have a finger stockpile and 2 crushers. We have agglomeration 1 and 2, and also sampling beds in the each of the samples before agglomeration process. The total productions so far since until June 2020 is 20.9 million tons, which is about 1.34 gram per ton, and good, and 895 kilo ounce good. Think for the agglomeration heap leach, Pak Marsuki, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus Pur. Wait.
Ya, Pak Agus, bisa dipercepat Pak Agus ya.
Yeah, can I share the? Can you see this?
Okay, I can see Pak Agus.
Wait. Okay, maybe Pak Agus can use share the agglomeration and in heap leach process, Pak. The slides, because I cannot share the slides here.
Oke, good, Pak Marsuki.
Bisa menggunakan punya Pak Agus saja, Pak, karena saya tidak bisa share.
Silakan Pak Marsuki langsung.
Pak Agus, mungkin Pak Agus bisa meneruskan slide-nya.
Ya, slide-nya. Saya akan presentasi dari Pak Agus.
Ya, silakan Pak Agus. Ya.
Ini belum muncul, Pak, untuk ini slide-nya, Pak. Dari panitia bisa membantu.
Okay.
Mungkin panitia bisa membantu, Pak.
Komite panitia apakah bisa menampilkan share screen-nya Pak Marzuki dan Pak Agus?
Iya.
Mungkin dari slide saja Pak Marsuki.
Iya, dari Pak.
Silakan Pak Agus. Dari Pak Agus saja, Pak. Silakan.
Nanti Pak Marsuki yang akan jelaskan.
Oke, langsung Pak Marsuki.
Yang tadi. Belum masuk, Pak.
Oke.
Sudah Pak Marsuki?
Ya, silakan.
Ya, bisa dipersingkat dan dipercepat Pak Marzuki ya. Thank you.
Ya, bisa. Thank you. Jadi, here is the flow sheet. Okay, next, Pak Agus, I will make it fast, maybe. So here is ore from the mining stockpile has bigger size using a loader. The ore transferred into the ROM bin. After that, the ore will pass through the vibrating grizzly. Ore with the size greater than 120 millimeters will go through the jaw crusher. The product from the jaw crusher and the undersize ore on the vibrating grizzly then will pass into the scalping screen. Again, the ore with the size greater than 75 millimeter will go into the cone crusher. The product from cone crusher and the undersize ore from scalping screen will be transferred together into agglomerated feed bin. Next, Pak Agus. Yeah. So at the right, we can see the ROM bin here. On the left side, there are vibrating grizzly, jaw crusher, and rock breaker. While here is the cone crusher at the middle and on fire. Next, Pak Agus. The next process is agglomeration ore. This is production from the product from the cone crusher, which is the ore that has been crushed and have a size smaller than 75 millimeter were collected in agglomerate feed bin. The ore then will be transferred using conveyor and mixed with the cement. The cement were added around 5.5 kilogram to 6 kilogram per tons, and we use drum agglomerator to do the agglomeration. The agglomerated ore then transferred to the stockpile, and after that transport using dump truck for the stacking process on the heap leach. The throughput is around 25,000 ton per day. Next. Next one is on the right. Here is the agglomerator feed bin, while on the left you can see the drum agglomerator at PT BSI, and here is the cement screw feeder to adjust the flow rate of the additional of the cement. Next. Agglomeration is a process to bind the fine particle into coarse one. So we can do next, Pak Agus, about the agglomeration mechanism. Yes, there is a 4 stage, but we just need the 3 stage because the 4th stage is the breakage stage. We don't need the breakage stage because it will form the ununiform particle size. So I will talk about next part about the agglomeration schematic. Here's the schematic from adapted from Chamberlain. So we have to add some moisture there to make a good agglomeration process. The next one is next.
Pak Marzuki, bisa dipercepat Pak Marzuki ya?
Yeah.
1 minute.
There is a three variable for a good agglomeration. The first one is moisture, rotation drum speed, retention time. Maybe I will go to the conclusion, Pak Agus, at the last slide. And go to the last slide, maybe. So we also conduct a column test for the agglomeration ore and non-agglomeration ore. The result is the agglomeration ore has a higher gold extraction of 76.6% rather than the non-agglomerated ore, which is the gold extraction is 74%. So the conclusion is best quality of agglomeration depends to some parameters such as moisture, rotation speed, and retention time. The normal retention speed, retention time, and throughput at PT BSI agglomerator are 8 RPM, 65 seconds, and 25,000 ton per day, which are close to the numbers from the calculation of equation given by Fetoscada and Bovard. Based on the column test here, the ore that was subjected to the agglomeration process tend to have a higher percentage of gold extraction, namely 76.6% compared to the ore that wasn't agglomerated, namely 74%. I think that's from me. Thank you very much, Pak. I will give it back to the moderator. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus and Pak Marzuki for interesting presentation about geological improvement and agglomeration process at Tujuh Bukit Gold Mines. We will go to second speaker, Pak Ikrar Nusabakti. Are you ready?
Okay, ready, Pak. Ikrar Teguh Mandiri, Pak. Not Nusabakti.
Okay, sorry. Nama, the name similar. Okay, Pak Ikrar Teguh Mandiri will present with title Ore Conservation Strategies, Primary Role of Mine Geology in Seruyung Mine Indonesia. Pak Ikrar,
okay,
time is yours and 20 minutes, Pak Ikrar, ya. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation, Pak?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can see your presentation, Pak Ikrar. Please go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today I will talk about the ore conservation strategies, what we have done in Seruyung Gold Project. So this is the outline of my presentation. The introduction, we will talk about the fundamental of the urban conservation in Indonesia. And then next, we will share what is the effort of what we have done in Seruyung. And also we will share about the lesson learned that we have done in our project. Okay, the urban conservation has been regulated in Indonesia based on the ministerial decree in 2018. The main objective of the urban conservation is optimization of the mineral resources, and also as for us, for geologists, take part for the nationalism. And then this is the location of our project, which is located at the northern Kalimantan. Our mining license is about 3,500 hectares. The main our mine project is in the Seruyung Hill. As you can see, the Seruyung Hill divided into 4 areas. The main silica cap in the central, and then the western breccia at the western part, and the Adarai at the eastern part, and the northern Calafium at the northern part. Next, this is the effort that we have done in our project, doing the reconciliation analysis, pit wall blast hole mapping, relogging data, conducting the mineralogy study, geometallurgical test work, and modeling and optimization. Actualize your effort. Okay, this is the reconciliation analysis. This is the example of one of the graph that we usually have in our mining project. This is the gold content risk reconciliation. Sometimes we have positive variance, and sometimes we have negative variance. But the main thing is how we interrogate our data. What is the reason of the positive reconciliation and the negative reconciliation? Okay, the next one is the most important thing in gold mine project is the pit wall mapping. I think it's already applied also in other companies. As you can see at the right top, we can collect our data, whether it's alteration, lithology, structure, and then oxidation, and whatever that you need to answer your reconciliation data. And then at the bottom part, as you can see, this is the drilling, exploration drilling that has the 25 meter space. As you can see, if we only have the data from the exploration, we will make it our mineralization bulky, and also we will have big interpretation. But in fact, in the in actual, we usually get more data, and also we find out what is the alteration or the mineralization control. And also next one is the blast hole mapping. So the blast hole mapping that conducted from the blast hole drill, and we store it into the chip tray, and we can collect our data like the alteration, lithology, similar with the pit mapping, but more vertically. And then don't forget to manage your data. You can store it with your software, and also you need to sketch it and make an interpretation, and store your map, and share your findings in the periodical report. And then the most important thing also in blast hole is the recovery. We managed to measure our recovery with the weight scale, and then plot it into the graph, and then plot it also. We can plot it also in a map. Overlaid with the alteration map, we will have a picture what is the reason of the good recovery and then the bad recovery. And then next one is the logging. So sometimes when we have new evidence in a pit, we cannot have good data because of the timing and something like that. Then we should back to the core data and reevaluate the previous identification, like the example of our what we have done in 2013 is to lithology. We call it volcanic breccia, and then evolved to the monomitic diatom breccia, and then we divide it into the breccia A1 and breccia A2 based on the characteristic that at the low grade we have disseminated goethite, and also the medium grade we have goethite and hematite phenolite, and always open for the new idea. And then we should remodel our geological concept, of course. As you can see from the beginning of our project, we have a pyroclastic unit hosting our deposit, which is the sub-horizontal mineralization, and then evolve, as we can see that we introduce the phreatic and phreatomagmatic breccia at the western breccia, and evolve into the diatom, the monomitic and polymictic diatom breccia in 2015. And the last one, we managed to have two type of the monomitic diatom breccia due to this our finding advance. And then next one is minerography. This is the example that sometimes our gold is surrounding by the oxide minerals, and at the lower level we also get know that our gold is surrounded by the pyrite and energite or the sulfide minerals. And then the geological test work. This is where we can collaborate with the metallurgy to translate our language, like in physical properties. The geology always connected with the alteration, but the metallurgists we can translate to the metallurgy with the size distribution, and go on with, until to the column test. And then after we have our data, we should model our findings, because there is the way that we can manage to revise the model and ask the resource geologist consultant to make an improvement to our model. And then we usually have a coordination also with the mining engineer. Okay, go to the lesson learned. The first lesson learned in high wall area. So the high wall area is located between the main silica and also aderi that I have mentioned before. As you can see from our mapping, there is some extension, alteration from the west to the east, and also from the south to the north. And then we managed to overlay our pit wall mapping with the blast hole mapping, and interpret the mineralization. And then we check for the exploration data, and the previous exploration data is not on target in here, so we managed to have a three-purpose hole to make sure this interpretation is on target. And then we managed to have a section and then model it, and then give it to the resource geologist consultant. As you can see, this is the 2015 model that exclude the ore inside the high wall area. And then after the updated model, the geologist, the research geologist consultant included to the newest model. And then after optimized by the mining engineer, we able to have to mine it, and we save it. We conserve about 6,000 ounces from this area. And then number 2 lesson learned in other a goodbye cut. So goodbye cut is usually used by the mining engineer for the bottom ultimate pit. Before we close our mine, we have a reconciliation from our mine in Adarai. We managed to have positive tonnage and gold ounces. So we propose to mining engineer to have drilling at there, and based on our floor mapping also, there is still a continuity of silica alteration at the bottom pit. And then we managed to have a drilling about 15 meters below the ultimate pit. Based on the alteration, it's also have a good silica alteration continuity. And then when we manage to see the grade, it's also have a good grade. And then we mine it. As you can see that the ultimate pit, we able to mine the ore about 15 meters below the ultimate pit. And then from the estimation, about 21,000 ounces has been conserved. And then the lesson learned number 3 is the breccia classification. I have mentioned before in the relogging effort. So in the beginning, we have a volcanic breccia and monomatic diatom breccia in 2015. But when we overlay the monomatic diatom breccia, we can see that there is some another control of the grade inside the monomatic diatom breccia. So we managed to have a breccia A1 and breccia A2 to reclassify the monomatic diatom breccia. That the A2 breccia is contain the goethite hematite fanlet or the pyrite fanlet. So you can see that our new model is quite in line with the grade. And then we try to have a reconciliation for the updated model. As you can see, the black line is the actual ounces, and then the blue dash is the 2017 model. After we have an update for the model based on the reclassification of monomatic diatom breccia, the variance of the model between the actual and the resource model is getting closer. So from this, we managed to have 7% increasing of resource without drilling, or equal to 25,000 ounces. And then the lesson learned number 4, it's in satellite pit. So in satellite pit, we have a reconciliation, the positive reconciliation of the ore type. We have more oxide ore compared to the resource model. And then as you can see, the solid model is the grade control model compared to resource model in the string or frame. So we managed to have more oxide. Okay, we managed to have a block-to-block comparison between the grade control model and resource model. As you can see, the grade control model is in the y-axis. As you can see that our recovery is higher compared to the resource model, both on QQ plot or scattergram. And then this is the section of the positive reconciliation in grade, of course, and we check the control of the mineralization of the geology mineralization. There is two there is two control of the mineralization, which is the scree control. The scree is the secondary mineralization, and also the vertical continuity of mineralization is still open. And then we managed to ask the engineer to have a grade control or blast hole drilling in here to make sure that in the below of the bottom pit we still able to have oxide ore, and then the result is confirmed based on the blast hole drilling and also exploration drilling in here. And we able to mine until the 10 RL, and we conserve about 2,000 ounces at the satellite pit.
Pak Ikrar,
okay.
Pak Ikrar.
Yeah.
Pak Ikrar, 3
Yeah.
minutes left, Pak Ikrar.
Okay. Okay, this is the project resource and reserve history of our gold deposit. As you can see, in the beginning of our project until now, we able to mine more than twice from our resource. So this is some this can encourage us to have the conservation of in our project. Okay, the last one is summary. First one, always interrogate your reconciliation data, and also the next one is consistent for what you can do on your mining project in mine geology role, and then take opportunity to collect your data and model it, and then execute the concept. And then next one, there is always any opportunity for ore conservation, because the data of the exploration is quite wide. And also the last one, have a good and effective coordination with the other department such as metallurgists and also mine engineer. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. I would like to thank for all of the geologists that have contributed to the Seruyung project. Okay, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Ikrar, for an interesting presentation, and also about lesson learned from Seruyung gold mine. Well, now we go to the last speaker. Last speaker by Pak Obes Silalahi. Pak Obes Silalahi will, the title is Best Practice of Mineral Conservation in Nickel Mines. Pak Obes? Hello, Pak Obes, can you hear me?
Yes, Pak Arif, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, Pak Obes, time is yours and 20 minutes for you.
Okay, second, can you see my screen, Pak Arif?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, so thank you, Pak Arif. So, good afternoon, everyone. So today I would explain the best practice of mineral conservation in nickel mines, especially in Indonesia. So now I'm responsible for senior mine engineer for short and medium term finding at Valley, Indonesia. So this is our agenda. There are four. Yeah. First one is like to explain the introduction of mineral conservation. The second one is mining process plan flow at Valley, Indonesia. And the next is mine planning at Valley, Indonesia. And the last one is discuss more detail related what we have done at VTPAL Indonesia related to the mineral conservation itself. Okay, so introduction for mineral conservation. As you know that Indonesia has abundant non-renewable resources, such as mineral and also coal. So excessive exploitation can affect on the availability of the resource itself. So that's why optimization is needed by implementing good mining practice on mineral conservation. So what is the mineral conservation? So this is the definition from Capman 1827. So the definition is effort in optimizing the process or utilization, reporting of mineral coal resources in a measured, efficient, responsible, and sustainable manner. So the key words for the mineral conservation definition is we call it optimal. So there are some laws in Indonesia that regulate mineral conservation itself. Start from Undang-Undang Number 4, 2019, PP 23, 2010, and so on. And the detailed explanation of for good mining practice implementation are regulated in Capman SDM number 1827K 2018, and specifically for mineral conservation can be found in Chapter 7. So this is mineral conservation object based on this regulation. So there are 7: mining recovery, processing recovery, low-grade ore, associated mineral, marginal reserves, unmined reserve, and the last is a residual product of processing ore and refining. I will explain it later. So so this is the mining process in VTVI. So we conduct our open cast mining method. So block model that used by mine planning are developed by exploration team based on 50 by 50 drilling spacing. And then mine planning will develop mine scheduling based on requirement of the process plan, consists of tonnage and also the chemistry on spec, especially iron and also silica make ratio. So mining will start with topsoil and then land clearing and topsoil removal, stripping mining. So stripping will go to the disposal and mining will go to the screening station. So for the run of mine that outspec will pile temporary at ROM pile, close to the screening station. So the product of the mining is a screening station product. We call it in here is SSP. So SSP will be hauled to the wet or stockpile and keep at this stockpile for 3 up to 4 weeks, for to reduce the moisture content naturally. So this is the final goal of the mines department in VTPI to ensure waste level is enough in terms of tonnage and also chemistry on spec to support process plan requirement. So this is a process plan flow. So the SSP from wash will be hauled to the dryer. So in dryer, objective in dryer is to reduce the free moisture in the SSP to around 20%. So the product of the dryer called DKP. So DKP will be transferred to the reduction kiln. So the main objective of reduction kiln is reducing free moisture to 0%, and also reducing crystal water. And the last is nickel and iron reduction by adding coal. So the product of the kiln called calcine. So calcine will process it again to the electric furnace. So we have 4 electric furnace in VTVI. So in here, matte and slag can separate, yeah, based on the density. So the furnace matte, the product of the electric furnace is called furnace matte will transfer to the converter, yeah, for the final processing, matte granulation, and the final product is a called nickel matte with contain 78% of nickel. Okay, so this is general overview for mine planning, yeah. So our cutoff grade is 1.5%. Mining planning is developed based on 50 by 50 drilling spacing block model. The mining area are scattered and mined simultaneously to meet the chemistry requirement of the process plant. We have a major equipment, yeah, shovel and backhoe with capacity 11 cubic, backhoe with small backhoe is with a capacity 4.1 meter cubic and 100 ton capacity of haul truck. So this is wet ore stockpile is needed to support the chemistry blending for process plant and help to reduce the moisture content naturally. Okay, so this is the example of mining production for 2020. Yeah, so our target TMM, total material move, consists of overburden, ROM, SSP, civil is around 74 million, and the daily rate is around 147 kiloton, and the DKP ratio to ensure the blending chemistry on spec is 60% from Sorowako and 34% from VTA. And the target of the nickel matte production and this year is 71.7 kiloton of nickel matte. So this is yeah, just to show you the location of mining area. Yeah, so for the Sorowako we have 14 hills compartment, yeah, that mine simultaneously, and then also in Petia there are 4 hills compartment also. For 2020 we have 18 hills compartment that mine simultaneously. Okay, so this is the best practice of mineral conservation at PT PAL Indonesia. So the first object of mineral conservation is mining recovery. So according to this regulation, for its mining method can be seen on the screen, yeah, the target of the mining recovery. So for instance, in PTVI we refer to open pit mining. So the target is 90%. So if you see the achievement, yeah, the achievement of the mining recovery from PTVI that reported to the SDM from Q1 to up to Q2 in 2020, we always achieve, yeah, mining recovery minimum 90%. So the mining recovery is a ratio of mine production to mine reserve in a certain period and expressed as percentage. So what we have done in PTVI to ensure the mining recovery can achieve as a target, yeah. So the first one we do the bottom ore recovery. So the background of this project is to recover or expose at the bottom profile due to the big fleet could not be mining entirely, yeah, for some reason such as narrow loading mine. So as you know, in nickel laterite, due to the regular bedrock profile, the digging process with the big fleet could leave the remaining ore on the bottom profile. So that's why we need a smaller equipment, yeah, smaller equipment with a big 1 meter cubic bucket capacity, small haul truck, 25 ton capacity, and also the dozer. So in the left screen you see the profile, yeah. We have a rock there, big rock, boulder, and also silica zone, high grade zone, and also sometimes we have waste, yeah. So with big fleet we cannot mine this area to ensure to avoid the ore dilution. And the second one is ore control. Yeah, so the main responsibility of ore control to minimize ore dilution during mining activity, maximize the mining recovery, and also to ensure the ore quality, nickel grade, and also chemistry as planned. So they are also assist the operator to execute the mine sequence as planned in the field. Yeah. So they have a sample checking for the overburden, top ore, mining ore, and bottom ore profile. And they also install a pack, yeah, for guidance for the operator. So in the field, we can see the pack with the color, yeah. For instance, red color for the OB, green color for the ore, and the blue color is for the blue zone. And the last main responsibility of the ore control is managing the stockpile to spread ore based on the chemistry. Next, this is the reclaiming of the settling pond and spill material. Yeah, so spill material is come from the SSP hauling from the screening station to the wet ore stockpile. So there is possibilities some SSP will spill in the hauling road. So that's why we reclaim or recover the spill material itself and dump to the what do you call it, ROM pile, temporary ROM pile, before being screened at the screening station. Slurry material is the material reclaimed from the settling pond, yeah, from screening station and also the process plant. Generally, this slurry has a higher nickel grade, but also a higher iron content. So that's why we need to wait the blending ore from the other phase or location to blend this ore from this area. The last is the recycling rejected material. So this process is aimed to minimize the ore losses during the screening process, increase the screening station product SSP, and also load grade optimization. So during screening process, it's possible that some ore could be overflow into the rejected material, or we call it in here it's rejected material plus 18 inch. Yeah, so we have the target for the SSP recovery. For instance, in Spetia, we have the target around 80%, and the PTA is in Sorowako is around 50%. So this is the picture that show that recycling activity at the screening station. So here the rejected material, and then load and haul again, and dump to the static in the screening station to increase the SSP recovery. So the second object is a processing recovery. Basically, this object is related to the process plant issue. Yeah, so I would not explain in detail for this, and just share what we have done in mining to support and increase the processing recovery. So of course, there are some effort and also initiative that VTVI has been conducted to increase the processing recovery. So you see the result of the processing recovery. Yeah, we reported quarterly basis to SDM. So we achieved the target that stated in feasibility study document, which is 89.3%. Okay, so this is project modular screening station. This is the new innovation, Bapak Ibu. So the background of this project is our hauling distance is getting lower from the existing screening station and could lead the higher OPEX. And just for your information, we add some water on the current process at the screening station and could impact on lower processing recovery at process plant itself. Yeah, so there are increasing of moisture content at a SSP. So the next is PT Valley tried and seek an alternative solution to solve the problem in order to increase the processing recovery and also reducing hauling distance by purchasing a modular screening station. Yeah, so this is modular screening station is a waterless technology and rotary thermal concept. So just for your information also, this is the first new technology that implemented in nickel laterite mines. Yeah, so right now this project is still under construction, and we hope modular screening station can be implemented in end of this year. Okay, so for
Pak Obes, 5 minutes
yes.
left, Pak Obes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this low grade, yeah, low grade is a classification of ore with certain grade of mineral, which is probably still economical. So in VTVI we have a cutoff grade 1.5, yeah. So higher 1.5 is called ore, and lower 1.5 is called overburden. So we just reported the low grade ore utilization in PTA by crushing rejected material plus 6 inch minus 18 inch for blending process. So this is the picture that show you. So we have the ROM pile of low grade ore, which can easily to recover, and also we have also the crusher at PTA screening station. Associated minerals, mineral based on its genesis were simultaneously formed together with the mine mineral. So due to limited process technology in most of nickel industry, including VTVI, so additional process for to extract the associated mineral has not been undertaken. Yeah. So we only listing the associated mineral and reporting to ASDM. Yeah, so we have two table associated mineral in our reserve report, in our reserve, and also list of associated mineral which were processly quarterly in process plant. Marginal reserve, yeah. So the marginal reserve are not considered also in the feasibility study. Yeah. So marginal reserve is a part of mineral reserve which is still on the visible limit while compiling the feasibility study. Yet the change of technical and also economical factor must still be considered to undertake a mine plan process. So the reserve status could be returned to the resource. Yeah. Okay. And the next object is unmined reserve. So unmined reserve is a mineral reserve which planned in the feasibility study, but we cannot mine. Yeah. So due to the technical and also the economical changes, so therefore initial mining location cannot be mined, and the reserve status also returns to the reserves. There are some reason. Yeah. The first one maybe flooded pit, and the second one maybe there's a landslide. Yeah. And we cannot mine in that area. This is the example of unmined reserve in VTVI. So we map the location, and we do the action plan for the watering the water, and the last is we report the reserve under the water. Yeah. So just for your information, in this location, start 2 weeks ago, we already mine in that location to recover the reserve the water. Okay, so this is the last mineral conservation object, residual product of processing and refining. So the key message of this object is to optimize the reuse of the residual product of processing and or refining. So so in VTVI, residual product of processing and or refining are used for the civil material to support mining operation, such as mining haul road, dike construction, and also disposal area for the access. So we have a slag, reject dryer, and reject screening station. For the slag, from what we produce from the process plant, we reuse about 89%, yeah. For the reject dryer, 100%, and the reject station, we reuse about 70% from the production. So, and also VTVI
1 minute,
has,
yeah.
yes, Pak. This is the last slide, Pak. Okay. So, and also VTVI has conducted a study in collaboration with the Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar to analyze slag utilization as concrete aggregate. This is the activities for reusing slag, dryer, reject dryer, and also reject screening station for deck construction, hauling road, and also in disposal. I think that's all, Bapak Ibu. So at the end of this presentation, I would encourage all of us who work in mining company to implement mineral conservation itself, yeah. And for your information, PT Vale Indonesia won the gold award from SDM, I think last month, yeah. So I think that's all, Pak. Thank you for your kind attention. Back to you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Obes, for the interesting presentation and sharing about best practice or conservation in PT Vale Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu semuanya, now time for discussion. We have 20 minutes, and please your raise hand. Silahkan bertanya ditujukan kepada siapa. We have 3 speakers, Pak Agus Purwanto dan Pak Marzuki, and Pak Ikrar, and the last speaker Pak Obes Lalahi. Bisa ditekan, dilihat di participants dan raise hands untuk bisa saya panggil yang ingin bertanya. Oke, apakah ada yang akan mengajukan pertanyaan kepada 4 speaker yang sangat bagaimana komite? Bapak Ibu semuanya, mungkin ada yang mengajukan pertanyaan kepada 4 speaker kita ini. Kepada Pak Agus, Pak Ikrar, Pak Obes. Pak Agus lagi di set apa di Jogja nih Pak Agus? Masih di unmute mungkin Pak Agus ya.
Saya lagi di Jogja Mas, Pak, maaf, unmute tadi. Ya.
Pak Ikrar, di mana Pak Ikrar? Jakarta apa di Seruyung?
Di Seruyung, Pak.
Oke, oke. Atau mungkin ini teman-teman semua ada lunch time ini ya, jadi ingin istirahat dulu atau gimana gitu ya. Nanti mungkin ada beberapa pertanyaan yang masuk ke chat room, nanti akan kami teruskan ke para speaker.
Mungkin sedang pada sholat ini Pak Jardi, sholat sama makan siang.
Ya. Waktunya ada jam 1 lebih. Baik Bapak Ibu semuanya, untuk efektif waktu, nanti mungkin yang ingin bertanya bisa mengajukan via chat, dan nanti akan kami teruskan kepada para speakers. Untuk Pak Agus dan Mas Marzuki, Pak Ikrar dan Pak Obes, please keep Oke, sebelum kami tutup sesi ini, mungkin ada sesi foto bersama untuk panitia. Apakah sudah siap?
Pak,
Jadi sepertinya ada Pak STJ sama Pak Alex. Ada yang...
Oke.
Ya, tadi maaf, saya tadi melihat Mas Dadan Wildan itu mau bertanya, terus kemudian setelah itu ada Pak Alex. Mungkin beliau berdua dulu deh. Setelah itu kalau ada waktu saya.
Oke, Pak Dadang dan Pak Alex. Pak Alex, oh ya, udah ada yang resen nih Pak Alex ya. Oke, Pak Alex, mungkin komite bisa mengarahkan videonya ke Pak Alex.
Dan Pak Dadan Wildan.
Ya, silakan Pak Alex, Pak Dadan, pertanyaan ditujukan kepada siapa? Hello Pak Alex, can you hear me?
Halo Pak.
Oke Pak Alex, go ahead Pak Alex.
Terima kasih Pak. Saya ada pertanyaan buat Pak Ikrar. Dalam improvisasi ini, mapping dan conservation ini, Pak Ikrar menggunakan teknologi digital juga nggak Pak? Kayak machine learning atau AI untuk mengupdate mappingnya Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Well, Pak Ikrar mungkin bisa langsung dijawab dari Pak Alex.
Oke, untuk saat ini mungkin teknologi yang kita kita gunakan itu cuma drone aja mungkin Pak. Untuk yang lainnya kita masih old school juga, masih masih drawing peta kita gitu. Cuma untuk ke sana mungkin nanti akan ada juga untuk kita gunakan machine learning atau apa untuk itu Pak.
Terima kasih.
Oke. Another question from Pak Dadang. Pak Dadan. Pak Dadan bisa mendengar saya?
Oke. Halo, halo.
Halo ya.
Bisa dengar Pak moderator?
Saya bisa dengar Pak, silakan Pak.
Ada gangguan sedikit ini di headphone saya. Baik, terima kasih kesempatannya untuk bertanya Pak. Saya di PEP Bandung Pak, Politeknik Energi dan Pertambangan Bandung, Politeknik yang di bawah Kementerian ESDM. Saya pengen nanya ke Pak Obe Silalahi Pak, tentang konservasi di valley ya Pak, untuk biji nikel. Pak, konservasi itu salah satunya adalah bagaimana kita memanfaatkan mineral-mineral yang asalnya tidak menjadi target, kemudian diidentifikasi dan kemudian didaya gunakan gitu. Apakah sekarang ini lagi booming kalau di biji nikel itu banyak sekali mineral ikutannya, terutama rare earth element ya Pak, sama mungkin lithium Pak yang lagi trending topik nih Pak. Vale sudah melakukan studi itu Pak di biji yang dikelolanya yang di lokasi tambang. mungkin bisa sharing informasi Pak. Terima kasih Pak Moderator, itu aja.
Baik, terima kasih Pak ya. Ya benar, sepakat ya. Jadi sekarang ini lagi digiatkan terkait mineral ikutan ya. Mineral ikutan khususnya di nikel ya. Kalau boleh informasi, beberapa mineral ikutan yang sepertinya sangat down sekarang itu adalah kobalt ya Pak. Kobalt yang dimana akan digunakan untuk baterai ya. Namun memang untuk sekarang di perusahaan kami di PT Indonesia area Sorowako belum ada studi terkait ke sana Pak, tapi sebagai informasi kita akan membuka juga area Bapak dan Pemala juga. Jadi isu ini juga sudah coba digaungkan untuk didiskusikan lebih lanjut ya Pak. Jadi apa yang kita lakukan sekarang sebenarnya kita sudah kerjasama juga, kita juga sudah melaporkan dengan Kementerian SDM ya, dan informasi hari Jumat besok ada pertemuan di Bandung juga untuk membahas hal ini terkait mineral ikutan. Jadi sementara ini kita hanya melaporkan saja dulu Pak, melaporkan list materialnya, mineralnya, kemudian juga grade-nya, kemudian lokasinya. Jadi itu dulu Pak yang bisa kita lakukan saat ini sambil nanti kita lihat teknologi pengolahan selanjutnya. Gitu Pak. Terima kasih.
Oke, bisa boleh lanjut lagi Pak sedikit?
Silakan Pak.
Pak Obes itu kalau untuk karakterisasinya berarti sudah diidentifikasi ya, artinya apa aja sih mineral ikutannya atau unsur yang kemungkinan menjadi bernilai ekonomis itu sudah diidentifikasi gitu ya. Artinya kalau permasalahan ekstraksi mungkin itu lain soal, tapi yang penting identifikasi dan karakterisasinya sudah dilakukan Pak ya?
Sudah kita lakukan Pak ya. Jadi kalau yang sudah kita identifikasi itu sebenarnya ada 9 elemen yang selalu kita laporkan ya di laporan cadangannya kita itu, cuman kembali lagi apakah itu ekonomis atau tidak perlu nanti akan dilihat lebih lanjut lagi ya. Tapi so far sih yang paling ekonomis itu adalah kobalt ya. Kobalt sudah pasti. Kemudian yang kedua adalah rare mineral itu adalah skandinium ya. Skandinium ini belum ada juga pengolahan, setahu saya kemarin Prof. Yaki dari ITB juga menjelaskan hal ini. Informasinya di China sudah coba mengembangkan pengolahan terkait skandinium ini Pak.
Oke, siap. Terima kasih Pak.
Sama Pak.
Tadi Pak Obes menjelaskan bahwa hari Jumat ada pertemuan di Bandung. Mungkin Pak Dadan kalau ada waktu bisa join tuh Pak Dadan.
Siap. Waduh, sip. Kalau bisa ketemu bagus nih Pak Obes. Japri nanti Pak ininya nomornya.
Baik Pak.
Siap.
Bapak Ibu semuanya, saya pikir untuk sesi sekarang ini sudah bisa kita akhiri. Sebelum kita akhiri, kita beri give applause untuk para speaker. Dan seperti tadi, sebelum saya akhiri, ada foto session, foto bersama. Akan saya hitung dalam 5 kali hitungan. Siap smile bawa semuanya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dan oke, thank you. Saya kembalikan untuk sesi ini kepada ke panitia, ke MC, kepada Bapak Speaker, para speaker semuanya. Terima kasih atas waktu dan presentasinya. Sekian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you Bapak Zardi, and thank you for the impressive presentation, gentlemen. And before we have a break, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera for virtual photo session.
Yes.
Grace and I will lead this photo session. Okay, we will wait for you all participants for turning on your camera.
Okay, to all the speakers, moderator, and participant, please turn on your camera. And we're gonna take a photo session now. Okay, keep smiling. Steady. Let's take a moment because we're so many participants
Yes.
this day. Okay. Wow. Hi guys, we can see you from here.
Yes, smile everyone for this photo session.
Okay, steady. Keep the smile on. Beautiful.
Wow.
Good. Is it done? All right. Thank you so much to all the participants. Okay. Sorry. We'll continue each page. There are several pages to go. Okay. Give smile.
Smile.
Woohoo. So pretty. All right. Open the camera, please.
Yes,
Hey, you there?
please.
Please open. Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
the
hello, you are.
participants.
Hi. Wow, thank you so much for
Hi.
coming. We're so glad to meet you here. It's an honor. Yeah, so good. Keep the smile on. Last page to go.
Keep your smile steady.
Okay,
Wow.
so beautiful. Wow, it's so interesting, Chania, here, okay?
Yes.
To see all the participants. Wow. All right, is this done? So,
Yay, thank you. Thank you for the all participants. Before we continuing our next discussion, we are going to have a break. Please return online in 30 minutes before our next discussion.
yes, and for your information, we have an exhibition hall where you can see our sponsors and student poster in virtual booth and a landing page coming. So get in there and have some acknowledgement and insight. I'll see you in the 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the video sponsor, please. Thank you so much. Companies who involve in mining industry. It's the same. With us right now is representative from PT Geofix Indonesia. Here with us Bapak Reza. Hi Pak, how are you? Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. So, can you please explain to us about Geofix Indonesia, how it goes, the vision, or, yeah, please.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Pak Reza, can you unmute the microphone, please? We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Once again, please unmute your microphone, please. Say check or 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us?
Hi, 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's on now. Yeah, good. You're
Okay.
good.
It's a little bit technical,
Repeat your
but
sentence
never mind.
previously.
Okay. Basically, geophysics is a multidisciplinary and also a multi-community exploration, as well as mining consultant, drawing all over Indonesia. Although we are a new consultant or company, but actually our founder have a bunch of experience in this field, in industry, with more than 25 years of experience. Together, we have a passion to explore, discover, develop, and also to repeat the process until we get the best version of exploration. And also,
Sorry,
we have.
sorry,
Hello?
Pak Reza, interruption. Can you please close to the microphones because your sound is, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, right there. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Reza.
Yeah, but basically we have passion to explore as well as discover, develop, and also repeat the process until we get the best version of exploration. I can say something like that. Our capabilities is actually many, but our concern is ranging from greenfield exploration as well as to brownfield exploration, and you name it, like three-dimensional modeling, geometallurgy, resource estimation, GIS and remote sensing, as well as the last one, but not least, is a technical due diligence and project evaluation. And our vision is really to be a world-class center of excellence in one-stop global exploration and also project development services, and also for project proprietary. And yeah, we do really concern about the technology advancement because here we are living in the 4.0 revolutionary industry era. So we are really catching up and also engage with research and also development on technology to be applied in mining industry. And we do have some project at the past from minerals in every or in any hydrothermal system, from porphyry, epithermal, skarn, and also another deposits like mangan, nickel, laterite, and bauxite, and coal as well. And yeah, I think that's it, what we can say here. But if you have a further question, don't forget to visit our booth. And also to follow our LinkedIn, also Instagram, social media, and visit our website at geofix/id.com. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So the participants, please check it out, your social media and website from the Geofix Indonesia, right?
Okay.
Bapak Reza, that's an impressive explanation. Thank you so much. This event is far from precious without your trust and support for this MGEI annual convention. Thank you so
Our
much once
pleasure.
again.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, aside the PT Geofix, we will also have Bapak Chandra Kusuma from Agincorp Resources. Hello, Bapak Chandra Kusuma.
Halo, selamat siang, Mbak.
Halo, Bapak. Okay, in this session, please explain to us about the company, the Agincorp Resources. The time is yours.
Saya boleh pakai presentasi ya?
Silahkan, Bapak.
Kelihatan jelas ya, Mbak ya?
Ya, Pak, kelihatan jelas.
Oke, selamat siang semuanya. Di sini saya ingin menceritakan sedikit tentang tambang emas Martabe Jadi selamat datang di tambang emas Martabe. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan mengenai tambang Martabe. Jadi di sini ada tentang sejarah dan gambaran umum, kemudian fasilitas tambang emas Martabe, pencapaian hasil, lisensi sosial, dan terakhir mengenai manfaat tambang bagi masyarakat. Kemudian ini sejarah tambang Martabe. Jadi di tahun 1997 ditemukan oleh Normandi. Kemudian banyak pergantian kepemilikan dari tahun 97 sampai tahun 2009. Di mana di 2009 diakuisisi oleh Gerisos. Kemudian 2010 pembangunan pabrik pengolahan dan infrastruktur lainnya. Kemudian 2012 pouring awal dan pelepasan air ke air sisa produksi ke Sungai Batang Toru. Kemudian 2016 diakuisisi oleh konsorsium yang dipimpin oleh IMR Group. Kemudian 2018 diakuisisi oleh PT Danusa Tambang Nusantara, anak dari perusahaan PT Astra Nasional. Untuk komposisi pemegang saham, jadi kurang 95% dimiliki oleh PT Danusa dan 5% oleh PT Arta Nugraha Agung dari perwakilan dari Pemprov dan Pemda Sumatera, Pemda Tapanuli Selatan. Lokasinya berada di Sumatera Utara, jadi di Kecamatan Batang Toru, Kabupaten Tapanuli Tengah. Berada di kontrak karya generasi keempat, kemudian kita sudah memiliki izin produksi kurang lebih 30 tahun dan bisa diperpanjang. Luas wilayahnya kurang lebih 1.300 km persegi, jadi mencakup dari utara ke selatan, dari Kabupaten Tapanuli Selatan, Tapanuli Utara, Tapanuli Tengah, Mandailing Natal, dan kota wilayah Padang Sidempuan. Kemudian sampai saat ini per 31 Desember 2018 memiliki sumber daya emas 8,1 juta ons dan 69 juta ons perak, di mana kapasitas operasi produksi per tahunnya menghasilkan 350.000 ons emas dan 2-3 juta perak juta ons perak per tahun. Ini gambaran di tambang emas Martabe area operasionalnya. Jadi kita sudah punya 3 pit. Yang pertama yaitu pit Purnama, mulai dibuka pada tahun 2011, kemudian pit Ramba Joring di tahun 2016, dan terakhir ada kita pit Barani di 2017. Selain itu juga kita sudah mempunyai deposit lainnya yaitu Toru Luala yang saat ini statusnya sedang feasibility study. Kemudian ada di utaranya lagi ada Uluwala Deposit dan juga ada Horas Deposit. Kami juga memiliki tiling storage facility untuk storage tiling dari hasil produksi emas dan perak. Ini area pengolahan dari emas, jadi berada di sebelah barat dari Purnama Pit. Jadi kurang lebih alurnya seperti ini sampai dihasilkan bulian emas dan perak. Ini untuk kondisi di perkantoran, jadi kami ada camp, kemudian area office, workshop, dan sebagainya. Pencapaian-pencapaian yang telah dicapai yaitu kita lihat dari operation dari tahun 2013 sampai tahun 2019 kurang lebih mengalami peningkatan produksi. Kemudian dari pemerintahan kita memperoleh dukungan dan kerjasama sangat baik. Kemudian izin-izin juga prosesnya sangat lancar. Kemudian kontribusi kepada pemerintah juga semakin meningkat. Kemudian mengenai dari sisi sosial, hubungan dengan masyarakat semakin kuat, program-program kemasyarakatan berjalan dengan baik, kemudian keluhan dan gangguan dari masyarakat terkait operasional tambang semakin berkurang.
Maaf Bapak, untuk waktunya tinggal 1 menit.
Iya.
Terima kasih.
Kemudian untuk karyawan lokal, kurang lebih 74% berasal dari komunitas lokal. Kemudian keberagaman gender, kita ada saat ini 27%-nya ada karyawan wanita, 25% bagian dari tim manajemen. Nah, ini beberapa award yang PT Aginco Resource peroleh, jadi cukup banyak yang penghargaan yang kami peroleh baik dari pemerintah maupun dari luar. Untuk desa lingkar tambang ada 12 daerah, 12 desa ditambah dengan 3 desa yang lingkar luar. Kemudian hubungan dengan stakeholder, jadi kita selalu aktif menjaga hubungan baik dengan pemangku kepentingan, kemudian hubungan baik juga dengan masyarakat, pemerintah, media, NGO, dan akademisi. Nah, ini beberapa manfaat tambang bagi masyarakat. Jadi ada kita peningkatan ekonomi, kemudian ada kesehatan masyarakat, pendidikan, sosial masyarakat, dan infrastruktur. Ini operasi Katara gratis, jadi ini CSR kita yang tiap tahun selalu kita adakan, jadi berlangsung sejak tahun 2011. Jadi bisa kita lihat di sini totalnya ada 7.131 orang, jadi dari 2011 sampai 2019 kemarin. Oke Mbak, itu aja kurang lebih mengenai tambang emas Martabe. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the good explanation, Bapak Chandra Kusuma, and thank you for the Agincourt resources have been very supportive every year to MGEI convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, to all participants, let me remind you that we're gonna take our fourth discussion at 5:02 p.m. Again, 5:02 p.m. Thank you.
And next, we also have Ibu Kori from Petrosi. Hello, Ibu Kori. Do you hear me? Hello, Ibu Kori.
Hi, sorry. I forgot to unmute.
Thank you, Ibu Kori. Please explain to us about the company of Petrosi.
Yep, thank you very
Time
much.
is yours.
Okay. First of all, on behalf of Petrosi Management, I would like to say that we are very happy to participate in this event, this convention, and Petrosi will always try to support MGEI for all the activities to, I think, to speed up or to encourage all the geology and outside to discover more new discovery of mineral and coal. And we do hope that Indonesia will have sustainable mining in the near future. And about Petrosi, yes, Petrosi are a multidisciplinary contract mining, engineering and construction with a track record of achievement in Indonesia for over 48 years. So we are established in 1972, and we offer a competitive advantage through our ability to provide complete pit-to-port mining solution, integrated engineering and construction capabilities, and we also have commitment to safety, health, environment, quality management, and business integrity. And we also have some achievement. In 2019, Petrosi was selected by the World Economic Forum as the only mining company and the only Indonesian-owned company to join its Global Lighthouse Network. So Petrosi was selected as one of only 10 companies is the world to successfully implement the Industry 4.0 technologies to drive our financial and operational performance. As a lighthouse, Petrosi now also serves to guide the other companies to overcome challenges in applying Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence and big data analytics. I think that's all about Petrosi.
Thank you for Ibu Kori from Petrosi. Okay, and thank you for the GeoFix, Agincourt Resources, Petrosi to support again the MGEI Annual Convention 2020.
world is facing challenges no one imagined. The change is exponential. More information is available than ever before. Across industries, people need to connect faster with their teams, stakeholders, communities, and technology. Whether it's digital, on-site, or in the office, so they can deliver higher quality, more sustainable projects. Because to take on these challenges, we need to work together. A better understanding of the Earth creates a better world for all. That's the power of connection.
Tasks quickly. This applies not only to our flagship desktop products, but also increasingly to cloud hybrid solutions that we'll be developing into the future. This in the new release is a new interface. This doesn't change the way the software functions, but what it does is set us up with a very sound base for continuing to develop the desktop products into the future. In addition, they're going to notice significant improvement in performance, both generally and in particular in relation to drill hole loading.
I think it's important that we keep consistency in how people use the product while we change the visual design and then move on to the next stages of improving some of the flows.
I think our products have been so successful because they are easy for people to use. The workflows are really intuitive. We know that our customers can pick up the software and learn it really quickly, get their skills up really quickly, and become really expert in the dynamic modeling that we provide them.
The changes to the desktop product are going to enable us to make better connectivity to cloud products, better connectivity between different software solutions, and to both deal with large processing tasks, deal with them faster, to make advantage of the cloud compute capabilities, and to allow facilitate multi-user workflows.
We're really excited to bring you Central 4.0 at the end of the year. We've got a lot of big improvements in this release. Bringing out web-based visualization so you can open your model directly in the web browser. It's going to make it really easy to share with colleagues. We've got new modeling workflows, but in Leapfrog, letting you share different things in Central. We've got improvements to our notifications so that you can tag colleagues. We're making these changes based on your feedback. We want to make the product easy to use and more powerful using the latest cloud technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last discussion of Convention Day 1. We want to say thank you so much for J Resources for a Superbyte sponsor and Sequent Limited for Terabyte sponsor.
And let me remind you, we have our exhibition hall where you can see our sponsor in virtual booth and student poster.
Yeah, so how is everybody doing now? This is only day 1. We hope that you are all geared up because our next discussion is more challenging yet interesting as previous. Of course, because MGEI convention always bring out the best subjects and topics in mining industry. So, our moderator for the next discussion is Bapak Wawan Hermawan. Bapak Wawan Hermawan, education background, Bachelor of Geology Pajajaran University, Bandung, graduate certificate Geostatistic, Edith Cowan University, Perth, Australia. Work experience 2019 until now as geologist technical lead at PT Petrosi Tbk. Bapak Wawan, time is yours.
Thanks for the committee for having me to host this segment of discussions. Before I proceed, how do you hear my voice?
Yeah,
Is that
sure.
clear? Yes?
How are you, Pak Wawan?
Baik, I'm fine. So yeah, it's an honor to be part of this fantastic event. Selamat sore Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu sekalian. Welcome to this session, and I hope you all enjoy your lunch break and ready for this next session, which I can guarantee will keep you awake. This segment is titled Deep Ore Body Opportunity, Initiative, and Challenges. As Paiko Budilono mentioned this morning, earlier this morning, that the trend of the ore body being discovered is getting deeper and deeper. And that means that we're going to be dealing with this type of deposit more often in the future. And since this deep ore body need to be extracted using underground mining, which is I think it's far more challenging in many ways compared to open cut mining. So it's going to be our challenge in the future. So that's pretty much the objective of this session this afternoon. So we're gonna discuss some aspect of underground operations that will cover geology, mining operation aspect, and lastly, the geotechnical aspect. So we have 3 speakers for the sessions who are very competent in their fields. So can I please have the CV of the speaker? So the first speaker, I welcome Pak Saud Simbolon. Pak Saud is a friend of mine for a long time. And, we worked together in the past. So Pak Saud holds Bachelor of Geology from Bandung Institute of Technology. And then graduate certificate in Geostatistics from Edith Cowan University. And Master of Science in Geostatistics from University of Adelaide. Pak Saud started his career as exploration geologist at Newman Batu Hijau. And he took various roles, including geologist database and also mine and resource geologist. He joined Oceana Limited in 2006 to fill out the role or the positions of senior mine geologist. Then in 2007, he works in Jandi underground mining operations for Newman Mining as a senior resource geologist. I spent 3 years there, and then after that, he works for different companies, including QG Consultants, Evolution Mining, and MMG, based in Victoria. Welcome, Pak Saud. Our second speaker is Pak Lufi Rahmat. I guess most of you know Pak Lufi. So Pak Lufi got his Bachelor of Mining from Bandung Institute of Technology, and then also holds a Master of Mining from, I think, Colorado School of Mines. So the work experience, 2007 until now, he is a principal consultant at GeoMine. And before that, he took several managerial positions, including operational director at PT Sumber Kurnia Buana, manager strategic planning, and also chief geological engineer at PT Freeport Indonesia. So welcome, Pak Lufi. And our last speaker for the session is Pak Peter Saunders. Can I have the CV? Peter hold a Bachelor of Science from University of Queensland in Exploration Geophysics and Geology, and Master of Engineering for Mining Geomechanics from Western Australia School of Mines. And currently Peter is experienced geotechnical engineer with 80 years mining geotechnical experience in both open cut and underground mine across Australia and abroad. And since January 2015, Peter has worked with Ground Probe as manager for geotechnical sections, leading a team of more than 60 qualified rock mechanics engineers, providing geotechnical support service to Ground Probe customers around the world. So that's pretty much the background of our speaker for this session. So let's get on to our speaker, Pak Saud Simbolon. Pak Saud will be talking about grade control errors in underground and their relationships to reconciliation performance. Pak Saud, you have 20 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Pak Wawan. Just want to quick check sounds. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Pak Saud.
All right. So I just want to start share my my presentations. All right. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Pak Saud.
All right. Hang on a little bit.
So maybe you have to change to.
Yep. So I just want to change now. Some seems like same happened with still. Okay. Seems like. Okay. Oops. Right. So still have seen 2 slides, is it?
Yeah. You see the next slide on the right.
You can see. Okay. So it should be. Hang on for a second. Oops. Okay. Let's have a look if I can do like this way. All right. It looks like okay now.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to our Almighty God for His blessing to us during this interesting seasons. And also, I would like to thank to IAGI and MGEI for this opportunity to share something in its 12th annual conventions. And then also like to thank to all the participants that attending this session. I hope this presentation will not make you bored and then make you fall asleep. This afternoon, I'm going to presenting about a basic error in grid control and its impact to reconciliations. And it will discuss in a general overview about the impact of the grid control process to the mining value chains. And as like early on, some of the presenter has been presenting and applicate a good grade control applications, which is pretty good. So I think we all know about the global mining value chains, that we start from very global states process and collecting data, which is we call it early on exploration states. And then from that output, then we define the specific interesting mineralizations that we could actually go ahead into more details that fall into, we call it resource model explorations. So before we step into this stage, we already actually investing a lot of effort and dollars, of course, to get into this stage. And before we got to the stage that we're gonna exploit or mining into the grid control model, there is like a lot of process that we have to do to get into that grid control model. And then we know already, we put a lot of dollars into drilling, logging, mapping, all of it into this stage, into the grid control model. So as we all may know, that the grid control is a process of maximizing the delivery of quality of ore waste that send it to the mill or to the stockpile, and will be partly play a role to predicting how much production that will be produced during the mine period of time. However, the grid control itself doesn't stand alone in the big mine value chains. It does relate to the previous programs such as exploration and resource model, and also during the designing and planning, and also in the mining, and then put it into the mill. So this is a little bit more like a step up after we decide or make it the grid control model, and we put a lot of information or parameters to define where actually the material become economic to pay off all the costs that we already spent. So then we decide which of the ore and waste using the suitable mine fleet. Then from there, we decide from what we already designed and planning, whether they're going to the stockpile of the process plant. And then this goes to the final product that we are expecting, that we are promising to the investor or to the stakeholder. So basically, the grid control itself is essentially comprised by data collections. Like all we already know that we've been involved with this process, we have to make sure that these collar survey, geology, core photo, geotech, essays, data have to be collected and validated before we get into the database that we already set up in our business. And secondly, it's also, we need to validate all the geological model and the domain and the spatial analysis that we're gonna do using the data that we already set into our database system. And also we need to look at the local estimations, which is more giving us estimated into the more local stage of the, into more local spatial or range. Then at the end of the process, we have to giving good informations based on our knowledge and based on our good quality data to divine or to divine the ore or waste before we send out to the mill. In many cases, to some degree, the off-balance between the prediction and production may lead to shortening of the expected mine life. And then this could be partly driven by the lack of data integrations, geological domaining, and unsuitable grade estimation methodology, and also some of the lack of knowledge or expertise at the front end before we send it out to the mill. So how to measure the grade control model in our grade control system? So since we deal with the more local spatial space in grade control, then the grade control requires more data within the short range model to minimize the local errors. In underground, it is common to collect geological data from the face cut to support understanding geology into more short local range. So the grade control requires more data within the short range model to minimize the local error. As you can see on the pictures, that if we don't use the face cut data, we might drive to the wrong delineations that could be impact into the more dilutions that we send it to the mill. If we rely on to just in the core, there could be missing of that specific or different mineralization that controlling our mineralization distributions. So when we look at the face cut, so definitely we can see more clearly that the mineralization was driven by different or controlling different geological domains. So another one that very robust tools that we can measure the performance of our grade control, which is reconciliations. Reconciliation is a critical management tool designed to improve operational performance and the reliability of the estimates that form the basis of the business plans, forecasts, and budgets. So we have to have a robust reconciliation system that should be able to avoid discrepancy between resource model and the grade control model. Each company has different system, but it should be robust, transparent, consistent, and auditable of the reconciliation process. So once we look at the profile of our reconciliations, it's not only like try to pointing out straight away to the grade control, but as we can see before that the grade control itself doesn't stand alone into our big mining value of change. It does like related to the grade control model and then stockpile management system and assess deep block or stop or controlling the dilutions. So all above depends on how we establish an audit trail for all data. And then also report results in consistent format, good data management, and reconcile across the function. Some of the speaker already addressed this issue, and then a very good apply into the system, into the business. And also we have to make it a graph variations to determine the trends. And last is to assess and evaluate the difference. So what is the grade control? As I mentioned early on, grade control is a process of maximizing value and reducing risk through delivering of quality tons and grade to the mill or stockpile. So you can see the pyramid shape here. So all the way up is try to reducing the risk that we predicting before we giving to the design or to the mining planning. So we can see the basement of the pyramid, it was the data collections. So what was the data collection inside in there is this, the grade control during design, collar, downhole survey, sampling technique, assay method, geology, and geotech mapping. this system validation and rectifying process and reporting. So we have to have a system validate consistently and rectifying process if we have found something error, and then reporting for the solution or resolve the problem. And then we move on after we get very good data. Then we have start to the generated to understanding and the geological domain interpretations. Those interpretation has to be good result or product if we collaborate geological knowledge and statistics. And then those statistics should be representing of the true of the geological that we're seeing in the ground. Geological understanding led by high quality mapping and sampling. So this is very essential informations to reduce of the risk. And then we move on to the next step, which is the grade estimation. Understanding mineralization control will drive in choosing an appropriate estimate strategies. We have to evaluate or assess whether our estimation methodology fit to the type of the mineralization of our deposit. And lastly, right at the top of the pyramid, which is small part of the whole pyramid, but really a key or the trigger that whether they are going to waste or to the mill. And then this is about the how to define the stock design. And this has to be supervised in designated of the ore and waste and the stockpile management. And then we have to look at when we collecting data, the requirement for the high quality sample should be representative, unbiased, safe, and operational timely. So if you look at to the core, it could be very hard to differentiate it between the Brixia zone and then stringer zones if we don't look at for more detail. And specifically on the orogenic gold deposits in associated with the shear zone, this typical mineralization always is found that has like a melaminated veins, brick-shaded zone, and then the stringers. Sampling techniques should be given to implication of the gold particle and erratically distribution, which requires large or close-spaced samples in order to representative of the partition gold in sulfide, free gold, or disseminated stringers. So as our geologists, we have to differentiate it when we sampling of this different mineralization. Sampling strategy aims to provide quality information on the grade mineralization and geology relationship and avoid sample across phase in fixed length. Those should be more geological approach. So when we facing typical deposit like this, we cannot just taking 1 meter samples in sequence, but we have to differentiate it in terms of the mineralization differentiation. The geological mapping has been shown to have a positive impact on the grade control estimation or even the resource estimation stage. So the objective of underground mapping is to identify and locate the ore zone at the vent section to contain the ore width related to stopping width, allowed management understanding of the ore body. Each of different lithology or mineralization or geometallurgy have to be coded in unique. So it's easy for the resource geology to differentiate it of these features before they start to do geological interpretations. And also map any structure or fault nearby using facet format that we already set up in our system. Ore drive, wall, and raise are mapped and surveyed. We need to also sampling on the wall to confirm the grade mineralization on the face cap. core or face cut need to photograph to help in geological interpretation. Use technology to integrate those information become available anytime during the geological interpretations. Most of the companies still using the very old school, which is using the camera digital here to capture all the face and then the back map or wall. But some of the big company, they're already using a drone to survey or to capture all the features of the wall, text, and the face.
You have 5 minutes left, Pasal.
Yep, so pretty close. Face mapping on the face cut are the most important aspect of mapping as they indicate whether the drive or raise is still following the structure and allow direction of mining cycles. So face mapping have to validate it by the location, scale, date, and have standard and consistent face sheets. The quality of information coming out cannot be better than quality of information that went in. So basically, this is the fundamental before we move on to the next stage as we look into the pyramid shapes. So assessing the level of random sampling error. Excessive random sampling error may result in poorly defined ore and waste and result in poor reconciliations and metal accounting. Measuring and monitoring sampling error is best achieved by regular duplicate sampling at each sub-sampling stage. So for example, like I saw before, we do have 3 types of mineralizations. So we have to get each of type has duplicate samples in it. Sampling error can be reduced to an acceptable level by maximizing sample and subsample size and minimizing the number of sample steps. Systematic error is related to the sampling bias, which is characterized a consistent bias of the actual of reference grade. This is related to the sampling technique, sample preparation, and assaying. Measuring bias can be achieved relative to a reference standard samples or Empire laboratory. So we have to have this set of key accuracy set up in our in our system. And again, geological domain is very important when we estimate the grade distributions. 90% of the accuracy of resource or grade control estimation contribute by the accuracy or knowledge of the geological domains. Geological domain is a special volume which representing the homogeneous in geology, has a single grade population and single orientations. Please don't looking only the statistic. The statistics should be representing of your grade distribution or mineralization. Use geological information as primary input and some other additional information, if available, such as geophysical, photographic, geochemical. Spacing or density of data is a matter of to reflect the volume and shape and maybe change the grade distributions. So we have to use technology to collaborate or integrate all the data set that we have or collected. Grade estimations. Uncertainty on the estimate only can be reduced to a certain degree by taking better sampling and key accuracy and closer space samples and good knowledge of the geological domain. Choosing the right estimation methodology by looking the nature of the grade mineralization, like I said before, whether they mineralization type diffusive or mosaic. Periodically review and assess the grade variability over the time period. Assess the variogram and estimation parameter at least once a year, or depending on the geological changes. Ore waste destination. A robust geological interpretation will be minimizing misdesignated or waste and potentially minimizing dilution or to waste. Making decisions during process or designated sometimes get influenced from pessimistic or optimistic attitude, depend on the experience and the background of that geology.
1 minute, Pasut.
Yeah. Where possible, front-end loading of a project with experienced personnel will result in the higher standard of work, skill up of the mine value chains, ore and waste tagging system, including documenting stockpile. Right, so I right to the end of the conclusion of my presentation this afternoon. So basically, the grade control itself, it doesn't stand alone. So in our business or operations, we need to have a fully integrated grade control database management and establish sampling and KQC system, routine and audit sampling methodology and grade control system, utilizing all available geological data to develop a robust grade control model, establish a comprehensive reconciliation system, and last, this is the trigger. We already spent a lot of effort of the process, but we still, if we have lack in this, all is gonna be effortless, which is skill development for the grade control geologists, more experienced geologists at the front end. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pasut, for being punctual with the time and for your insightful presentations. It is interesting indeed, and there are a lot of aspects apparently involved in grid control value chains that can influence the overall reconciliation performance. Now, let's move on to our next speaker, Lupi Rahmat. Lupi will discuss about block-capable ore deposit. Please, Lupi, floor is yours, and you have like 20 minutes to present.
Okay, thank you, Pak Wawan. Thank you, everybody, for attending this session. This afternoon, I'll try to give you a presentation about block-capable ore deposit. I want to already give you all the background that my background is mostly in underground and spending about 10 to 11 years in Freeport. And what I display here is purely is my experience in there, and then we can discuss the details about that. So is it block-capable? That's the question that I heard a lot, people asking me, especially a lot of them as mostly a geologist, not a mining engineer. The reason for that is they found a quite significant white zone, mineralized zone, that's quite deep. So they know in the beginning that deep, and normally the grade is not that too great, like low to medium qualities. And then they start to thinking, okay, is it block capable? And they keep asking that, and normally they call me and asking for that. And it's interesting. Myself, my background is mining engineer, and then for me to try to translate the message to geologists is a very interesting effort. So this presentation is basically is for geologists or exploration geologists, since this is MGEI session. For sure, a lot of geologists attending this event. Not much discussion about block caving science or the recent block caving technologies. This is purely coming from the perspective for geologists or for exploration geologists to determine if this deposit that they find is possible to be blocked or not. So to give you a little bit background, around the world, as mentioned this morning, that the discovery of new new deposit near the surface, like we know about Jurasberg, for example, Indonesia, Freeport, and also in Chile, we have like Chuquicamata. It belongs to the national company Codelco. And also in Australia, for some of you are already from Australia, is Cadia, belongs to Newcrest. And also in the United States, there's a big pit in Bingham. It belongs to Kennecott. The trend around the world is basically this: all the open pit, giant open pit mining is found or discovered, start mine around 1980, kind of, and now is most of them is near the end of their mine life. So what's next? What's next is a lot of mining companies wants to go underground, and the challenge always for them is how to replace the high productivity from open pit to underground. You can see that, for example, that Grasberg open pit, this is just rough number, is 200 tons per day. Chuquicamata is coming like 600 tons per day. Bingham Canyon, 150 tons per day, and Cadia is 40,000 tons per day. And it's very hard to replace those by just normal, for example, cut and fill or sublevel stopping mine. So that's why around the world you can see from the map that a lot of place or mine in the world, they start mining using block caving, because block caving is one of the mining methods that can compete with the open pit in terms of production. Of course, it's maybe not as big as and not as flexible as open pit. For example, this Grasberg, they plan to start the GBC. They call it GBC. The target is around 160 tons per day. The Chuquicamata tried to come up with 140 tons, 1,000 tons per day, and then Bingham and so on. So this is the background why a block cave is sport around the world. It's happened everywhere, and then everybody wants to go to block caving. And we can discuss. The next slide is why block caving is the preferable method. You can see this is among the underground mining methods. From the left to the right, the left is normally we mining engineers call it the naturally supported mining method. The middle, we call it artificially supported mining method, and the right side is unsupported mining method. And as I mentioned earlier, the block caving provides the most competitive from comparing to open pit from productivity and cost perspective. You can see the two rows in the bottom. This is give you the upper row is showing you the typical production in terms of kilotons per day. You can see the block caving right now is getting bigger, but in the past it can go to as low as 7,500 tons per day, and now it's up to 160,000 tons per day. If you go to the left, basically there's no other mining methods that comparable to block caving in terms of production. Yeah, for example, the famous the common used method in Indonesia for other underground mines is cut and fill. You apply cut and fill in Indonesia in Newcrest, Gosowong, and also in Antam Pongkor. The productivity is around that 200 to 4,000 tons per day only. The other part is also we're talking about mining costs. Mining costs, block caving, yeah, it depends on many factors, but it come up with some $8 to $15 per ton mining cost range. And this is if you're comparing to the lab to the other mining method on the ground is one of the cheapest one. The reason for the cheapest one because this is a bulk mining. Basically, you can notice that from the top title is not unsupported, means you don't spend much money for your supporting kind of. Comparing to your cut and fill, you spend a lot of money to strengthen, put cement on your fill and then put it back to the stope, and that's cost you a lot of money. So block caving is the preference for people around the world for the mining to replace the open pit because of one is production, the second is about the cost. So to give you, for you geologists and exploration geologists, give you a background, what is block caving? You can see the left figures or with the drawings. Basically, block caving is a mining method that use weakness in mineral deposit as advantage because it's allowing ore to disintegrate it from their in situ position and then transport it freely along the column to the loading extraction level. So basically, how the ore is disintegrated is basically you create a slicing. Like if you have a bread, you slice the bottom of the bread. We call it in the mining, we call it undercut level. And by slicing that slice, basically you let all the ore from the top vertically will fall down by gravity. So all the ore that coming down from by gravity is collected by a cone-shaped collector. You can see that the circle figures there. We call it that as a drawbell. And from that drawbell, we collect all the ores from a collecting point. We call it draw point. So as simple as that. You can see that comparing to other, if you have any experience looking at the other underground method design, you can see the amount of development and ventilation, for example, is much less than the much less in block caving rather than other mining method. So that's a block caving. Basically, it's easy. You cut, everything's coming down, you collect all the ore. Okay, now part of more technical stuff. For block caveable, the first rule is the mineral zone has to meet some weakness criteria. As I explained before, that block caving is a method that utilizes the weakness of the rock to its advantage. So basically, what it other way to say is, if the rock is too competent, it's maybe not that preferable for block caving. But recent technology, maybe you're already involved with block caving operation. You recognize there is because of the cheapest cost and high production. Now people try to manipulate the original condition of the rock, which is the rock that competence or strong is now by some tools you can make it weaker, but still the block caving need the rock to be weak to apply this method. So how you as a geologist to determine the weakness match the criteria of weakness or not? Basically, there's a term in the mining, they call it caveability. You can see on the right side is the graph, it's empirical graph. It's originally developed by Lobster in South Africa, and then later on is developed by, improved by Bartlett, and this is I took from a paper from Matt Wetley from Australia. So you can basically how you read this figure is in the left side is your modified rock mass rating, which is most of the mining people or the geotech people understand this rock mass rating, but you need to modify that to be applied in this method. And then the bottom is hydraulic radius. Basically, hydraulic radius is area divided by parameters, and you can see there's a three zone there. We call it the caving zone, transitional zone, and stable zone. So in short, basically, if you want to apply block caving, your deposit basically need to fall down in that right zone, which is caving zone. Some of them can be in precisional zone or caving zone, but definitely you prefer your deposit to be in the caving zone. So back to MRMR, how you geologists get the MRMR? Basically, that's the problem with exploration. Exploration, normally you're busy with finding the mineralized zone. You're busy with taking sample for assay. and you don't care too much about the data, especially the geotechnical data collected from your drilling. So to get, that's the problem. But I think a lot of big company around the world, including Indonesia, they realize the importance of the geotechnical from the beginning. So they start to incorporate all the geotechnical data collection from the beginning of the exploration program. By doing that, they got much more data geotechnical. Because what happened is I have a lot of clients that normally come with me with the resource data, and they never do any geotechnical samples or geotechnical data collection. And we have to depend only for 6 or 7 holes to determine the geotechnical characteristics, because it's impossible to redo again all hundreds of drillings that they did in the past. But that's why for you geologists, this is my background is geotechnical, so I know that how important is geotechnical for the mine, and also for especially for determining the block caving. The next factors that important is geometry. Block caving is eventually is non-selective mining. Basically, you broken the top ore, you create the slice, you pull everything down, and you don't have any option to select which one you want to pull or which one you want to come up with to do your draw points. Everything will come down with gravity, and you have to pull it until certain states where all the ore column already uneconomical, then you stop mining from that draw points. But basically non-selective. By non-selective, this deposit may create significant dilution. That's why the geometry play important role in block caving. You cannot have like a vein with even wide vein. The widest vein that I've experienced is like 20, 30 meters wide vein. Still, 30 meters wide vein is nothing for block caving. You need really a very geometry, very wide and bulky deposit to be mined using block caving. To help you to give you some idea how big required for block caving is this is a benchmarking study did by Herman Flores and Karsunovic in 2002. You can see here that the bottom is a footprint area. Footprint area is the area of the footage of your block caving, how wide it is. Basically, your width again multiplied by your length, and you can see that. Yes.
You have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, I'll go that. Basically, the average footprint area is 165,000, and that's the numbers that you want as geologists to see. The other geometry you have to see is the block height. The height, as you can see, on the right figures, the height of block caving is getting higher because first, because the capital of the block caving is independent of your block cave height. So the highest the block cave is the more capital effectiveness for your block caving. But you have a limitation because the higher the block cave, you have a higher dilution and higher repair, and then broader impact to the surface. The other factors that you can see this, the left side is the drawing showing you the development of the cave. Keep pulling the ore, and then one point it will express to the surface, as you can see from the right picture from Ridgeway Mine in Australia. So for you, how you can use this data? Basically, there's a research did by Wu in 2009 from UBC, University of British Columbia. And this is the empirical angle, cave angle, we call it. So basically what you can do is you see your limit or your deposit, and you check using this graph how far the subsidence will impact the surface. And then if you have any structures or infrastructures on the top, or you have any tangible or intangible boundary, you need to adapt for that. And normally it can help also to optimize your exploration program, or you don't want to drain too much to certain area that you know in the future won't be block cave thing. because on the top of that, maybe there is a lake or there is some infrastructures that you need to keep it on intact in the surface. The other part, the last part, is also the economical perspective. People asking me how much is cost. It's hard to define the cost, the overall mining costs or the capital costs, but because many factors determine the economical for the block caving area. So there's no simple answer like how many minimal tons or how many minimal grade. But you can start using this graph. This is the graph from Wood Mackenzie. You can see the most of the biggest of all the block caving mines on the gold color, and the mining cost is basically as shown before is around $10 per ton. So you can use these numbers as your first filter if your ore body will pass this criteria or not. So the conclusion. So for geologists or exploration geologists, could use the following consideration for block caveable potential of our deposit. First, you check if the mineralized zone have fulfilled the weakness criteria. The second, the geometry are within the common existing block cave geometry, as I showed you before in the slides. The third is, are there any surface intangible or tangible boundaries that limit the block caving implement? What I mean with intangible boundaries, like something like a permit, boundary permit, or whatever the forestry status permit, forestry status. Indonesia, you know that the protected forest you cannot mine through it. The fourth rules is, does the mineralized zone qualities pass the first cost filter, as I show you in the last slide, that if they pass mining cost, then the next one is how much is the processing cost and how much the other GA cost and everything. But you need to pass your first cost first. If your mining cost is basically not applied to your deposit, then basically you have to forget the idea to block it. Okay, I think that's all. Hopefully it's not past my time. So thank you. And if you have any question, then at the end of the session, I believe the moderator will open the open and question and answer session. Thank you. I'll give back to Pak Wawan.
Thank you, Pak Luffy. Just right in time. Thanks for that. And the things that I can highlight for the presentations is, and also like, interesting is the way this method uses the geological weaknesses. Because we know that in most cases, you expect like, the mineralization zones is pretty much in the zone with the highly fractures, and sometimes we hardly get like 30%, for example, like core recovery when we hit the mineralization zones. So this is really quite interesting, and also like one of the advantage of this block caving method, and in fact probably that makes it like very competitive, because there's no support, no backfill, and also less blasting probably. So thanks, Pak Luffy. I think it's quite insightful presentations. So now we move on to the third presenter, Peter Saunders. Peter will be talking about the automated underground convergence monitoring using LiDAR system. So please, Peter, take it away.
Thank you, Pak Wawan. I will share my screen. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to present today. It's a very big crowd, so and an unusual format. I'm sure everybody's starting to become familiar with this type of format, so I'll do my best under the conditions. Hopefully everyone can hear, and speak clearly. So as Pak Wawan said, I'd like to show you some case studies for the geotechnical monitoring LiDAR system we call GML. This scanner came out, became commercially available around 3 years ago, and I've essentially done quite a few road trips around the world through North America, Australia, Asia, and South America, testing it out and supporting some leases and purchases. So just very quickly, if you're not already familiar with GroundProbe, GroundProbe was developed by 4 PhD students at the University of Queensland in early 2000s, and has grown to now support more than 2/3 of the radar market in the world. They were the first to use radar for slope monitoring, and now market leader with more than 450 systems deployed worldwide. My position is as geotechnical manager, global geotechnical manager, so responsible for now more than 60 geotechnical engineers supporting customers in 4 languages around the world, with the bulk of our team managed by Pak Rahmat Musa, who's just joined us in Balikpapan, where we have around 40 engineers based. So reach across the globe now is I'm based in Brisbane in Queensland in Australia here, so which was the first office. We've since branched out across to more than 30 countries with 18 offices globally. I guess the bulk of our business for geotechnical support service most recently has been particularly in Brazil as the primary provider for Vale, monitoring around 16 of the tailings dams remotely live and in real time. So the team in Indonesia and Santiago, and also in Brazil, we now monitor over 100 radars globally in most of these regions. That's in real time using typically TeamViewer. So again, just a snapshot across the business. I've been with GroundProbe now for almost 6 years. I was previously a customer. I've worked as an operational mining geotechnical engineer in both underground and open cut operations. And when I joined almost 6 years ago, the only radar that GroundProbe had was the SSR XT, which is still the flagship. But in that past 5 years, this is really an indication of the level of product development that's gone on in the business. We now, along with the 3D real aperture radar, we have a 2D real aperture radar, a synthetic aperture radar, and most recently we've moved into the terrestrial and INSAR LiDAR. So the GMS is the surface equivalent of a total station, and the GML is the underground scanner, where I'll show you a couple of case studies today. Another small scale radar is the Agilis, which is also a 3D real aperture radar. The SSR Omni is the longest range, highest resolution radar in the world on the market for mine monitoring, with a range of over 5 kilometers. The Velox is a military style Doppler radar that's recently been launched in Brazil. A late stage, final stage notification for emergency management of tailings dams in particular. And INSAR, we provide INSAR data with our partnership with 3VG. So the GML underground scanner is really a step change in the way we are able to monitor convergence in an underground mine. Historically, and the way that the GML was developed, the R&D stage was basically through a gap analysis of existing technologies. And what we discovered was that most existing terrestrial LiDAR technology that has been used for underground convergence monitoring was originally developed as a survey tool by surveyors and has since been adapted using various third-party software to attempt to measure the convergence in a mine. The difference between other systems of the GML is that the GML was developed from the ground up as a geotechnical monitoring system using the learnings that have been gained over the past 17 years of open pit slope monitoring technology. So a lot of the technical learnings over that time using radar monitoring open pit mines has been transferred and attempted to be replicated using LiDAR in an underground environment. So the system uses the same software as all of the other ground probe technologies, and streams data out live with very small file size, remote to surface, with extremely high precision. So precision and data weight was the two issues that we found at the R&D stage were a problem for terrestrial LiDAR. If anyone has ever used a scanner in a mining environment, you'd be aware of these very large files. So the functionality of radar, to replicate the functionality of radar, we introduced what we call a data decimation process, where file size is reduced to roughly 1% of the raw data file size. So a typical scan, rather than being 300 megs, will be around the 3 megabyte size, which means we can stream the data out live with multiple points of access remotely. Precision is obviously one of the key functionalities or the key benefits of radar over other types of monitoring technology. So we aim to replicate that through the processing algorithm that's used with the GML scanner, and managed to achieve that. So for continuous monitoring, the scanner achieves in a fixed point location, achieves a noise floor of between 0.01 millimeters and 0.4, so a maximum of around plus or minus half a millimeter for continuous monitoring. For periodic monitoring, so for say you take it to a location, scan the drive, take it away, come back the next day to roughly the same location and take another scan, we call that periodic monitoring. The precision with the current software is in the order of plus or minus 2 to 5 millimeters. So that process for periodic monitoring now, the latest iteration of the GML control software, allows us to do that without any target points in the scene. So the processing of the data occurs automatically. There's no manual co-registration of point clouds. The scanner collects a high-density point cloud, scans a high-density point cloud. That data is then transferred by line-of-sight Wi-Fi to a processing tablet, whether that's in a vehicle or standing nearby. So a 360-degree scan with the latest iteration of the software is roughly 90 seconds. So 90-second scan time for a full scan, and then around 6 minutes to process the data. So that means that the convergence data is available for the user almost immediately on location without any need for manual data transfer or manual co-registration of point clouds, which is where we found the bulk of the majority of the error was introduced, where the user was required to attempt to the traditional method of manual co-registration of 2 point clouds collected from the same location in space at 2 different times. So as I mentioned, the software we use is exactly the same, the SSR viewer software that's used with all of our radars. So essentially, we find that a lot of users start to call it the radar, the underground radar, and that's laser, because if you're familiar with radar in an open pit mine, you see the data from the GML, it's presented in exactly the same way. So in terms of operational use, I've mentioned the 2 different methods of continuous monitoring. So for continuous monitoring of life of mine infrastructure, crusher chambers, etc., we would put it on a fixed point, either a wall-mounted bracket or a survey pillar. For periodic monitoring, any number of options. We can mount it on a vehicle or use it from a tripod. So mobile or continuous mine to design survey application has been explored most recently, where that real-time data has become very valuable for tracking the performance of development. So it gives us a very quick, on-the-spot check of the final as-bid versus the design. The application in the top right-hand corner specifically is for measuring shotcrete thickness, which is used in civil tunneling applications most commonly. So this is just a visual representation of the setup. So for continuous monitoring, the connections via RJ45 standard cable, and most often then transferred using minimal bandwidth requirements up at the existing comms system that most modern mines have now, and transferred to surface with the benefit of being able to actually stream the data out is that the data doesn't stay underground on a server that needs to be managed. This gives us the opportunity to, especially for very large scale mines, to be able to create a full enterprise solution with multiple scanners, multiple users, and multiple remote access points. So the first case study was a project that I took on. This was presented this and published in a paper in Sweden, where the customer had a larger scale project going on where they're looking at optimizing processes for cemented mine backfill. In most of the mines that I've worked at, there's an assumption that, or there's an understanding, at least anyway, that the backfill process in the operations is a real bottleneck in terms of time. So any opportunity to speed up backfilling to increase the rate of production is a really easy win, or would be potentially a very easy win. And the idea here was that we wanted to increase the rate of filling, decrease the pauses between fills for faster turnover of stopes. This is a large underground long hole open stoping mine. So the GML was not the primary risk mitigation tool. All the existing controls were in place, so bunding and maximum volume should there be a catastrophic failure of the bulkheads. But we monitored the bulkhead in real time during the pour to look for any deflection on the face of the bulkhead, the shotcrete bulkhead. This is what the data looks like. So full 3D visualization and analysis capability. We were lucky enough to start monitoring before the barricade was sprayed, so we could measure the thickness of the barricade and across, which you can see there. The most interesting point I think that came from it was, or I found was, and funnily enough, the most interesting point was watching concrete dry. What we saw very surprisingly was some very minor deflection towards the scanner at the center of the barricade. And initially, I was conducting this analysis remotely, so I wasn't aware of the shape or the geometry of the bulkhead itself, assuming it was a flat bulkhead. It surprised me that we would see a deflection towards the scanner before there was any before there was any backfill being poured. This was just during the curing of the fibercrete that was sprayed, the shotcrete that was sprayed to build the barricade. But on closer inspection, and after learning that the barricade itself was actually this concave shape, it seemed to make sense that during the curing and shrinkage of the shotcrete, we measured a trend in the data up to around 1.5 millimeters maximum magnitude deformation in the center over the 24 hours after the fibercrete was sprayed, which is really, look, this is really a a really good demonstration, I think, to show what the system is capable of monitoring with this sub-millimeter scale precision. We were able to see what we call a regressive trend and actually measure the velocity of shotcrete. So not just measure the magnitude of the deflection, we measured the rate at which the shrinkage slowed down and watched the rate of shrinkage slow down over time over the first 24 hours. By the way, that case, so we saw no deflection, no measurable deflection during the pouring, so that customer was able to satisfy their own concerns that with regard to safety and increase the rate of pour or decrease the rate of pour time by 20%. So they sped up the rate of pouring and introduced a new fill regime.
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I better speed up. So this was a very, very interesting one, very weak material in a diamond mine. This is day 1, day 7. This image, by the way, is an amplitude image. So it's not a photograph. Again, this reduces the file size to be able to stream the data out. What was interesting here was you can see the deformation is sliding down that structure. We can overlay the deformation image on as the same way we would with a radar in an open pit mine. Out of interest, this point here, circled in red, the site was using convergence pins and tape to measure convergence at their draw points. And quite obviously and clearly here that it's being structurally controlled deformation and convergence at this draw point. They were underestimating the degree of movement and squeezing in the ground here. Out of interest, they plugged and backfilled that draw point, and there was a little bit of overspray from the shotcrete, so they resprayed the paint over their convergence pin point, and we were able to measure the thickness of the paint at 0.6 millimeters. Get some pretty these images need to be quite quick, so I apologize. This was if you can see the deflection in the shoulder here, this was caused by a development blast only 20 meters from this drive, which was very surprising. We saw some damage in the shoulder, and I think the important point to take from this was that when we see damage in an underground mine, we don't generally know what caused it, if it's getting any worse, and when it happened. So in this instance, we saw very clearly, and we could quite with a lot of confidence say that this cracking had been caused, it was temporally discrete, it was caused by a blast that occurred at the same time, and afterwards there was no ongoing stability issues. So this allowed us to, the customer to maintain safe access, or confident to maintain access to this critical mining location and not delay with unnecessary rehabilitation. Final slide, this is a crusher chamber, one of the first case studies. It's a video, I apologize. Some very interesting data, long-term monitoring data in a crusher chamber. A really good example of how the processing algorithm filters out, physically filters and removes the mine infrastructure. You can see a lot of metal framework that doesn't reflect as noise in the final data output. It's removed automatically, and we can see the deformation in the wall behind. 2 key locations. This site actually had a plan to relocate this crusher. They had lost all the extos in the backs, so they had no way of monitoring. What they actually ended up doing was they installed the GML scanner there, and they were able to maintain safe access and continue using this crusher for a year longer than planned, which an estimate was around a delay in capital expenditure of $10 million by 12 months. So with the data, they could see quite clearly that the existing ground support that was in place was still effective. We're seeing bulking in between bolts, damage in 2 key locations, but we were able to maintain that safe access for another 12 months. So those spikes that you just saw, they were production blasts nearby. An interesting point here is we can see these scans are 50 minutes apart. We can see a regressive trend in that pillar. So this is with this degree of precision, we're seeing data and information that's never been measured. This is certainly a world first. So key applications, long-term continuous monitoring in life of mine, critical infrastructure openings. This is really important for us for early notification of any damage that we may be doing to critical infrastructure, particularly crusher chambers and large block cave mines, and get that early information to act before we see significant damage, and use that information to perhaps change or modify a short-term mine planning strategy. Ground support, most common application is being able to quickly see that existing ground support is still effective, and particularly stiff bolts. If a stiff bolt starts to move, that's very significant. We want to know these things, and that's one of the most common. Okay, that's my time. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Just right in time. Thanks for that. And yeah, I think it's really quite interesting presentations, and I'm really glad that we are getting better and better in leveraging the technology around us, including this the usage of LiDAR system. As far as I know, that LiDAR is mostly used in topographic survey, and now it's usage it's extended to monitor the convergence, and I think it's going to be disruptions to a traditional way when I used to look at the engineer measure between 2 points manually, which is subject to it's very inaccurate and subject to human error. So this is a good thing. Thanks for that, Peter. So we are coming to the Q&A session. I opened the questions now. Hopefully, the question will be spread out to to our three speakers. So if you have any questions, so you can just push the raise hand buttons, which is located in the participant panel, I think. Does anyone have any questions for Pak Saud? Okay, we have one question for from Pak Dudi Setiadaka. So how to? Can we unmute Pak Dudi's microphone? Yep. So go ahead, Pak Dudi, with your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation from Pak Saud, Pak Luffy, and Pak Peter, especially for Pak Luffy and Pak Saud. So, because the block caveable atau block caving mine should be, you said it's like a significant dilution during the mining, and how we control the reconciliation. We should know the grade, we should know the tons, because as you said, we have to accept the significant dilution during the mining. It looks like it's very challenging in the block cave mining. It looks like maybe the ore type should be homogeneous, like a porphyry or something else. That is quite difficult if the ore type is look like very not gradual, but is is very attractive or something like that. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Wawan.
Thank you, Pak Dudi. maybe you can answer the questions. So this is directed to both Pak Saud and Pak Lutfi.
So I can answer first. Good question, Pak Dudi. Reconciliation for block caving, that's the issues that very difficult to answer, to be honest. The problem is, first, if you have, back to my slide, if you have a draw height, or the key is your block height. If your block height is not too high, for example, say 100 meters or 200 meters, is more predictable than if you have like 500 meters column. Because, for example, if 500 columns, you assume that the rock from your 500 columns will fall vertically. Actually, when my experience in Freeport say no, because it can also moving horizontally. So you can end up with like maybe around 300 to 500 meters horizontal to all the direction. So it's very difficult. But first, I think you have to understand, you have to have a very good geology model to understand how the migration of the ore, to do the good reconciliation. Because, for example, if you notice that some of the specific alteration or specific mineralization moving out so far away from the area, you know that where is the source from the ore from. The secondly is you have to have a very long period of time for reconciliation. For example, you cannot only have like, you try to reconcile the data from 1 year operation, but you have to have, in my opinion, you have to have very big pictures first. And when you stop your caving, basically you will have very good reconciliation result. But as your cave progressing up, and a lot of migration from horizontally on their side, then you have trouble to do reconciliation. But the good thing is you have to start learning when you start block caving to do reconciliation. So when your cave progressing up and bigger, you already know some of the habit or behavior of your cave. So that's only my suggestion. In the Freeport, we, of course, we have a very long experience, and I believe we still have some issues on some reconciliation back to your block model. But we have very good reconciliations against our grade control model, as Pak Saud mentioned. Pak Saud, if you want to add something.
Yes, go ahead, Pak Saud, if you have something to add for the questions.
Yes, I would like to add a little bit about the, because the question is about how we can manage the reconciliation to reducing the dilutions on the black caving. And then Pak Lutfi already mentioned that the understanding of the geology is a bit more important to inform to the engineering who designed the black caving or evaluate the black caving. So yes, it's if we have diffusive type of mineralization, that could be less challenge or less tricky. But when we are facing with the mosaic, which is a scatter of mineralization, that's a little bit tricky for us to inform or to give it information to engineering or to whoever to evaluate the black caving. So in terms of the mosaic types of mineralization that we're going to assess of the black caving, then we need to like a more deeper to assess or evaluate which of the estimations process or estimation methodology that we're going to use to predict the tones and grade. And then most of the time, probably more it's going to be used the more advanced estimation methodology, which is the nonlinear estimation.
Okay, thanks, Pak Lutfi, also for the answer. So any other questions for the three speakers? Just raise your hand. So I'll wait 1 minute. If not, I have questions. Or
Can I ask question?
yeah, sure, Pak Luffy.
Yeah, I want to ask question to Peter.
Go ahead, Pak.
Hi, Peter. Very interesting presentation from you. I'm very keen on convergence, and we use a lot convergence in Freeport, and I think you break through new technology. But again, the challenge what I see is first, your station will be plug in and plug off. I mean, you need to you cannot let the equipment there, because of course there's must be damage from blasting or from equipment. So my question is it possible that it collects data while moving? For example, you attach the equipment to, for example, crazy idea like LHD or your truck, and then it keep collecting data when it's moving, or it needs to be stationary in the one place?
Yeah, of course. Definitely not a crazy idea. Very good question. The existing technology, most existing laser scanners that are used for convergence monitoring apply code, the SLAM code. So if you've heard of SLAM technology, the maximum or the typical precision that's achieved with the SLAM algorithm is in the order of plus or minus 25 millimeters. So it was a very deliberate decision not to use the SLAM processing algorithm and to develop our own IP. We have tested and we continue to try to work towards a full mobile solution with a moving source, as you described. But from my understanding and from what I've learned from the R&D guys, it's unlikely that we will use laser. So it's more likely that in future it will be some different type of technology, because what we found is that it's not possible to achieve the precision that we want with a moving source using LiDAR. This is the best solution to achieve. As you may have heard, I mentioned the levels of precision. So for a fixed point continuous monitoring, we achieve 0.5 millimeter. For periodic monitoring, it's 2 to 5 millimeters. So we're not willing to go up any higher than that, any noisier than that, because mainly based on the data that we've collected so far from a number of sites I've seen, where in a stiff, for example, a gold mine, a hard rock gold mine, 150 MPa, typical rock strength. When you see a convergence rate in the order of 1 millimeter per day, that's really significant damage. That's causing damage to ground support, big visible cracks. So when we think of the time window that we want to be able to identify a convergence rate of much lower than 1 millimeter per day, if we have a noise floor of greater than 10 millimeters, it'll take a very long time before we're able to see that rate. So we want to be able to identify the earliest use the earliest possible, have the earliest possible identification of a change in conditions. So yeah, as I say, if for a moving source in the future, it'll most likely be a different type of technology to laser.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for participants? Oh yeah, I see there are 2 questions. So from Pak Alex Aviantara. Can you please unmute the microphone?
Thank you, Pak Wawan. I have a question for Pak Saud and Peter. Pak Saud, right now we have this new 4.0, they call it deep learning, which is using basically geostatistic, right? Supervised and unsupervised. So what do you think about this technology, looking at of this application in this mining? Terima kasih Pak Saud. And for Peter, do you have any plan to put it the probe in the drone, for example? Thank you.
Okay, Pak Saud, can you please unmute?
Okay, Pak Alex, thank you very much. So basically, the deep learning is a very promising technology approach that we're gonna be similar, will be very famous in the next 5 or 10 years as what we had before, which is simulations, which is very famous, popular in the last 10, 15 years. So it's gonna be happen in this mining industry, but the deep learning will be, I mean, in terms of the consistency, will be lots of promising in there, and analyzing big data as well, integrate all data, big data set that we have. But again, don't forget, all behind that data has to be have some very good geologists that understanding about your type of your deposit. If, as you're saying that there is like a supervisor or non-supervisors, which is, that's kind of a good things that we need to keep in our deep learning technology. So we keep like the supervisor is means that you bring your knowledge about your what geology that you're dealing with. From there, then you can apply into the kind of this technology. Otherwise, it's gonna be as it's happened when you use simulations without any like a constraining of your geological mineralization. It could be produce some or driving something that you're not expecting actually when you start mining. I think that's my answer for you, Alex.
Response to the question of producing a system, a similar system on a drone. Again, the same difficulty of any moving source, LiDAR scanner, where the error that's introduced during the co-registration of point clouds generated is far too large to make it useful for high precision geotechnical convergence monitoring. So at this stage, unfortunately, drone-based technology is strictly really limited to survey applications and reconciliation rather than precision monitoring.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thanks, Pak Saud, for the answer. We still have like 5 minutes for another questions. So I see Pak Hafid is asking questions. Can committee please unmute?
Okay, thank you, Pak, for the opportunity. You hear my voice?
Yes, Pak, clear.
Yeah. My question will be goes to Pak Lutfi. It's about bulk caving. We already haven't met maybe almost 6 months, but I want you to answer this to enhance our concern in data collection as well, Pak, especially in exploration stage. In your presentation, Pak, there are some big deposit, giant deposit maybe, for such as El Tenente, Grasberg, and Chuquicamata. These all deposits are classic porphyry I would say, because it's related to stopwork potassic mineralizations ore body. But in our recent discovery, especially is in Sunda Bandar, we have to Bukit and Huu, which is already destroyed by post-porphyry event, like advanced argillic alteration and argillic alteration. These deposits contain lots of clay, especially natural clay and maybe swelling clay. What's your comment about this kind of deposit? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pak Hafid. Good question. Clay. We also in Freeport, for example, in Freeport, back to Freeport example, we have also we call it the heavy alpha focalized zone, which is we have a lot of monomeril on it, and clay will be a problem when it mixes with the water. So we have plenty of issues. The challenge for clay, if the clay is in the cave, it's okay, because basically your clay, even it creates we call it wet muck or matras, or in Freeport, it can be handleable. The problem, your clay is distribute a lot on your extraction level, or your, remember my presentation saying the footage of your block caving, your foundation, your footage. If the bottomless mineralization is a lot of clay, then you will have a lot of problem with your geotechnical stability, because your clay will tend to squeezing, and then as you know, in block caving you create a lot of induced stress, abutment stress, then your clay will be squeezing. So it depends on, that's why very important for your project, for example, you model your clay properly. And you need to characterize your clay, not in one group. Basically, if possible, you determine clay in different groups or different characteristics. For example, maybe one clay is, I'm talking from out of the air. Maybe a lot of monomer on it. The other clay maybe or the different kind of clay. Maybe it behaves differently. That's why very important. You, as geologists, you collect all kind of clay. Then later on, maybe based on our geotechnical testing or our geotechnical characterization, we can identify which clay that dangerous or which clay is not a problem. That's why. But if you don't collect in the beginning when you do exploration, you don't separate the clay. Just say clay. Then later on, when we start to design your block caving or start to analyze your geotechnical, it's difficult because the basic data is mixing. So that's my point. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a problem. Clay is always problem. Even in porphyry, clay is we try to avoid the clay. But you know, if the precious metal there, you don't have any other way. You have to go there. Hopefully, answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Luffy. I think it's been an interesting discussions, but unfortunately, like the time is up. So we have to end these discussions up to this point. And thanks again for all the speakers who have shared knowledge with us. And I'm sure, like, we can benefit, like, from this. And we've got like some takeaways, like, from this discussion. So before I close the sessions, there is like a photo session. So everyone is encouraged to turn on the camera. So I will count from 3, 2, 1. So how about that? I guess, yep. Thanks again. So I hand over the floors to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you, Bapak Wawan Hermawan and all the gentlemen for the powerful message and insight.
The 12th MGEI Annual Convention consists of 4 discussion themes. Their focus on discussion are strengthening exploration culture, advanced supply science, technologies, concepts, and techniques in exploration, best practice and ore conservation in mine geology, mining, and processing, deep ore body opportunity, initiative, and challenges. And let me remind you, we have our exhibition hall where you can see our sponsors in virtual booth and student poster.
So, the committee, we would like to thank you for all the commitment and involve, and also the support and trust for the 12th MGI Annual Convention. There are Geofix and J Resources Nusantara as a Superbite sponsor. Agincourt Resources, Petrosi Tbk, Sequen Limited as Terabyte sponsor. Ceria Nugraha Indotama as Gigabyte sponsor. Sumacorp, Nusa Halmahera Mineral, Pegadaian Laboratorium Geologi, Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral, and Antam Tbk as Megabyte sponsor. PT Timah, Inalum, Freeport Indonesia, Merdeka Copper Gold, Drilling Solution Indonesia, Eksplorasi Nusa Jaya, Indodrill Indonesia, Sumbawa Timur Mining, and DNP Solution as Kilobyte sponsor. And also the others, Cube Consulting and Geovariances. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Bapak Syahreza Saidina Angkasa. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna talk to the participants.
Hi to the all participants. You can open your camera.
Hi.
Hi.
All the speakers, moderator, please open your camera. Okay. Okay, we see you guys now. Hi.
Hi.
Can you wave your hand to the camera? Thank you very much for joining us today. Wow. Yeah, so for your information, we live from the MGEI Secretariat at Soho Pancoran.
Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yeah, sure, Jakarta, Indonesia. And yeah, the committee wrap up and magic this place to a very good studio so we can live here. And yeah, I'll do a convention with you guys.
With virtual session today.
Okay, and we are so excited to meet you again in next day until the 28th October 2020. So yeah, Chania, I'm really excited for this convention. How about you?
Yes, I'm so excited too.
Yeah, you're excited.
To meet all participants, and it's honorable for me to be a master of ceremony for today's with you, Grace.
Yeah. So Chania is come from Bandung. Yeah, and it's an honor to be a mistresses of ceremony in this very special occasion until 28 October. So make sure that you're gonna be here until the 28 October because there is so much interesting discussions they're gonna be talk. So yeah, here with us,
Hello, Bu Mega from University of Pajajaran.
Hello, Ibu Mega. It's nice to meet you.
Anyway, Prof. Mega is my lecturer.
Oh yeah.
Yes, in Unpad, University of Pajajaran.
Mikrofonnya boleh tolong dibuka, Ibu Mega.
Oke.
Halo Bu Mega.
Halo Chania, halo Grace.
Yes.
Thank you for great working for both of you today.
Oh yeah, we thank you for coming, Prof Mega.
At MGEI Annual Convention
Yes.
2020 for 2 days.
Thank you. Success
And
to all of
we
you.
can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Okay, see.
What do you think about this event today, Prof Mega?
Yeah, today event is very special. I think this is the first time MGEI organized this live, seperti like this because of
Virtual
COVID.
session.
Yeah, of course. Then I saw this is the first day is already very great. So hopefully I cannot wait for tomorrow for the next discussion. It's very interesting topic for all topics.
Thank you, Prof Mega,
Thank you, Prof.
for
Mega.
joining this MGEI Annual Convention.
Thank you.
There's nothing else. We want to say hi to,
the all participants. Hello.
Hi.
Wave your hands. Halo Bapak Jetro.
Hai Bapak Jetro.
Hello?
Please open your microphone.
Yep.
Hi Pak, how are you?
Good, I'm good.
Yeah, how do you think about this event?
Yeah, I think it's very comprehensive. I get a lot of insights about economic geology in general, from copper porphyry to technology and to nickel. So I think it's a very comprehensive event. Thank you for the speakers.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in this day one convention. So we can wait to see you tomorrow. Okay, there's anyone? We want to shout out ya. Kita mau shout out ke semua partisipan, Bapak,
Another
Ibu, Profesor.
participant.
Anyone?
Wah, hari ini senang sekali ya Grace. Banyak sekali partisipannya. Until 250 participants. Wow, it's amazing.
Ya.
Tuh.
Meskipun ini diadakan virtual, tapi tidak mengurangi rasa keceriaan dan hype dari Annual Convention 2020 ya. So, dan Chania, there are more than 50 keynotes and invited speakers.
Wow.
Local and international. Okay, hello, there's Pak Hairunas, right?
Halo Bapak.
Halo Pak.
Mic-nya sudah dibuka ya Bapak?
Bapak Hairunas.
Mic-nya. For your audio. Hello, Bapak Nas.
Pak Nas, can you wave to the camera? Okay. We're gonna move to another one.
Another participant maybe wanna talk with me?
Yeah, or maybe give a suggestion or innovation. Okay. Operator, please can pick randomly. Yeah, sure. We want to shout out. Hi.
Hello, Bapak. Boleh mic-nya dibuka, Bapak?
Please open your microphone.
Halo, selamat sore.
Selamat sore, Pak. Apa kabar, Pak?
I'm fine, thank you, Grace.
Yeah, we
sedang di mana, Pak?
Sedang di kantor, but
Bapak gede.
75% of Batan college still WFH, work from home. So in our office, just 2 or 3 people here.
Oh yeah, sure. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you stay.
MGEI annual conventions together in our room. It's very great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you
Bapak
so
gede.
much. The most important thing, stay healthy from the pandemic COVID-19. Stay safe. All right. There's anyone that we're gonna shout again?
Yes.
Maybe a woman. A woman. Okay.
Halo
Here it is, a
Bapak
gentleman again.
Yes. Bapak STJ Budi Santoso. Hello Bapak. Can you hear us?
Bapak STJ.
Oke. Bapak STJ sedang di mana nih Bapak?
Sedang di
Boleh.
kantor. Mantau
Sedang
dari
di
tadi.
kantor. Oke.
Bagaimana Pak hari pertama dari annual convention?
Iya, sebagai ketua MGEI nih.
Ya.
Saya pikir gabungan gitu ya antara apa namanya itu bangga, senang, harap-harap cemas begitu ya, karena kan urusannya ini bukan hanya sesuatu yang kita bisa kontrol langsung ya. Ada beberapa hal yang paling penting adalah bagaimana koordinasi antar satu pihak dengan pihak lain yang itu berkaitan dengan koneksi. Ya semoga saja ke depan 5 hari ke depan koneksi akan as good as today, hopefully better. So let's pray for the best ya.
Iya, Pak Budi, thank you Pak. Kita juga bersyukur bisa langsung dipimpin oleh Pak Budi sebagai Ketua MGEI. Di sini kebetulan cukup baik sekali komunikasinya Pak, antara kita yang lagi on air dengan teman-teman yang lagi di bawah. So thank you once again for join us. And who else? We want to talk as much as possible. Anyone? Maybe a woman.
Boleh.
Maybe a woman.
Boleh. For the woman.
Yeah.
Hello Ibu.
Please open your microphone, please.
Halo semuanya, selamat
Ibu.
Selamat
sore juga Bu.
Dari Perth, Australia.
Oh, wow. Thank you so
Online.
much.
Come over here.
Thank you for joining this MGEI convention.
Friends of
Hi.
Senior geologists.
It's right. It's really nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah.
How are Perth's going on? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's getting warmer at the moment. It's
yeah.
our geotech, and it's just because our virtual background over there. And we all geologists here. And how do you think the what is that, the conference, guys?
Yeah, I really like the online portal. It looks really good.
Thank
It sounds
you.
really interesting.
So you were all the woman geologists, right?
Yes, we have.
Oh yeah, we're the same team.
Our boss is also.
We are geologists too.
Yeah.
Okay, stay safe, guys.
In Perth, Australia.
Yeah, we hope you and your family
Here.
doing great. All right. Thank you, Ibu Jaita.
Sama-sama.
Wow, it's really interesting, right?
Yes. Thank you for the
Okay.
all participant.
So at the end of this session today, we're gonna invite Bapak Syahreza Saidina Angkasa for wrap up the whole discussion for today. Bapak Syahreza, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation slide? Probably someone can talk me about that. Can someone tell me that? Is it okay? Well, okay. It's been a very hectic session. We cover so many presentations, so many topics. So it's really hard to wrap up everything in a single 10 minutes presentation. So let me introduce myself. My name is Syahreza Saidina Angkasa, and I'll try to wrap up everything into these few slides. And the first one is we have a keynote speaker from Pak Dr. Eko Budi Lelono from Geological Agency, Kementerian SDM Republik Indonesia. It's about Indonesian metallurgy update and upgrade. And he said about things about critical metals are very essential commodities for the futures for exploration targeting. For instance, many elements on a nickel laterite such as scandium and cobalt is very, very important in these days to build up the project for battery. And also main issues in the mineral exploration, the first one is we need a new concept and understanding of the deposit. And how about we drill the earth crust deeper than what we do now, okay? And in Indonesia, we have a total of 8,000 kilometers square land masses, which still underexplored. So then probably for exploration is get your hammer and your drill machine and do exploration. And also from this topic, strengthening exploration culture, we have Pak Adi Mariono and Pak Orios Petrus Muda dari Mine ID dan juga dari Kongres KCMI. Pak Adi Mariono talk about the KCMI code, which is very transparent, materials and competence. And KCMI code 2018 can bring a new era of mineral exploration in Indonesia. With the new regulation is going to be implemented, the role of KCMI becoming more critical in guiding and allow the exploration and mining industry to flourish in the future. The implementations of KCMI will also provide good framework in reporting for the government, industry, and investor. And from Aureus Petrus Mundak from Mine ID, well, previously exploration budget is only about 1%, and Indonesia is still lagging behind the rest of the world to spend the money for finding new resources. Here, Mine ID hopefully can play an important role to increase the exploration budget up to 2%. The roadmap become a world-class company with an excellent human research development and great exploration budget commitment, which that's the role of Mine ID here. Okay, for advanced science, advanced applied science, technologies, concept and techniques in exploration, we have a presenter from Dr. Chun Kit Lai, as well as Steve Garwin, Dr. Steve Garwin. Well, from those presentations, we really understand that radiogenic isotope can have a profound implication in terms of understanding mineralization ages. And most mineralization prospect in Kalimantan from late to middle Miocene, mostly late to middle Miocene, associated of Miocene volcanism in Kalimantan. And how about the porphyry copper gold in Kalimantan? Do we have it in Kalimantan? And also, we cannot answer that one. And probably we need to progress our work and make an update on dating samples in certain mines and project which can have and can provide better insight on the geological in time and space. And also, I mean, it's obviously more data required to be make a conclusive story. And from porphyry copper deposit, well, geology and geochemistry are very important components to characterize the porphyry copper. Intrusions with the hornblende and quartz eyes is really a good factor for exploration. And again, probably already know, everybody already knows zoning and hydrothermal alteration, zoning of the geochemical elements as well. Element ratio zoning is very important because it's related with the oxidation state of a causal intrusion. And also plume-like zonation element is also what you call that one, related with the oxidation state of intrusions. And the most important things in exploration to explore porphyry copper deposit is be open-minded, because model is not really applicable in the real world. Okay. And for deep ore bodies, opportunity and initiative challenge, Pak Saud Simbolon, Pak Luffy, and Peter Sanders from Ground Probe. Well, I make a note this one. So the validity of the data is the most important thing. So you really need to be very careful about data and to try to implement the QA and QC system, and also a routine audit for the sampling methods. And by the end of the talk, we understand that many geotechnical aspect is very essential for block caving mining methods, because for example, clay, we talked about clay before. Clays really need to be understand how they behave in the porphyry capricorn deposit, for instance, in the Grasberg, because it can be have a profound disaster for the workers in the mining areas. So that's the wrap up for today. So day one is finished, and probably we can see each other for tomorrow, and hope everybody stay healthy. Thank you very much for me.
Thank you for the wrap up, Bapak Syahreza Saidina Angkasa. Ladies and gentlemen, before we closing the session, we will photo together again. And please turn on your camera for photo session. Okay, we will wait for you to open your camera. Grace, we will lead this photo session.
Yes. So this is our last photo session for today. We would like to invite you to open the camera. Okay, so it's a moment in lifetime, and once a year.
Yes.
So make sure that your face is in the pictures. All right.
Okay, we will wait.
We will wait for all the participants, speaker and moderator. Open the camera.
Don't forget to smile, a big smile.
In my countdown, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Hold.
Keep smiling.
Okay, the operator will be change the page, each by page. So, okay. Steady.
And always keep smiling.
All right, here we go. You can put your thumbs up like this, or
wave your
like
hands.
this. Okay.
Hi.
Okay, make a sign 12 for 12 MGEI. Like this. All right. Okay, so my name is Grace Catherine, and my partner.
And I'm Chania Princeska.
Thank you for attending day 1 of
12
MGEI
Annual Convention.
Don't forget to join us again tomorrow for much more interesting discussions. There are exploration and discovery, digital technology, and emerging industrial materials.
And the event will start in 9 a.m. and room will be open in 30 minutes before the event.
All right, so thank you and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.